Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the Virtual Endurance Masters, brought to you by Low Fuel Motorsport. And today, it's race day for round 4 at the Circuit of Americas, most known as Cota. Located in Austin, Texas, 5.5 kilometers long, with 20 corners, mixing some short braking zones with long straights, which makes it easy to gain speed in a short amount of time. I'm one of your many commentators for today, John Dalton. Alongside me is Tim Peck, and behind the cameras is Christian Romano, and of course the live stewards as well in the box. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you very much, John, for the warm welcome. Very excited to be here today at Cota. It's a very interesting track, gets quite technical in the first couple of sectors as well, and I'm very excited to see how the teams will be navigating the track today. The thing I'll be keeping my eye on is the amount of track cuts that will be handed out through this race. I expect to see a good amount of drive-through penalties across the entire race.
Yeah, anybody that has ran Cota before will know how strict the track limits are. It's not the typical format of ACC. The curbs do count as track limits, so as soon as you put four wheels over them, you are absolutely gone for a warning. And it's very easy in Sector 1, especially turns 3, 4, 5, and 6, the kind of switchback S-bends. It's very easy to run a little bit wide, especially when you're pushing the limits, such as some of the guys here today. Of course, some very big names in the field, as the regulars to the stream and the championship will know, and it's going to be a very spicy one with of course a lot of points on the table. First place gains 100 points and a bonus 100 points for finishing as well. So even if you do get caught up in a turn 1 incident at the beginning of the race, of course 12 hours on the clock, still plenty of time to claw back positions, and you want to net those bonus points when the checker flag drops at the end.
Absolutely. I've said every single time, John, that I really like the fact that if you finish the race, you get that 100 bonus points. It keeps things very interesting in the championship. It means teams that maybe didn't get the start that they wanted to in a race will also stick it around to the end as well. And with that, we've seen some interesting comeback stories across the championship as a whole. I mean, let's go all the way back to round 1 in this championship, where the Veloce team ended up in a turn 1 accident. They then fell all the way to the back of the grid and then managed to climb their way all the way back up onto the podium later on as well. So it does pay off to stick around in the race, even if you do have something happen to you at the beginning that maybe costs you a bit of misfortune. That 100 bonus points is a good incentive to stick with it.
Yeah, absolutely so. And we all know that points, of course, do mean prizes, and that's especially what you want to get when you come to the end of the championship. Of course, the championship will take us all the way to November, of course, with round 4 being Cota for 12 hours. The next round we see will be July 29th, where we head to Japan for 8 hours of Suzuka. August 26th takes round 6 to Imola for another 12-hour race before rounding it into Britain in September 30th for the 8 hours of Silverstone, before the finale down under in Australia for Mount Panorama round 8, where the drivers will tackle a grueling 24 hours of the mountain. And that's the round I'm very excited for, because I think a lot of guys are going to be making up some points that they've missed out on in the previous rounds, but still a long way to go in this championship. And it's still looking very competitive at the top as well, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to agree with you. I think the 12, not 12 hours, the 24 hours at the end of this season in Bathurst is probably going to be the most exciting race we've had of the season. Of course, we have already done one 24 hours earlier on the season. We went to Paul Ricard, a very different kind of track to Bathurst. You've got at Paul Ricard, if you go off, you don't get punished too much. There's a nice wide open bit of tarmac for you to run off onto. Totally different story on the mountain. If you go a little bit wide in the corner, you're going straight into a wall and you will be picking up damage that can be critical to your race as well. So, personally, really excited to see how this championship winds out. And I'm also excited to see how we get there too. Like you said, plenty of potential for teams to surprise us today and even in the future races as well. Today, I'm looking at a team that we've mentioned a couple of times in the championship is the Italian job. Obviously, they did really good in the qualifying for round one, not so good of a race result, had quite a lot of misfortune in the race and just seemed to be going backwards throughout it. But again, today, I mean, we'll see the starting order in a minute, John. But starting in P3 for today's race, I'm excited to see what they could do again towards the front of the field.
Yeah, absolutely so. And here we go, the final qualifying result. Of course, the SOP esports team did take the Super Pole from West Competition Racing. The Italian job there in P3. Surprise there, Team Shazoo GT Omega in P4. Ren Velton, K Kramer Esports in 5 and 6. Veloce in 7th. Yas Heat in 8th. And then we scroll on to the next page. Of course, the ticker is quite fast, but some, very competitive teams up and down the field. You've got Armamentario in 18th, Unicorns of Love, Pulse Simsport in 16th. They're going to be trying to make up some positions. F1 memes, we normally see them kind of inside the top 20, so watch your eye on those as well. And the final page there, 32 teams qualified for today, so not everybody is present. Of course, in the real world, we do have Rennsport going on at the moment in Germany for the LAN event, and of course a few other teams noting that they do have IRL commitments to other drivers, which means their teams cannot start as well. Jean Lacey Esports, Yassi and Veloce, they're all outside the top 5, so they're going to be ones to keep your eye on. And Williams down in P12 as well. They're very out of sequence to where we normally saw them, of course. Just a few weeks ago, they did take the coveted RCI 6-hour esports challenge title with both of their cars in P1 and 2. So, of course, a very capable team of rounding out some points. So they're going to be wanting to make up some time in the next 12 hours or so, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. Williams is a team that you're going to want to watch. Today, like you mentioned, recently took the title in the RCI 6-hour esports challenge. And again, they performed very well at the beginning of this season too, taking home 42 points plus the 100 that you get from finishing in the first round. So definitely keep your eye on the Williams team. It's a very strong lineup behind the field as well. You mentioned the Veloce team. They're currently the ones leading this championship at the top with their Porsche. So also keep an eye on them. Very surprising to see them in those in the 7th place and the 12th for the Williams team. But again, you expect to see some of these teams climbing up the order. But another team that I wanted to talk about, John, is the West Competition Racing team. I mean, they're a team that came in at the beginning of the season and we weren't 100% sure where they were going to be placed. I mean, we were fairly sure they'd definitely be around that top 10, but more so fighting to get in it. And West Competition Racing as a whole across this season have performed so well, and they've really surprised me with their consistency. And I think, again, another one to potentially keep your eyes on across the rest of this championship, could easily be fighting for that final podium at the end of the season.
Yeah, speaking to their team manager just the other week, and they said they were quite surprised with some of their performance in the events where, of course, they are up against these big names such as Veloce, Yassi, Pulse Simsport, and they are sticking it to them. Just look there, Veloce 785 points, West Competition Racing 766, so they're literally chomping at the bit just behind them. And of course, it only takes a turn of bad luck in a race to flip your event completely on its head. And just look down there, Williams in P16, very out of contention in this series with some bad luck through the events. Team Shazoo GT Omega, of course, near the front end of the field today. They score all the way down in P25. So, of course, they've had some surprise pace found at Circuit of the Americas. And then as we get to the back end of the field, of course, you've got another Unicorns of Love entry there, the number 14 with 344 points. The Porsche Spinala team doing quite well for, let's just say, a bit of a meme team, shall we say, in their performance. Not really expected much of them, but they have definitely stuck it to some of the big names. And there we go, rounding out the championship scoreboard there with the caseking.de scoreboard. It's a very competitive championship. You know, as we said, points are scored all the way down from P1 all the way down to P49. So even if you finish dead last, Tim, you're still going to net 1 point, and then you're still going to net the 100 bonus points for finishing as well. So, I mean, a minimum of 101 points on the table at any given time. And then, of course, we do offer extra points for, you know, fastest laps, etc. So it's still very competitive, and you know, we're only halfway through the season at the moment, so plenty of time to make up those all-important points.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, very competitive all across the field. I mean, I think we're used to in these sort of championships, you sometimes see one team really start to pull ahead quite early on, and it almost seems like for the rest of the season, everyone else is just playing catch up to even just try and close the points gap to them. But very much not the case here. I mean, you've got Veloce at the top. It's a team that, well, we've talked to loads of teams across this championship, John, and everyone always says, you know, Veloce, they're the team that you have to beat in this sort of championship. But they're at the top right now, not too far ahead of the West Competition Racing, who we've mentioned is been a surprising team, have performed so well across the season. Speaking to their manager, like you said, they were very surprised at their own performance, but very proud of what they've managed to achieve so far. And they absolutely should be. I mean, look at that team. The number one West Competition Racing car is only 20 or so points off the Veloce guys. That they've got a bigger gap to the Yas Heat Esports team from behind. You can easily see them with some more good races. You can easily see them taking the win in this championship. Not something they were expecting, not something we were expecting, but what a story that would be to tell.
Yeah, absolutely great story to tell indeed, and especially with the number one car, of course, Sebastian Apostle in the lineup regularly. Just age 17, very young in the terms of, you know, the grid. Let's just say we have, you know, a wide age range on the grid, competing everywhere. But Sebastian Apostle just aged 18, only been in the team since 2021, and the biggest success was the SRO Esports IGTC P5 in the silver class, netting over 1,000 hours on ACC, and his favorite car / track combination being Kyalami with the BMW M4 GT3. But unfortunately, Kyalami not on the calendar this season, although he was Romanian Endurance Karting Masters finished in P3 in seasons 21 and 22, so even some real life feats to his name as well. So definitely looking to stick it to Veloce if they can. Of course, Veloce today with the lineup in the 75 car of Grantas Caracas and George Boothby, so two very capable names in the Porsche. It's going to be very tricky for anyone to take it to them today, and Ferrari looks very strong in qualifying, although qualifying doesn't always mean everything, because when the green flag drops at 12 hours, it's a long way to go, and you've got to run a really faultless race in these top splits, Tim. If you make a mistake, it's very hard to claw back any positions and kind of gain anything back on your rivals, and you know, find your way back to the front. You know, we saw Veloce, like you said, with the ultimate comeback at Watkins Glen, of course, starting on the wrong tyre, pitting very early, putting themselves all the way out of contention, and somehow with the pace they had, they did manage to fight their way all the way back to the top. But sometimes it's not always that easy.
No, absolutely. It's not always that easy, and especially like you said, when the field is this competitive. I mean, you have some of the best drivers, some of the best teams in sim racing on the grid today. So climbing up that order, it can be very, very tough. However, it's something we've seen a couple of times across the season, and there are some teams where you'd think they have the likeliness to be able to do it. Like you said, the Veloce guys, they did fall back at the beginning from that wrong tyre set, and then everyone was like, there's no way they're going to finish at the back, and they did manage to climb a lot further than we thought, I will admit. I was looking at maybe a top 10 finish for them across the endurance as a whole, but able to get back onto that top spot, I mean, that is a feat and a half in itself. But yeah, like I said, qualifying, it definitely plays an important part. Where you qualify, obviously, is fairly important in terms of you want to be out of the middle of the pack, want some clean open air in front of you at the front of the grid. The further forward you are as well, the more potential you have for breaking away quite quickly too. Whereas if you're stuck in the back, then there's a couple of overtakes that have to be done before you can really break into your actual pace. But in a 12-hour race, I mean, it's like you said, so much can happen in that time. We're at Cota today, which means track limits are likely to play a huge part in the day as well. So penalties can also mix things up a little bit too. Across the whole 12 hours, I mean, this order could change numerous times and anything can happen. So qualifying, not the end of the world if you didn't get where you wanted to be, definitely room for improvement. But that being said, I've got to stick with it. The teams that managed to qualify at the top today, I think will be very happy to get that extra bit of a head start. It just helps you to break away from the pack sooner. And I can tell you now, John, on a field where you've got 30 plus cars, you do not want to be in the middle of the pack heading down to the first corner. At that point, you're basically watching all your mirrors and everything, just hoping that you're not going to get punted from an unknown angle. Although unlikely to see in a lobby like this, it's just you don't expect it to happen in a lobby like this. It's always on your back of your mind where if you're in the middle of the field, there's 6 or 7 cars surrounding you. You have to be that extra bit more careful, and it can also just stunt your momentum as well. Coming out of the first corner, if you've got 4 or 5 cars that are blocking the corner in front of you, you're basically going at their pace for a bit too. So definitely starting towards the top of the field, always favourable. If not at the top of the field, then I'm someone that says starting at the back isn't the end of the world, especially in a 12-hour race. It means you can take the race at your own pace for a little bit and then climb through the field once it's split up a little bit more. So it'll be interesting to see how teams manage the traffic today.
Yeah, it's like you say, Tim, starting at the head of the field, especially at obviously Circuit of the Americas, big long run down into turn one, uphill into a hairpin. Look all the way down into P15 before you find those guys. So early BMW dominance, although the number one car just not having the pace yesterday, unfortunately. The Italian job back to the top of the table as well in P3 at the moment, and then a couple of Ferraris mixed in, a couple of Porsches as well, and then the sole Lamborghini towards the front. Unfortunately, no McLarens were picked for the championship, so no 720S Evos in this one either, but excited to see what they can do if anybody does, of course, pick them in the future for endurance races. But of course, just under 3 minutes before the formation lap will begin here at Cota. Grandstands are packed. 400,000 attendance is the limit at Cota. Very big complex. Of course, America doesn't do things by halves. It's a very big complex, like all of their super stadiums, you know, the Daytona, Talladega, all the NASCAR calendars are, you know, absolutely massive. Not so long ago, of course, Indianapolis in the real world. But if you are wondering what these guys are fighting for and what has brought them all here today, it is, of course, a cash prized championship with first place, second place, and third place all getting a slice of the cash, with first place taking away 5,000 euros at the end of the championship. Second place will net themselves 2,500 euros, and third place will pick up 1,000 euros. And alongside the cash prizes, we do also award a non-cash prize to first to fifth place, with first place taking a 1,400 euro voucher for Moser. Second place gets a 1,200 euro voucher for Noble Chairs. Third place gets a 1,000 euro voucher for Next Level Racing products. Fourth place will pick up 800 euros voucher for Glorious products, and fifth place will pick up 600 euros for a voucher from Ducky. And this is all, of course, brought to you via caseking.de. course, the wheelbase and the Formula style wheel as well. It looks very, very good indeed. And I didn't know until a while ago, but they did begin their company with stabilizer cameras and gimbals before breaking out into the world of sim racing. So, of course, be sure to check them out. And alongside motor racing, of course, many other partners making this possible. Of course, Low Fuel Motorsport needs no introduction. I'm sure everybody at home knows exactly who they are. Leanne Lee Industrial Co., founded in 1983, one of the largest and most respected family-owned and ran designer in manufacturing of high-quality PC cases and accessories. CaseKing.de, formed in 2002 as an online shop, has since become one of the most successful online providers of computing hardware. Head on over to CaseKing.de, or alternatively, their British partner company, overclockers.co.uk. Motor Racing, of course, we've just touched on them, seen their wonderful products as we begin to get ready for the grid now. Of course, BMW on the pole with the SOP Esports Racing. Big lineup in that car for today. West Competition Racing, again in second place. So BMW front row lockout, Mark Toll in that one. The Italian job, we saw these guys very early on. One of the only Honda picks in the field as well. Makes them a bit of a unique choice for everyone. Team Shazoo GT Omega, a little bit of a bad run so far in the championship, but very surprising pace for those guys. Then we've got the Ren Velten car, of course, iconic livery with the orange and the aqua colours. Full German lineup in that Ferrari today. Then K. Kramer Esports with, of course, Bischoff and Gamble at the wheel. Two-man team over 12 hours, 6 hours apiece. It's going to be a tricky one for them. And same in this car as well. Grantas Caracas and George Boothby. So a little bit of a Porsche tandem there. Then we see Yas Heat just behind those guys. Of course, Barrier, Foch and Innestroja in the 296 Ferrari. Then we see the Jean Alesi team with Minar, Papin, Fidele and Hutchinson in the Lamborghini Evo 2. Another Ferrari, this time with the Low Fuel Motorsports car, looking fabulous in their new livery on that one. And then we see Williams, Audi R8 Evo, Sim RC Endurance, Aston Martin there with a full German lineup on that one. And then we see the Williams of Fiala, Wojna, Rodriguez and Charlie Crossland in the number 5. We've then got the Prime E-Racing car, again, another all-German lineup in the first of the Mercedes on the grid, and then the next Mercedes on the grid of Xenon Sim Racing with their livery provided by Schumi Skins, looking very good indeed on that one. And then West Competition Racing, these are your P2 in the championship standings at the moment. Keep your eye on this one, of course, BMW with the lockout, but the next one down in P15. Unicorns of Love, X-Pulse Sim Sport. Still want that split livery, guys, if you're listening. Get it done, please. Armamentario. No, sorry, that's not Armamentario. Spaghetti Racing or Armamentario? Not sure on that one. That's a strange one. And then we've got...
Spaghetti Racing.
Yeah, one of the Astons on the 222. I think the overlay has slightly desynced itself. We've then got Burst Esport in... Oh, yeah. I'm so confused right now. This Burst Esport in the Porsche. That is right, indeed, on that one. And then we've got the Creme de la Course, of course, the Jardia kind of community team as such with Harley Chamberlain and Bergkamp in that one. And then Pulse Sim Sport, these guys finished very good at round 1, although all the way down in P21 at the moment. Keep your eye on them for some progression. Next, the Audi R8s with the TSR Esports car, full German lineup there. Normally quite a strong fielding from them. And then the first of the Azatec Visceral Esports cars as well with Levesque at the wheel of that one. F1 memes in the Ferrari 296 with Polyakov at the wheel at the moment, starting that car. Then we see a little bit of ghosting with the Yeet Esport, the Petrol Brothers car in the number 26 Mercedes, and then we should see the Yeet Esports car we do of Stefan Hilpert, another BMW way out of contention there, so they might be able to make up some positions. And then we see the Absolute Motorsport Acelith Sim Racing Mercedes, the number 88. RCI Esports Pink with Verstappen at the wheel, Daly, Grady and Martin Lawrence in that lineup. So excited to see how much they can progress. SG Stern, normally they find their way towards the front through clean racing and just managing it at their own pace. Keep your eye on that car. And then another of the low fuel motorsport cars towards the back of the grid in the number 256. We then have the Magical Mirai car. This is a kind of new livery we've not seen before from the Porsche Spinala team, so good to see they've finally got a livery on the car. And that rounds out your starting grid for today as we now begin our way towards the line. The Circuit of the Americas, the Virtual Endurance Masters Round 4 is about to get underway. Wait for the green flag to go. It's a very long hold here. Cars still 2x2, and it drops. The green flag waves from the right-hand side of your screen. SOP Esports at the helm of the grid, of course, gets the inside line into turn one. Marco Jonkers is going to have to go the long way around the outside, and he just about manages to fend off the Italian job Honda NSX. But side by side for Ren Velton and K Kramer Racing, they've managed to split the Porsche duo up of Veloce from the rear wing here of Tim Peichmann through the switchback section. We talked about it earlier, Tim. It's very hard to go side by side, and everybody in the back of the picture looks to be in single file already. And just one warning, a couple of warnings on the left-hand side. Sorry, K Kramer Racing, Armamentari, and Burst Esports. A little bit of contact between those guys. But looking at the track map so far, Tim, it's all looking a relatively clean start.
Well, we won't speak too early. We know how the commentator's curse can strike in moments like this. But yeah, like you said, they're all cars mostly filtering into a single file through the curves. Then they went back into that neck and neck racing towards the end here. You've got the low fuel motorsport car trying to defend against Xenon Racing. Xenon Racing towards the inside there, but not quite able to pull through. And low fuel motorsports will hold on to that position. Yas Heat car didn't get too swallowed up in the mix, was fighting off the Williams team, who have climbed up the order a little bit. They're currently running in P8. You can see Williams now hanging on the inside, though. There's John Lace team also in this fight. Williams going for a move here on the Yas Heat car. Down towards the inside they go, and with enough momentum, that will be a position for the Williams Esports team. Charlie Crossland promoting that team up into 8th. What a start for Williams Esports. That's 4 positions gained already, John.
Yeah, absolutely mega start from the Williams Esports team. And let's have a look now at the glorious instant replay. Here we see the West competition car down into the bottom of the turn, and commentator's curse indeed struck the LFM car turn. Creme de la course caught up in that one as well. So stewards are going to be busy from the off. Down in turn 12, that incident unfolded, so we'll try and bring you an update when we do see it. But a mega start from Charlie Crossland up into P9 already for the Williams team, so he'll be very happy with that one. And RCI Esports looks to have gained about 8 places or so as well. They're all the way up in P20 now from their starting position. So some early gainers, a lot of fastest lap popping up at the top of your screen, but ignore that for the first few laps while we get settled in and everybody kind of finds their feet there. Grantas Caracas with a little sniff to the inside of the Ren Velton car. Maybe next time the Easter egg features once again on the new cars. It's always good to see what's hiding under the rear spoilers of some of these obviously produced liveries from the teams. There's always a little Easter egg somewhere on the Ren Velton car, and it's normally tucked under the rear wing. But the fight looking quite close here at the front already. SOP Esports peeling away slightly, just about a second to the good or so, and then West Competition Racing just behind them as well. And then that brings with them this train of cars headed by the Italian job NSX, K Kramer Racing, Ren Velton, Veloce, before we see the next kind of batch of cars. Everybody's in their own little pack at the moment, but still, Tim, look into the circuit map. It doesn't look, despite the incident, it doesn't look like anybody has kind of broken away from the main kind of complexity of the field. Everybody's still relatively tightly packed there. So it's an incident, but not what we would call a major one here.
No, absolutely. And we alluded at the beginning of the race, there is potential for an incident like that to unfold just because of how many cars are in that close proximity to each other. Charlie Crossland yet again going for another overtake here, looks towards the Lemra Motorsport team this time round, down towards the inside again, and that'll be another position gained for the Williams Esports team. Looks like Yas Heat also following through with the Ferrari, but Lemra Motorsport able to hold on to that 8th place position, just tucks themselves back into the order before they're swallowed up by the Yas Heat team as well. But yeah, John, like we said, there is potential for a big accident to unfold, but with the level of driving you expect from these drivers, it reduces how bad those accidents can actually be. And like you said, all cars still bunched up very well. A good opportunity though for a lot of teams to gain a good couple of positions. We've already said the Williams Esports guys up 5 places from where they started. They're definitely heading in the right direction for them. I'm also looking at the RCI Motorsport car, currently running that 21st place. I was talking to Martin Lawrence yesterday about how they found the qualifying session, that they didn't seem too comfortable with it, honestly, John. It stressed them out quite a lot. They felt like they couldn't get the most out of the car. But Verstappen behind the wheel of that RCI car now does look to be pulling them back in the right direction, up into P21. You can see them now lurking behind this fight for P19. Pulse Simsport, Burst Esport, neck and neck with each other, and with that, Tavina Hacker ends up coming out on top. The Pulse Simsport car up into P19. But yeah, John, I think it's been a great start for a lot of drivers here today. We've seen a lot of positions gained just at the beginning, and overall, a fairly clean start for what we could have expected at Cota.
Yeah, I would say definitely a very clean start indeed. Of course, with the turn one here, as we see a little bit of a lean on there with the F1 memes racing team. They have to shortcut the turn, and then the Petrol Brothers Mercedes does go through. So stewards maybe having a look at that one to see what happened there. Polyakov down into P23 now, and he leaves himself exposed a little bit to the Visceral Esports team. But Polyakov fired up, wants that position back to the inside. They go side by side, coming onto the main straight out of turn 11. The Mercedes on the outside does appear to just about have the legs on the Ferrari. The Ferrari, of course, with a lot of turbo lag, and the Mercedes with that NAV8 engine. We now delve on board with the Moser Racing cockpit cam, riding on board here with Polyakov. Petrol Brothers, of course, dives to the inside to cover off the move. Can he brought up in time? He does. Parks it very nicely on the apex. Polyakov caught out a little bit by that one. No move to be had down into turn 12, but fantastic fighting already from these two, and this kind of middle section's a bit of a no-go zone in passing. It's very tricky to make a move stick on your opponent, and the Italian job car now, Tim, looks very racy towards the back of Mark Toll in the West Competition Racing, number 33. He's going to have to watch his mirrors to make sure that NSX doesn't make a move, and behind him he's got the K. Kramer Racing esports car, so if he lets the Italian job car through, chances are you're probably going to see Bischoff follow him through as well.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a train forming at the front of the grid here. The Italian job, it's great to see them back at the top of the field fighting on that podium. Of course, the last time we saw them up here was after they qualified all the way back at Watkins Glen beginning of the season. So maybe a fan of the new American tracks are the Italian job team, but good to see them back on that podium fight at the moment. Valentin Barrier for Yas Heat Esports, currently running in P9. They've lost a position since the beginning of the race. Not one of the teams that enjoyed a couple of positions in their favour, but you can now see from the bonnet the car just ahead of them in P8. Valentin Barrier, known as a prominent attacker in the sim racing community, will be looking for a way through the number 21, the number 211 as quickly as possible. So keep your eyes peeled on this fight. It won't be long before Yas Heat gets his footing again and is able to climb back up through the order. With all the action, we've not had a moment yet, John, to give a big warm welcome to everyone in the chat that is joining us for today's race. We always enjoy the chats coming through as we go on. Do let us know who your favourite teams are, who you're rooting for throughout today's race as well. We've seen a couple of people talking in chat already. Crashnet came in, said hello, so did the Visceral Esports team with the live timing, and Tim Lunn also came in saying good luck to the comms and broadcast team. Thank you, Tim. They'll be joining us later on with the broadcast and doing some commentary as well alongside it, so come and join again later if you'd like to have a chat with Tim Lunn over there. But Yas Heat Esports, they're back up into that P8 position, but not without a bit of contact, John.
Yeah, say Team Shazoo not rolling over just because they see Valentin Barrier's name and Yas Heat in their mirrors. They're not giving up the position at all. And let's see a glorious instant replay here down into what is turn 12. A move for SG Sterner. A bit of a late dive and a nose on the inside. The 88 not quite expecting it, and great avoidance from everybody following, of course, using the extra tarmac here at Cota. And it's a little bit of a toss-up, isn't it, with these newer circuits with all this extra tarmac. Do we like it? Do we not? I mean, in terms of accident avoidance, it does make it a lot easier. You know, you're not finding your way around a car to then park yourself in the gravel. And we see a move here now on Bischoff on the Italian job team up the inside of turn 1. Bischoff, a little bit of a hip and shoulder check on the exit of the turn. That allows Veloce alongside through turn 2. Then we now have the switchback nature of the S-Bends, and I think Veloce's called it very wisely indeed and thinks, you know what, we're going to kind of let you go, the Italian job, and we'll have another crack at you later on. But race like a gentleman across the rear wing. I'm not sure the shoulder check was too gentlemanly from Marco Bischoff, but we'll have to keep an eye on the steward's chat to see what's going on with that one. But the Italian job looked very good at the start, although the Porsches look like they're coming alive in the middle of the stint. And the Porsche is always a really weird platform, Tim. It's one of those where, of course, the engine's over the rear, the fuel tank's in the front. So over the course of the stint, the balance changes, and Grantas Caracas now to the inside of the Italian job car. Can they get the drive off the corner that they need to get themselves back alongside? Of course, the NSX tucking in behind, trying to make use of the slipstream. Doesn't want to come under fire, of course, from Ren Velton, lurking in the background as well. Italian job car to the right-hand side of your screen. Veloce on the inside. The next turn, of course, being turn 12, goes towards the left, and Caracas is through on that one as well, using the Porsche traction to get himself fired alongside down the straight. But, of course, the Porsche with the fuel tank in the front, it's a bit of a weirdly balanced car sometimes. When the fuel burns off, of course, the balance and the rake changes ever so slightly. So you might find the Porsche struggling at the beginning, but halfway through towards the end of the stint, it might really start to come alive. And that's, of course, when you'll see them making up places. And it's taken them 10 minutes, but it seems like the Porsches are now switched on and making moves as well. So we've got SOP Esports at the top, West Competition Racing in P2, K Kramer Esports in P3, and Veloce in P4. So BMW and Porsche looking very strong at the front, but can Porsche overcome the other German manufacturer, that of course being BMW? And Marco Bischoff now fastest lap of the race, so he's certainly got some pace in him, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. The Porsche is looking really good today. You've got that twisty-turny corner section in the Sector 1 where the Porsche can really excel, and that's where we've seen them overtaking the Italian job car 2. I mean, what a beautiful move that was from Grassi Caracas with the Veloce team. Went down to the inside a little bit later on the brakes and then carried that momentum up through the corner, able to overtake the Italian job team no problem. And it's a similar situation to what we saw in round 1, John, all the way back at Watkins Glen, where Italian job, they got that amazing qualifying lap in, started right at the front of the field, but then just started to get swallowed up in the early stages of the race, almost on a backwards train before managing to pick up that pace yet again. So hopefully will not be a full repeat of that today. The Italian job will be looking to find their footing maybe a bit quicker, although losing out to a couple of Porsches earlier on in this stint. You're now watching on board of the Kramer Racing Esports team. They're currently chasing down the West Competition Racing number 33 ahead of them, and Marco Bischoff here. Don't be surprised if they look for a move. The problem is, John, as you've mentioned it already, that Porsche not notoriously known for its straight line speed, so will not be looking for a move going into turn 1, but now is where that Porsche really starts to excel as we get into the corner section. That wasn't turn 1, I completely lied there, by the way. That was one of the earlier turns on in the track along the long straight that's in Sector 2. But now we're coming into the corners. And like I said, this is where the Porsche excels. Kramer Racing Esports down towards the inside. We'll have the disadvantage on the outside for the next corner. And that opens the door for the Veloce team to maybe look for a move as well. Coming into the mix, you can see Caracas there look for a bit of a move. Wasn't able to get it past the Kramer Racing Esports team. For now, West Competition Racing holds on, although going a bit wide on that corner. That completely opens the door for both the Porsches. The Kramer team already through. Veloce now going down the inside as well. And as we now go onto the start-finish straight, West Competition Racing getting swallowed up. Even the Italian job Honda looks like they may be making moves towards the end. Veloce, though, doesn't have that top speed quite yet, getting slightly swallowed up by the BMW's pace in a straight line, but able to hold on to the inside of the first corner. Maybe enough for Grassi Caracas to hold on to that final podium spot. Still neck and neck, though, with that BMW coming through the first sector of corners. And with that, it means the Veloce team up into P3, Kramer Racing Esports up into P2, but the Italian job not quite able to get past West Competition Racing. It looks like the number 33 there, John, just got swallowed up.
Yeah, 33 going absolutely backwards in a short section of corners there. Toll all the way down into P4 now for the West Competition Racing team. So BMW's split now by Porsche, and it's not going to be an easy one to defend if the Porsches, of course, do catch the SOP Esports car at the front. 2.5 seconds to the good at the moment, although with the fastest lap of the race to his name, of course, Mavix is going to be one of those guys that's kind of very crucial indeed. And an accident here for the Jean Lacey Esports car. Philip Minard at the wheel. Let's go to a glorious instant replay. Let's see what happened here on that one, coming down into the hairpin before the straight. A little tap behind from Xenon Racing sent them round and then clattered into the door of them as they got turned as well. So Minard losing out big time there, all the way down into P21. We'll keep an eye for any stewards report on that one as well. And now the Italian job is about to get swallowed up once again. We keep saying it, Tim. Ren Velton now wants to have a crack at them, and with them comes the Williams Esports car and Yas Heat as well. So 3 really big names all behind the Italian job. They've got a really big ask on their hands in this current stint they're in.
Yeah, absolutely. Eric Eric Delfant there, doing a good job at defending for now, but like you said, starting to get a bit swallowed up by the Ren Welton team. Tim Peichmann currently behind the wheel. They started in P5, currently find themselves in P6, would like to get back to that original position very, very soon. Coming along the straight now, though, will there be an opportunity perhaps at the end here, going into what is actually turn one, John Dalton? But it looks like, again, the Honda just able to hold its own in a straight line there. You saw the Williams eSports car. They ducked towards the inside, maybe considered for a second going for a bit of a dive down into turn one. Charlie Crossan maybe getting a bit frustrated with the traffic that's been ahead of them. We mentioned that that Williams eSports team, you expect to see them at the front of the field. I mean, they didn't start at the front of the field. All the way down in P12 was the Williams eSports guys. They have found their way all the way up to P7 for now, but you know what Charlie Crossan is like. There's someone that wants to be running towards the front of the field, will want to be clearing this train as quickly as possible. And we mentioned it a couple of times already, but the train very much still all together, not too big gaps at the beginning of this race. And now you can see the positions that have been gained on the left hand side of your screen, who's gained the most, who's lost the most as well. And again, looking at the Homer Sim Racing team, they've gained 7 positions. Unicorns of Love going up 6. Williams Esports have gained 5. And then take a look all the way down towards P19, where the RCI Motorsport team has gained 9 positions since the beginning of this race, with Shepard behind the wheel of that car at the moment. It's going to be enjoying how the first couple of minutes has gone so far. And a couple of big losses across the field. The John Lacey Esports team, John, we saw them start in 9th place. We mentioned that Lambo looking a bit out of place to where they'd want to be in P9. Now looking very out of place, down in P21. I'm sure the John Lacey not going to be happy with how the start of the race went for them. Of course, getting caught up in that initial incident at the end of Sector 1. Definitely not how they wanted the beginning of the race to go.
No, could have had better starts. Of course, the Jean Lacey team, you normally see them again in the kind of top 10 battling at the front of the field. And big ask now from those guys down in P21. They got a big amount of positions to try and gain back to where they started. And it's going to be a hard ask for them and a hard afternoon now in that Lamborghini. Although it's better to have it, of course, at the start of the race, a little bit of the lady luck, should we say, to take some positions away, and then of course later on in the race you can gain them back. Still 11 hours and 42 minutes on the clock, just over, albeit a few seconds. And what you don't want to do is, of course, get towards the end of the race, say 2 minutes to go, you get turned around and you lose a bucket load of positions, because in 2 minutes you're not going to be making up an awful lot. But with some good strategy calls and some good racing, I reckon they can certainly make their way forward. And it's interesting you talk, Tim, about the amount of positions gained. Of course, in the Virtual Endurance Masters, teams can net themselves a bonus €100 for their prize pool per race for making up the most positions overall. And rounds 1 and 2, BF Racing took both of the honours. Round 1 they made up a whopping 20 positions, and then round 2 they made up 23 positions. But unfortunately, I don't have the data for round 3 at the moment. But 23 positions in an afternoon is that's a lot of positions and a lot of overtakes, and it's some very smart racing. Of course, in endurance racing, we say it time and time again, you've really got to pick your fights. You know, Eric Delfante at the moment, prime example in the 179. He's not letting people pass, but he's certainly giving it a little bit harder, and now making up a position on Mark Toll, and that allows the Ren Velton Esports Ferrari through as well, almost, although side by side now becomes the switchback nature. Mark Toll's managed to fend him off for turns 12 and 13, and now down into the end of Sector 3. This is, of course, the tightening part of turn 15 before heading round the swoop of 16. And Mark Toll, unfortunately, has lost another 2 positions in the West Competition Racing car. They're not having a wonderful afternoon either, but they're losing positions, but they haven't been turned around or involved in an incident at the moment. So it's good to see, as we see a glorious instant replay here of the Pulse Sim Sport car coming out of turn 15 towards 16. Not sure what we're going to be seeing here. Looks all relatively calm. All cars fairly well spaced apart as they round through there. Not sure what that one was showing at all. But here we are as Charlie Crossland is now glued to the back of the Yas Valentin barrier car, looking to try and make a move into turn one. Yas to the inside on the defensive, of course, is going to try and park it on the apex, although outbreaks himself, runs himself wide. Charlie Crossland goes for the up and under, the old switcheroo. Into turn two, he goes around the outside of Yas and he's managed to do it. The Williams Esports car to P7, Yas back down to P8, albeit with a little bit of contact, but I think Valentin Barrier just outbraked himself into turn one, trying to mount the defense on the Williams Audi R8 Evo 2 and just didn't quite manage to secure it. And the old up and under says thank you very much. Charlie Crossland will have that P7 back. He can now set his sights on to the West Competition racing car ahead. And speaking to Charlie just last week about the Audi R8 in the 1.9 update, even with the kind of max wing setting you can give it, it still is essentially the most minimum wing of any GT3 car in the game. So it's very hard to generate aero grip, as we see a race control incident popping up here. Stewart's decision for the 76 and the number 1, lap 1, turn 12, causing a collision. No further action on that one. So Stewart's thinking both drivers may be at fault there, or a typical racing incident at play, and neither needs to be punished. Of course, a full team of live stewards across the 12 hours, again with the broadcasting team as well. We do have a broadcast in English, German, and I believe Spanish. So if English isn't your native tongue, then of course you can have a look there. Just noticed in that replay, actually, the Team Shazoo GT car got turned around in turn 1. And then the Pulse Simsport car comes back at them through turn 12. Again, a little bit of a contact and a little bit of a rub allows them through. It's a very chaotic race at the moment. Cars turning around left, right, and centre. But yeah, Lemra Motorsport, which is of course the Team Shazoo car, all the way down in P16. As Valentin Barrier with a moment there, running very wide through the last sector. And now, Tim, here we go. We said it earlier on. Mabix is all the way behind the SOP Esports car. Look, nearly into turn 1, nearly a collision there as they headed into the braking zone. But the Porsche to the inside, Symphony of Pistons to the outside. That's going to allow Veloce as well to close the gap on them side by side down the hill now through turn 2. Marco Bischoff to the inside. Marco Bischoff to the race lead. Tim, we knew it was going to come. The lead wasn't safe forever. 2.5 seconds made up in a matter of 2 to 3 laps, and of course bringing with him Grantas Caracas in the Veloce Porsche as well. So Symphony of Pistons now going to find themselves slightly down the order on that one.
The Porsches have just activated at this early stage in the race. You saw Kramer Racing Esports now taking the lead there. Already, Grant Caracas behind the wheel of that Veloce car, looking to try and follow through as well. It just feels like the BMWs maybe not performing as well as the Porsches in this early stage of the race. Both of the BMWs starting at the front, the West Competition Racing and the SOP Sports Racing team going in a backwards direction for now. But Symphony of Pistons, they did have a fairly decent start, John. They pulled a little bit of a gap at the beginning when it was the West Competition Racing team and the Italian job holding the line behind them, but now just having got up to being caught up by the Porsches, and with that you can see the Veloce car also going for a nice clean move down the inside. West Competition Racing gets swallowed up by the Williams Esports team as well there, and will lose that another position. So the Porsche is looking very, very powerful in the early stages of the race. Veloce now going into that P2 position, just behind the Kramer Racing Esports team. And the goal for Symphony of Pistons now is not to let them get too far ahead. And it's between the 179, which is the Italian job, and the Kramer Racing Esports team, the 977. That was in lap 5, turn 1. It's now under investigation. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for a steward decision there, John. But we're what, 24 minutes into this race, and now we're starting to see some overtakes happen across the field. It's been an action-packed first couple of minutes, and even now you can see the Yashe Esports car really trying to look for a way through the West Competition Racing. Number 33, that BMW, again under pressure. Mark Toll at this point just trying to hold on to these positions. Started in P2, fallen now down into P7, and Yashe goes for a move down the inside of turn 1 there. They're going to be neck and neck coming back into the right hand of turn 2. Luckily for the West Competition Racing team, they will have the advantage of being in front there and will retain that 7th place position. But Mark Toll, John, under so much pressure in this early stage of the race right now.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier, didn't we, Tim, about kind of choosing your fights, and it's going to be a very long afternoon. And I think Mark Tull is doing just that. He's choosing where to fight, how to fight, and he's not rolling over and letting people through, but he is certainly making it tricky for them. And of course, the Williams Esports car just passed ahead, and the Yas Heat car now looking to try the same thing. BMW, although a good pace over maybe a one lap or a couple of laps in qualifying, not so good once you pile it with fuel and try and put it through an hour's stint at the Circuit of Americas. So BMW looking like they're struggling a little bit, and just want to touch on a few stewards' decisions that haven't made it to our screens. Niels Steinbrenner and Sebastian Apostle, you remember, lap 1, turn 12, all the way down in the hairpin where we are now. Penalty for the number 1 West Competition Racing, a 20-second time penalty to be served at the next pit stop for them. We then have a steward's decision again on another big incident here with Salvatore Ferrandino in the number 88 and Maximilian Prahl in the 199. That's the SG Stern car we saw get a nose up the inside of the 88 earlier on and turn it around again in turn 12. SG Stern will pick up a 15-second time penalty to be served at their next pit stop as well. And just coming in now, we've got a report between the 121 and the 52 forcing another car off the track. No further decision on that one either, so no further action needed as we flick to a glorious instant replay. This is Mark Toll, of course, coming under fire from the Yas Heat Valentin barrier. A little bit of a rub through turn 15 into the swooper of 16. I don't know how stewards are going to feel that one, but it seems like everybody just wants to pinch each other on corner exit. We've seen a good, I'd say, 7 or 8 moves I can recount in my head where the car's been kind of forced over the curbing onto the speed humps or just been made really awkward for their corner exit, thus losing out of position. But Mark Toll fighting very sensibly indeed. As Sebastian Apostle makes up a position, I believe, on the Prime E Racing car for P13. He's going to want to try and get as much ground as he can gain. Of course, with the 20 seconds hanging over his head, it's not a great start again to the afternoon for the West Competition Racing guys, but hopefully they can flip that on its head and turn it around. Of course, some very big talent in their number 1 car, Sebastian Apostle, Gert Fischer and Victor Nikolai. 3, very big names, no stranger to working together to get a job done. So fingers crossed their afternoon will get slightly better as Polyakov gives a little bit of a hip and shoulder check to the RCI car, and this allows the John Lacey Esports Lamborghini Evo 2 all the way around the outside, the long way he is going to have to go. Philip Menard gets blocked off by Christoph Verstrapen down into turn 11. It's nearly 3 wide as they go in, and Menard thinks maybe I'm not getting involved in this one. I know how this can end, and it's not pretty as the F1 memes car keeps the place for the RCI car just behind in the shadow, getting the massive tow down this very long straight to turn 12. F1 memes to the inside to try and block off the apex. Polyakov defensive on Verstrapen. Verstrapen draws alongside. He's going to have to go the long way around. Can he do it? Polyakov parks it nicely on the apex, uses all of the track. Verstrapen nearly over the curb, and he's getting squeezed up to the next turn of turn 13. Chops his nose off. That's going to give him a poor run through 14 and towards 15. Could this draw the Lamborghini back into contention? And a car spun around ahead. Maximilian Schwanker in the number 77 Prime E Racing, losing buckets of positions here. What's happened here, Tim, as we go to a glorious replay?
Well, it looks like the car here has just been caught from the rear. Yeah, you can see the 121. They're catching the rear of the number 77. With that, Marco Schwanker looks to return to the pits at the end of the replay as well. Maximilian Schwanker, sorry, that's Prime E Racing that you see returning to the pit lane there. An unfortunate end to that part of the race for them. We'll see whether they decide to come out the pits and continue later on. But for now, back to the fight. The RCI car down towards the inside of turn 1 here. The F1 Memes Racing team on the outside. What can Verstappen do behind the wheel of this RCI car? Just completely cutting off any form of exit for Polyakov there. Verstappen able to retain that position, gets back up into P18. We'll be happy with how that one has turned out. Polyakov and the F1 Memes team falling down into P19 there, and the Jean Lacey Esports team just had to sit this one out. John didn't want to get too involved. We saw them duck out at the beginning of the fight, and with that, they've just backed off the instant between car 211. And oh no, an incident happening on track right now. The F1 Memes Racing team caught the rear of the RCI car there. And with that, Verstappen will have to rejoin the track. Let's have a glorious replay just to watch this again from the rear angle of the RCI car. And yeah, you can see just bit of a lunge from the F1 memes team there, maybe a bit late on the brakes than they were expecting to be. Catches the rear of the RCI car, and Christopher Shepard now rejoining the track, but absolutely not where they want to be, much further down the order than they were a couple of seconds ago. It's a shame, John, because that RCI car was gaining a lot of positions, and now Pulse Simsport, they reckon they can get a position up on Team Shazoo. Now goes towards the inside, but that will become the outside for the next corner. Team Shazoo retains that position, but it goes a little bit wide, opening the door yet again for Pulse Simsport to stick their nose back in, cause a little bit of trouble coming through the final sector now, but Team Shazoo, they hold on for another day. They've lost 12 positions in this race already, John, but do manage to retain that P16. Looks like Valek just catching himself now and picking up that pace again. But with that, under pressure from Pulse Simsport, not going to be easy to close that gap to the Armamentario team ahead when you've got another car already trying to pull their way through.
Yeah, it's very tricky indeed, of course, to make up positions. And making up positions, here we go. The Italian job looks to the outside of the Symphony of Pistons car. The BMW going absolutely backwards since the Porsches have got past it as well. Now in the jaws of the NSX, and brings, of course, the Renvelten 296 Ferrari just behind them as well. So Symphony of Pistons going to be looking in their mirrors for the next section of corners. Hopefully it doesn't put Peter Brett off too much. The Irishman at the wheel of the number 100, currently down 2 positions from where they started, of course, on pole position. And just want to touch on the RCI car, of course, getting turned around, losing 12 positions, basically back to where they began the race, all the way down in P28. So Verstappen's has had half an hour of work completely undone by the F1 Memes esports team. So we'll keep an eye on the stewards' decisions to see if we can bring you a penalty update on that one. But all quiet at the moment, no real big decisions, a lot of racing incidents, no further actions, kind of tit for tat, and very fair game indeed from the stewards at the moment. So great to see, because of course we do not want to see much contact in these events. We do expect the highest level of racing to be brought to you in, of course, the paid split, should we say, of this championship. And it's a tricky one, Tim. You know, everybody's really kind of fired up and wants to get a cut of the points and a section of the pie, should we say, that is on the table come the end of the championship. And of course, representing the organizations they do and all the sponsors that come with them as side by side through turn 16. This is a tricky move to be pulling off around the outside, Delfante, but if he can make it stick, of course, it will become the inside for the next 2 turns, and just can't get the NSX alongside enough on that one. Our ACC TV, sorry, picking up a little rub between the two there, indicated, of course, by the orange warning triangles, and a rub from the Renvelten car coming out the last turn. That's going to detriment the run on the Italian job car. If they were trying to size up a move into turn 1, that's certainly been called off by the Renvelten Ferrari as well. And the Italian job having to go defensive now on the 296 Ferrari behind, of course, can't attack the BMW ahead now. So Peter Brett is safe for yet another lap. And just looking in the background, of course, we got Williams and the Yas Heat car coming towards this pack as well. So these guys don't get a move on and get past, they're going to find themselves in a 5-man train very shortly, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. Charlie Crossan has been absolutely powering through the first half an hour of this race. Now you can see the Williams Esports and the Yas Heat team, like you said, John, closing in on this already three-way fight for that final podium spot. Symphony of Pistons Esports Racing still sitting in that P3 position, started this race on pole after a great qualifying performance yesterday, and since have lost a couple of places to the Porsches at the top. I mean, Craven Racing Veloce, they are still just powering on with the speed, and another fight breaking out a bit lower down. The Yas Heat reckons they can get back through the Williams Esports team here. Charlie Crossan under pressure goes towards the outside for the left-hander coming at the end of the straight, but Yas Heat just doesn't have the momentum in the straight line there to keep up with the Williams for now, and with that, looks like they will retain their 6th and 7th position respectively. A little bit of a touch between them, but nothing too offending. But Yas Heat isn't done. They go down towards the inside now, and with that, they push the Williams all the way to the outside. Yas Heat gains a position up into P6. Goes Valentin Barrier, but now they look like they're under pressure yet again. Connection from the two cars, both able to stay facing a straight line. Almost we saw the Yas Heat car there get spun to the left-hand side, but just being corrected there by the Williams Esports car after initial contact, and both the Yas Heat and the Williams will survive the contact there. John, For a second, it looked like the Yassi had lost it, but Williams corrected the mistake before they'd even fully spun the car.
Yeah, I thought that was all over at that point. It was, yeah, a considerable rub between the two guys, and we know how funky ACC collision physics can be. As we're right on board here with the with the guys, and a big armful of opposite lock almost turned himself back into the Ferrari from Charlie Crossland as well. So, it's great to see these guys fighting as hard as they do, although with minimal contact would be much, much better. But of course, with money on the line, it does bring out the kind of inner animal in certain drivers, and it makes them drive harder than they usually would. And Charlie Crossland had no business almost being on the inside in turn 15 by that point. He made a very late lunge indeed and managed to draw the car up in time. And Felix Tatsvina Hacker turned around in turn 1. Let's have a glorious instant replay. The Pulse Sim Sport car here coming into turn 1. Brakes as they normally would. And F1 memes again running up the back of another car. That's the second time in the span of the last 10-15 minutes or so. So stewards are going to be dropping the hammer quite harshly, I think, on the F1 memes racing team. Polyakov at the wheel at the moment is up 4 positions for the number 98, although I feel with a big penalty coming their way to him, that could soon undo all of that. They could soon find themselves down the back of the grid.
Yeah, it's not been an ideal 15 minutes for this F1 memes racing team. Of course, made contact with the rear of the RCI car earlier on in this race, and then again they're spinning out the Pulse Sim Sports team as well. Definitely not the consistency they want at this stage in the race. Maybe a chance for them just to reel it back on the pace a little bit, and the penalties incoming, despite the fact that they've gained 4 positions, like you said, probably not going to be able to retain them at the early stage in the race. But again, John, we've seen a couple of collisions now in this early stage, a couple of teams losing out all the progress they made at the beginning. Well, there's 11 hours and 24 minutes left in this race. So if you think about it from a, well, look at the progress they made in half an hour point of view, what progress can they make in 11 hours and an extra half on top of that? So definitely by no means over is this race. Yeah, Eric Delfant for the Italian job fancies himself alongside the Symphony of Pistons esports racing team here. Look towards the inside, couldn't quite get the momentum to go through, so now goes towards the outside of turn 1. But Ren Welton now coming into the mix, goes down towards the inside, slight contact between them and the Italian job car. But with that, Eric Delfant will be able to hold onto it and stay ahead, although the contact and the pressure from Ren Welton means that they won't be able to do anything with Symphony of Pistons esports racing just yet. Unfortunate there, Eric Delfant looked for the move, but this is the problem, John. When you've got 3 cars racing this closely with each other, if you go for a move, it has to be done almost instantly, because the Italian job, they went to the outside there, and then Ren Welton was like, nah, you know what, this is our chance to shine, we're going to go for this move instead. Completely ruined the Italian job's chances of even thinking about a switchback. So that can be the difficulty of navigating a three-way fight, and I think for now, Eric Delfant, if they want to make that move again, maybe have to look for a way to do it without opening an opportunity for Ren Welton behind.
Yeah, we do always talk about it, don't we? Being the middle car in a train of 3 is one of the worst places you can be. Of course, you've got to essentially attack the guy ahead without allowing the guy behind any kind of gap or movement, as Delfante wiggles the NSX to try and put off the Symphony of Pistons car in the mirror, trying to make the NSX as big as they can. And the NSX definitely has the pace to get past the BMW. Every kind of gap that opens up between the two is soon closed up within the lap. And like you say, the Ren Welton kind of putting their shoe in maybe where it wasn't wanted on the NSX for the old switchback move that we saw Charlie Crossland kind of do in turn 1 not so long ago as well. So definitely potential for the Italian job. I think the Symphony of Pistons guys are doing a great job at the moment fending off this kind of train that's forming behind them, but all the meanwhile it's allowing, of course, the Porsches to escape up the road. Veloce and K Kramer Esports, half a second between those two guys, and then 8 seconds they've opened up to this pack here, and that's exactly what happens. You see in the distance there the purple car shadowed by the red car just going up into turn 1, and Mark Toll, I believe, down another position on the Unicorns of Love car, the Ferrari number 4 of Florian Durkop, currently at the wheel, up 8 positions from where they started, so they are certainly making up some ground, as well as we see Eric Delfante through on the Symphony of Pistons car in turn 1. A flash to the lights from Peter Brett, maybe some dissatisfaction about that move and how it was carried out, and Ren Welton now wants to shoehorn open the door into the S's, and we said it earlier, there's only kind of one line through here. You can't really go side by side, and Tim Peichmann in the Ren Welton car thinking better of it and backing out from the Symphony of Pistons, as we see now an incident between the 77 Prime E Racing and the number 121 Armamentario. Lap 13, turn 16 now under investigation. Let's have a look what happened here. Looked like Symphony of Pistons wanting to turn in, turned out of it, then tried to do the switchback, but couldn't quite do it just because Delfante parked himself so nicely on the apex. It almost blocked him jumping on the throttle so early, and then nearly opened him up to Ren Velton behind. But yeah, plenty of action going on at the moment. K Kramer Esports Racing are your leaders, followed closely by Veloce, and then a big gap back now to the Italian job car. Nearly 9 seconds. Just the last lap, it was 8 seconds. They've already opened up another second on each other. So big ask from the guys chasing down these Porsches. Porsches look like they've got really good race pace today, Tim.
Yeah, the Porsches looked absolutely stunning in the first part of this race, 40 minutes in, and they really started to activate. Around that 15-minute mark, we saw the speed really pick up from them as, again, the Symphony of Pistons team comes under pressure. And Welton Esports down the inside gets that move done and dusted. I'm thinking back to the fight we had last lap with them, John, where the Italian job car came through. I mean, we saw a flash of the light from the Symphony of Pistons racing team. I don't think they can really be too angry with how that all unfolded, to be honest. I mean, just going slowly through the corner and held onto that thought, because an incident involving car number 77, that's Primary Racing, and the 121 Armamentario team. This is the lap 13 turn 16 incident. It's a penalty for Armamentario Racing team. They received 20-second time penalty there for causing a collision. But yeah, going back to what I said, is actually the Williams Esports and the Yas Heat battling it out further down. Yet again, Williams goes towards the outside. Symphony of Pistons get caught up in this argument between the two cars as well, and that will chop up the Yas Heat's momentum that little bit. Although it looks like Williams taking a questionable line through that corner, maybe not just quite catching the apex the way they wanted to there. Falls to the back of this fight. An incident between the 799 and the 98 has now gone under investigation. That is the collision we saw earlier, where F1 memes went into the rear of the RCI Esports car, lap 14, turn 8. But John, taking you all the way back to the overtake from the Italian job, I don't think the Symphony of Pistons can be too bad with how that went. It looks like they just didn't quite catch the corner the way they wanted to. The Italian job capitalizing off that, threw their way through the corner, and then didn't quite park it in the unreasonable spot. Honestly, it was a clean defense from them. They just put the car on the outside there, which ruined the momentum of the Symphony of Pistons team. But there wasn't any harm. There was definitely no foul in that situation. Just a nice clean overtake from the Italian job car there. And with that, Symphony of Pistons still continuing to get swallowed up in this race. The BMW looking so good in qualifying yesterday, John, just doesn't seem like it's quite activated yet in today's race.
No, absolutely not. I mean, BMW, of course, lock out the front row, Symphony of Pistons and the West Competition Racing number 33. Your pole sitter, currently we're watching now in P5, and Mark Toll in the number 33, all the way down in P9. So BMW just really struggling with some pace at the moment. And, of course, Sebastian Apostle in the number 1 car, qualified P15, now finds himself in P13. So not even get 2 positions gained, if that. And that's not normal from the young Romanian driver. Of course, just aged 17 years old. Very big ask for a 17-year-old competing, of course, in the field with such big names on the table as Valentin Barrier. Now shoehorns open the door in the last turn. Symphony of Pistons tried to go defensive, unfortunately couldn't. Over the speed humps on the anti-cut on the outside they go, and that detriments them down to turn 1. This brings Charlie Crossland in the Williams Esports number 5 Audi through as we run on board with the rear wing. We can't see the Symphony of Pistons car yet, but there it is. Charlie Crossland through. Symphony of Pistons trying to do the switchback, but just look at the train of cars. These guys have been fighting for a few laps now, and it's just brought all of these guys back into contention again. You've got Unicorns of Love behind, West Competition Racing, Home of Sim Racing, ACC RL. You've got some really good names there, and Symphony of Pistons just really struggling at the moment. And it's probably going to be more of a mental game for this point at Peter Brett. Of course, he started on pole. He now finds himself down in P7. He's constantly slipping and losing ground. It's not going to be good for the mind, but if you were his team manager, you just have to kind of sit on the radio and think, just keep it clean, keep it together, We've still got over 11 hours to go. We've got we've got some good names in the car coming through later on in the series, of course. We've got Savert, Beisden, Seeley, and Martineau still to cycle through that car. So it could just be that Peter Brett isn't the strongest driver in their lineup, and they just played it safe. They know he's a safe, capable pair of hands to keep the car on the straight and narrow and kind of keep it mixed in with the action without kind of putting themselves in a position of danger. And with the big names behind that, they've already found their way through. I think it's been a very admirable drive from the Symphony of Pistons guys so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we were talking about it at the beginning of this race, John. We said the front row definitely not who we were expecting to see up there, but a very welcome surprise at that. I mean, Symphony of Pistons did such a great job in yesterday's qualifying session. Here is the steward's decision on the incident between the 799 RCIE sports car and the 98 F1 Memes Racing team. That 14 turn 8 is a penalty for the 98 F1 Memes Racing team there, getting 20 seconds for rear-ending the RCI car into a brake zone. We did reckon that would cause a penalty, John, and it looks like it hasn't. Again, is that the same steward's decision coming through? Yes, it looks like it is. It's just a rewritten version of the exact same incident, 20-second time penalty for causing that collision with the RCI car. But yeah, we discussed that, John. We said it was a very high potential for the F1 Memes to pick up that penalty of the RCI car. Of course, they then later made contact, but I believe the Pulse Simsport car as well. So maybe another penalty looming on the horizon there. The F1 Memes Racing team just picking up quite a lot of time in the first part of this race. It's definitely not the ideal start for them as well. And with that, the incident between the number 71 Renwelton eSports car and the 179 Italian job team, lap 17 turn 1, has now gone under investigation as well. So we'll see how that all ends up turning out. But yeah, going back to my original point, John, we saw the Symphony of Pistons guys and West Competition Racing with the front row lockout for the BMWs after a brilliant performance in qualifying yesterday. But we did say when we were talking in the pre-race show, we were mentioning the strength of the teams that were in and just outside that top 10 as well. We said that it's definitely going to be a case of the front runners being massively under pressure from the get-go. And it looks like we predicted it perfectly. As soon as this race started, we saw Veloce grab a bunch of positions. The Williams eSports team has gained a bunch of positions as well. The same can be said about Renwelton, Yassi. All of them really came in at the beginning of this race. So I think it was expected at this point in time. And like you said, if you're the manager right now for the Symphony of Pistons car, you've just got to be on that team radio saying, look, it's okay. I know we started on pole and we've lost a couple of positions, but these are, some of the best drivers behind the wheel right now. Just try and save as many as you can, and we'll look at picking up that pace across the rest of the 11 hours. They've just got to keep that motivation up in the team, because realistically, Symphony of Pistons here, it was just a game of damage control. They knew they weren't probably going to be able to hold on to that lead for the entire race. They've just got to not let up as many positions as possible. And it's an impressive performance from them. You mentioned, look at that train that they have managed to form. I mean, these are some scary team names that are lining up behind the Symphony of Pistons racing car right now. You've got Unicorns of Love in there, West Competition Racing still in the mix. The ACCRL car and Xenon Racing heading up the back of that field too. Like, there are a lot of team names there where you're thinking, okay, now Symphony of Pistons are in their element. They have the opportunity to hold on to the final amount of positions that they've got left to lose. And again, John, we keep echoing this. 11 hours left in this race. We're not even a tenth of the way through Cota right now. There is time for that team to get back towards the top end of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's, absolutely plenty of time still to come back. Over 11 hours to go. It's a long afternoon coming in and a long evening, in fact, of course, taking us all the way to what is essentially midnight, 1 o'clock in the UK for me and you, Tim. So very long afternoon ahead, both for everybody, drivers, broadcasters, stewards, absolutely everybody. And of course, everybody at home, we do appreciate your support, whether you're watching along, listening, or just dipping in and out of the race as it goes on. Welcome in. This is what we love to do in our spare time, and that is, of course, sim racing. Just want to touch on the point where we saw the double steward's decision from the RCI F1 memes incident. Just reading through the steward's ticker, Essentially, the first report that went through was a 20-second time penalty for rear-ending in a braking zone. The next report that then went through after it was a 20-second penalty for causing a collision. So
So they're
I'm wondering,
separate.
are they two separate tickets? Will this be a 40-second penalty alone for the RCI incident? And then you've, of course, got the Pulse Imsport incident now under investigation as well. So the F1 memes team could be going very far down the field indeed, Tim.
Oh, that is really, if that has been marked as two separate incidents, that is definitely an unfortunate situation for the F1 memes team because, like you said, there's a Pulse Sim Sport penalty possibly looming on the horizon as well. And if that's another 20 seconds, and that's a minute that they're going to spend stationary in the pits at their next pit stop as well. The Williams, not the Williams Esports team, sorry, the Unicorns of Love and the Symphony of Pistons team battling out now on the track. Unicorns of Love went down round the outside, and with that they will gain yet another position. Symphony Pistons falling back into 8th place on the field right now, coming under pressure from West Competition Racing, which is where we saw them start at the beginning of this race. A couple of early pit stops coming through now. John Lacey Esports team has entered the pit alongside the F1 memes team as well. So watch the F1 memes team. They're going to be stationary for at least 20 seconds, possibly 40, John, if you are correct in saying that those have been two separate incidents as well. So we'll just keep an eye on them to see how long they are stationary in the pit lane for here. And I know you were talking in chat earlier, John, about the format of these races and when teams are likely to pit. Well, the max stint time for each driver is 65 minutes. After that, they have to come into the pit lane and then they can stay in the car or they can get out and switch a teammate in. During that time, you'll expect to see tyre changes on these cars, put on a fresh set of tyres so that they can get back up to pace in them. They'll also refuel the cars as well to make the next hour-long stint. Teams in this championship consist of 2 to 4 drivers across the field. Those teams with 4 drivers will have much more time to switch out different people's rosters. Of course, they'll have the 4 drivers doing probably 2 to 3 hours across this race. Whereas teams with 2 drivers will be doing 6 hours each to keep an eye on who's been on the car for that amount of time. And further down the field, this is now a battle for P21. It looks like happening just behind that. You can see the Never Lift Extreme Racing team trying to gain a position. TSR Esports there holding on to P22, and Low Fuel Motorsports ahead of this train. You can see it go all the way down to the RCI Motorsport car in P26 at the back of it as well. Battles happening up and down the field, John. It's been an action-packed first hour of this race. And I imagine we've got way more to come as there's still huge trains across the field getting into the pit window.
Yeah, still plenty of fights up and down the field. Of course, we've got a few early stoppers, like we noticed with the Jean Lacey and the F1 memes car. Just want to touch on the F1 memes car again. Penalty is yet to be actually handed out in game, so it's only via a steward's ticker at the moment. So maybe coming in early to try and negate the time loss at the moment, so they can take it later on if they know that it's coming. Of course, you want to try and get your first stop out of the way as quickly as you can. And it's not going to be a very good time indeed for them. Long afternoon ahead as well. Just want to touch on the number 77 Prime E racing car, of course, all the way at the back of the grid. We tried to figure it out, and we have done. The incident where they got turned around in turn 15, where we are now, just coming up to the hairpin left-hander, where they rejoined via the grass, the game detected it as a cut and disqualified them, which is why they are now at the back of the field and many laps out of contention. So they've got a long afternoon ahead of them. 3 laps to the good. Next car positioned ahead on lap 24, beginning Primary Racing on lap 20. So big chunk of time lost there. So big ask for those guys from this afternoon. A couple of penalties on the board in the game. The number 222 in P10 Homer Sim Racing, they've got 20 seconds to their name. Sebastian Apostle in the West Competition number 1 car in P15, he's got 20 seconds to his name. And if we go all the way down to P23 with the 199, they of course have 15 seconds to their name as well. So expect these cars to be stationary in the pits a little bit longer. They're going to be kind of serving their their additional penalties when they come in. So as soon as the car goes up on the jacks, the timer begins for the pit stop. Fuel and tyres and a driver change in ACC will take you 30 seconds of stationary time. If you have the penalty, that will of course be served on top of that. So of course, making the 30 seconds, 50 seconds, or 45 seconds if you are of course SG Stern. It's a very long afternoon for some of these drivers, and fights still aplenty. TSR coming under fire, I believe, from the Low Fuel Motorsports car on the inside there. They're going to go side by side, and TSR trying to pick up the slipstream, and Low Fuel Motorsports saying, "You're not having it. I'm going to drive you all the way to the pit wall." Of course, a lot of marbles on the inside there. Got to be very careful you don't dirty the tyres heading into turn one. The Audi R8 looks to try and go around the outside. Low Fuel Motorsport, Justin Hartkemper parks it very nicely on the inside of the turn. Perfect defense from the 256 Ferrari there, and of course we know the S-Bens are a single file, so Justin's going to be safe for a few more corners yet, Tim. And just look at the gap they've already pulled out with the dirty air from the Ferrari.
Yeah, I mean, they got the ideal entrance, whereas the TSR team sort of came in at a slightly funny angle. And like you said, with it only being single file through the S-bends there, it just meant that everyone behind with the Never Lift team, Pulse Simsport, they had to sort of follow through in the dirty air, got chopped up on the momentum a little bit as well. So an ideal situation for the Low Fuel Motorsports team, able to pull a little bit of a gap to save them for another couple of corners. Further up the field, we've got another train forming. We're watching the ACC RL car right now as they try and find their way through the home of sim racing. Of course, fronting this train is the Symphony of Pistons esports racing team. Started this race in that pole position, just ahead of the West Competition Racing car, the number 33, who you see just behind them on track now as well. And Low Fuel Motorsports again under pressure from TSR coming into the left hand at the end of the straight there, but able to just put on a great defense. Planted the car in the middle of the corner, making sure that the switchback couldn't be pulled off by TSR Esports there. And again, you've got the rest of the teams filtering through behind as well. The RCI Motorsport car able to gain a position on the Porsche Spinala team. They're up into P25 again. Another team that was on a great start of this race had ended up gaining 12 positions before they got punted from behind from the F1 Memes Racing team, which saw them reset their race all the way back to where they started as well. And with that, RCI Motorsports now have to climb back up through the order again, but 11 hours to their name, that like they've got time to remake those positions, John. And again, we're now getting much closer to where you expect to see these cars pit in the races. Here we see TSR Esports go for a move down the inside of turn one, and Low Fuel Motorsport doesn't have anything to answer that with. We'll have to tuck back for now into P21, and we get into that section of the twisted turny corners, John, where you can only go single file for now. So a brilliant overtake from the TSR Esports team, but approaching that 11-hour mark, and that means the pit window is likely to be open for all of these drivers. There's no actual pit window that says when you have to pit, John, but you expect most of them will pit as close to that hour mark as possible, maybe a couple of minutes after it, if they can really push that driver stint to the limit. But the pits that happened earlier on, about 5 minutes ago, a bit early from what we were expecting. I imagine there's some strategy that's coming into play there.
Yeah, a little bit premature, of course, from the Jean Alesi team and the F1 Memes team. Maybe just wanting to get themselves into some clear air so they could really drill in the lap times on a fresh set of tyres and try and make up some ground. So when everybody else decides to pit in, of course, in the next 10 minutes, they don't have to do the overtake on the track. They purely have to do it through the pit lane. So all cars stationary, and they'll just blast past 100% throttle down the start-finish line and make up a good handful of positions along the way. Still a few tightly packed trains, of course. What you don't want to do is, of course, pit, come out in the middle of one of these trains and throw yourself completely out of sequence from everyone else as well. So a lot of drivers probably going to be pushing the 65-minute stint timer. Of course, no driver, no car, should we say, can drive more than 65 minutes at a time. The idea to reset that is to trundle down pit lane. The only stipulation to reset the stint timer in ACC is to cross the pit in line and the pit out line without serving any penalties. So you can't serve a drive-through, you can't serve a stop and go to reset your stint timer. You purely have to come into the pit lane. You're allowed to do a pit stop. You're allowed to do fuel and tyres if needed before crossing the exit line as well. So a lot of drivers, of course, will choose to run the stint timer to the absolute maximum. They'll trundle in the pit lane, they'll fuel the car, they'll chuck a new set of Pirellis on. Of course, there is no limitation on tyre sets in this championship. It's completely unlimited, providing you don't use all 50 sets of the tyres in 12 hours, which is quite a big ask. If you do that, then you've definitely done something wrong in your driving. And drop the car down and off it goes. Of course, if you want to do a driver swap in there, as we go 3 wide nearly into turn 11 there, West Competition Racing probably looking in the mirrors thinking, what is going on here? Xenon Racing sticks a move on the ACC RL Aston Martin, and a fantastic move there. Didn't really see that coming. A little bit of contact between the two, nothing too major. Both drivers keeping it on the straight and narrow, and the ACC RL Aston does want to come back, slipstreaming all the way down into turn 12 around the outside. Lucas Road goes, and he manages to make it stick. Fantastic move there from the Aston Martin, and a racing incident between the 38 and the 54 there. That was the Lamborghini from John Alesi that we saw turned around just a few moments ago, and a little bit of a hip and shoulder check in turn 11 allowed the Xenon car through, and that might be why, Tim, it looked so easy for Lucas Road. Maybe the Xenon Racing team on the radio saying, you've got to give that position back. That was completely unfair and unjustified. The last thing we want at the moment is any penalties, especially when we're running just outside the top 10. Mercedes with some fantastic pace today from the Xenon Racing guys.
Yeah, I think the Xenon Racing team there probably surrendered that position slightly. Some more pit stops now underway. Symphony of Pistons coming into the pit lane. The ACCRL team as well peeling into the pits too. We're going to go onto a cockpit cam of the Armentario team here as they look to find a way past the BMW ahead of them. A steward decision, for instance, involving car number 38, the John Lacey team, and the number 4 Xenon Racing team. Lap 7, turn 11. It's a penalty for Xenon Racing. It will get 20-second time penalty for causing a collision there. So like you said, Xenon Racing perhaps returning the position they gained when they got their shoulders out against the I want to say the ACCRL team that they got their shoulders out against just now, and maybe just surrendering that position back will avoid further penalties there for returning the position. So 20-second penalties seems to be the standard for the day. John, we've seen quite a few of them handed out for collisions in the early stage of the race, and 20 seconds, it's a long time to be stationary in the pits for, and it's a lot of time that you have to then make back up over the course of the race as well. So avoiding as many of them as possible is obviously going to be the goal on a lot of these teams' minds. With that, we already mentioned earlier on today, very easy to pick up track cut warnings for the track limits here at Cota, coming in that section out of Sector 1 into Sector 2, where you've got the wiggly wavy part, which we've mentioned you can only really go single file through. It's very easy to go a little bit wide on those corners, pick up a track warning. I know when these tracks were first released, John, and Cota first came out, every single lobby you went into was majority made up of drive-through penalties, little red tags next to the driver name, as people just trying to learn the track limits without cutting the tracks as well. So definitely something for teams to keep an eye on today. I mean, you sometimes see track penalties, the drive-throughs coming in hour-long races, but we're on the track for 12 hours today. So imagine the potential for drive-through penalties that could change up the order of today's race. Williams Esports Racing, Charlie Crossland coming into the pits just after the 11-hour mark. And John, most teams haven't pitted yet, which to me says that we're about to have a rush into the pits within the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm expecting pit lane action to be aplenty in the next couple of laps or so. Of course, 65 minutes on the stint timer. Realistically, with the lap times these guys are running, they've got time for one more lap before we're going to see everybody peeling down the pit lane, and that's when it's going to get a little bit chaotic. Of course, Williams into the pits last time by, Azatec Visceral Esports into the pits as well. So they're all going to be serving their mandatory stop for the hour mark as we ride on board now with Harley Chamberlain. And looking very good indeed in P9 at the moment, 11 positions up, although a little bit of a false promise there, because when the pit stops come through, we will see them all shuffled about once again. But Creme de la Course with a very good run at the moment, coming under pressure from the Armamentario car just behind of Murdasov in the 1-2-1. And just want to touch on Stewart's penalty again. We were speaking about it just now. The F1 Memes Racing Team, the number 98, picked up another 25-second penalty, and that was for the collision on the Pulse Sim Sport car, the number 52, into turn 1. So they've definitely got a big stack of penalties heading their way. Not sure if the RCI one was counted as 2. We're still waiting for that to be served on the lane, as we see a late dive there from Bischoff, following in the Kramer car with the Veloce car just behind them as well. We're probably going to see Eric Delfante peel into the pit lane, although looking like he nearly was going to stay out then. Looks very late dives into the pit lane at the moment. Tim Peichmann very late on the brakes, closing the gap right up to the Honda NSX ahead, and we just see car after car, Tim, streaming down the pit lane at the moment. Mark Toll's going to be the next driver. These guys really pushing the envelope. Of course, 65 minutes from the 12-hour mark takes you to 10 hours and 55 on the clock. So big bunch of cars here. It's plenty of room for error, Tim, in pit stops. Of course, if you miss your mark on the ground, then you do end up, of course, having to shuffle the car backwards and forwards. And a lot of these guys really pushing the envelopes on these pit limiters, Tim. I'm not sure if it's a camera angle or whether it's just us up here in the box, but they're diving very late on the brakes into the pits.
Yeah, it looks like they're leaving it till the last second, cutting right back across that line and diving into the pits. And, well, you said how there's room for error in a pit stop. Look how many cars are in the pits right now. Of course, many of these drivers will be practicing pit stops in their own time as well. It's one thing to practice your lap times around the track, but you also have to make sure you practice exiting the pits at the right speed, getting into your pit box and instantly having the engine turned off so that you can get your car up on the jacks almost instantly as well. And like we said, you definitely do not want to be getting yourself a stop and go penalty for crossing that line way too fast on your way into the pits. It looks like most teams, I think every single team there, did manage to slow down the car enough that they won't be picking up any penalties you find out on the exit of pit lane, of course, if your team did speed their way into the pits as well. But you can see now cars exiting back onto the track. A bit of navigation has happened at this point in time, John. Of course, we saw so many cars diving to the pit lane at the same time. Whilst you're in the pit lane, cars are ghosted, so they can actually go through each other in the ACC racing community. However, as soon as you cross that pit exit line, cars become whole again. So definitely do not want to be inside of another cars. And it is mentioned in this league as well that you should not be driving through other cars where you don't need to, only if you're entering your pit box on the left-hand side when there's already a bunch of cars in it as well. So luckily for all these teams, they've navigated their way out of the pits fairly well. You can sometimes see collisions when there's loads of cars exiting the pits at the same time, and straight back into the action on track now. You can see the Pulse Sim Sport car here stuck behind the RCI Motorsport car. They've switched places in the pits as well, and with that, Savina Hacker trying to find a way through. Low Fuel Motorsports P27 just behind them, but a bit of touching going on between the 52 and the 799 there. Able to keep it together though is the RCI Motorsport car, not getting spun out in this situation. Hacker in the Pulse Sim Sport car ducks towards the inside. Low Fuel Motorsport now though trying to enter the fray, goes towards the outside of this corner and onto the start-finish straight. They've all navigated themselves into a single file line. But John, everyone poured into the pits at the same time. Everyone poured out the pits at the same time. And that means that there's instantly tracked fights across the field.
Yeah, pit stops do tend to kind of bunch the field up a little bit, which is always good to see. No real driver changes at the front of the field. The one to note, mainly the number 5, the number 4. You've got Fiala now in the Williams car, and you've now got Jonathan Seville in the number 4 Pulse Sim Sport X Unicorns of Love car as well. But everybody else relatively staying the same. Samir Foch currently in the 296 as well. Bischoff stays in the 977 along with Caracas, Delfante and Peichmann. So no change for your top out for either on that one. Sebastian Apostle still remains in the West competition car down towards the back of the field. Martin Lawrence in the RCI car now. Christopher Strapen has taken the seat away from that one. So all is changing up and down the field, much like it's about to change in the commentary booth as well. Myself and Tim Peck shall be departing for a few hours. We'll give the reins over to Christian Romano and Luke Etheridge. We're going to go for a little short break, just 5 minutes or so, and then we'll be back with you ready for another stint on commentary. We'd like to thank you for joining us on the Virtual Endurance Masters broadcast, and you'll catch myself and Tim in about 3 hours' time when we rejoin the broadcast. Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the next 11 hours of the race, as the commentator's booth is slightly changed. Now on the booth is me, Cristian Romano, and alongside me is Luke Etheridge, and we'll go for the rest of the commentary for the next few hours. Until now, it has been a quite, surprisingly, I'll be honest, dry race, because qualifying was all the way with rain ongoing, and until now, many overtakes have happened, as one that is literally happening just now between Medder in the post-binala team and Tasmiha Hacker in the 52 Ferrari, Battle of Ferrari in turn number 1, and a Ferrari, without any surprise, wins the fight. But Luke, tell me your opinion about this race so far.
it's looking pretty good if you're a Porsche at the front of the field. That's certainly true. Those top two cars, Kramer and Blotchy, have just sort of flown away at the moment. SOP Esports, Symphony of Pistons, a bit of a surprise pole sitter given their form of the season so far, and they've sort of dropped down in the first part of the race. But yeah, it's been Cota's always fun. Cota's always a very fun track. It's one that I certainly enjoy driving around. It's one, as I was hearing Tim and John saying just before the break, it is one where you will see a lot of penalties, and we have seen stewards dishing out 20-second penalties here and there. As you can see, Caracas now with the fastest lap of the race. But yeah, these two Porsches working very well together at the front of the field. And given Veloce are leading the championship at the moment, they won't be too bothered about sticking back for now. They know it's a very long race. They know they've got another 10 hours and 47 minutes of racing to go. They're not going to worry right now. It's all just about sticking in that rhythm. And interesting to see in that first pit period, everyone pushing it right towards the end of the 65 minutes. We'll see if that could catch a few drivers out later on.
I honestly think that the idea was to push as much as possible because of the changeable condition. In this round, is very highly rain condition as we saw in the qualifying session. So possibly many said, as long as we go forward, we will know if and when to essentially dive into the pits with as much, I will say, race pace on a dry track as possible. At the current situation, the weather is still cloudy and it's very hot. 31 degrees is the air temperature, 38 is the track one, so very hot track regarding the temperatures. Even if it's not, the sun is not shining, it's actually quite the opposite. And up here, as you were telling, the Veloce Esport number 75 is flying, setting the quickest lap of the whole session in the last lap, 05.685, fastest lap of the race so far, 0.7 for the Porsche up ahead, and there is possibly an overtake ongoing into turn number 15, sorry. It was quite close between the two drivers. Now we'll see into the technical zone. Seems like Bischoff is actually gaining on the last part, possibly, almost certainly, a setup difference that is helping the number 977 to undergo the more speedy sections compared to very fast Caracas in the slow turns. But even if we are speaking about basically a compromise between the two different variations of the track, so a slow part and a very fast part. In this moment, Caracas really wants to get ahead of the German. Even if they are leading the championship, possibly they want to lead even more. Their main opponent is only 17th after some penalties and some contacts and a terrible super pole yesterday where they didn't set a single lap time and effectively started from 15th place only. And after then, everything still went into a not so happy ride, with losing positions, having penalties, and with some contact. In the last pit stop, they also had to repair the car, and it was a 5-second damage repair to be done, with 15 seconds of penalty being applied also on the car. Your expectation for this battle, because effectively this is the closest one we are having for the lead. Who, after the hour, will possibly get it?
I mean, at the moment, Caracas is looking like he wants to get that move done. I was watching for the good 10 or 15 minutes before we started coming into the commentary box, and it did look as though at that point before the pit stop, Caracas was quite happy just to leave things as they were, you know, like bygones be bygones, and just see what happens. All of a sudden, Caracas has started hustling things a tiny bit more. I mean, gaining all over the back, obviously, at this part of the track, as you would expect, through 14 and 15. It's not getting to the point yet where you can attempt to dive down the inside at that part of the circuit, because that would be a bit silly at the moment. And if they start fighting too hard, all they're going to do is allow the Italian job cards to catch up. You have a 71 and a 296 as well, aren't too far behind that third place on the podium at the moment. So, yeah, they don't want to do anything silly here at the moment. And it's sort of one of the things about endurance races, how much teamwork is involved between cars that aren't part of your team, just with other cars, especially around here. You know, don't want to slow each other too much with the fast stuff, don't want to start battling. But yeah, Bischoff not really succumbing to any of the pressure at the moment, as he has been all race. He's had Caracas right on his spoiler, right underneath that diffuser for quite a while, as again Caracas feints to the inside. never really close enough to go for a move there. He doesn't want to start doing that too often because we'll just start holding himself up, and you can just see on the replay from there, just almost thinks what's a little bit of a move there. Nice little move down the inside of turn number 11. I mean, that's another possibility of an overtaking point, and that's what I do love about this track. If you start a move at turn number 11, we'll be around turn number 16 or 17 by the time it gets sorted out completely. So plenty of opportunity for battling. We've seen that so far in the first 1 hour, 18 minutes.
Yeah, effectively, at the current situation, the overtakes are, well, in this track especially, are very common. And with 11 hours to go, many aggressive moves have been made until now. One of the points, as you were saying, is that hairpin up there, we saw some contacts and some overtakes. But at the current situation, I want to actually go against you on Caracas' ideas. I think he still wants to stay behind as Vasner is spinning into turn number 1. What's the reason there as we go with the glorious replay to understand what really happened to the number 255 with Vasner for LFM, nearly making contact with Ishizu GT Omega and having to take a different approach to turn number 1. Even in real life, it's quite common to see some drivers going for a bit of a move, and there was some, I would say, overconfidence on that car, as Pengel also makes an overtake on the TSR, making a bit of a wide on the S. Another one loses 2 places in just a couple of corners, maybe 3. Ooh, not really having a grip on the car, seems like it. But I want to go against you because I think Caracas still wants to stay behind Bischoff, to be fair. Possibly they made the quickest lap just to have it, because they also made a 0.5.9, 0.6, sorry. And maybe they want to stay behind to save some fuel, to go even longer or even to stay a bit lighter. Obviously, 5 liters isn't that much, but it's still a little bit less tire wear, a little bit less weight. You may be faster somewhere around. It's also the issue about the fact that the Porsche, the fuel tank placement basically oblige you to kind of getting used to the car, because it changes the balance from front to rear during the stint. So possibly Caracas wants to just stay behind a bit safer. Also, remember that if you are following, you can make mistakes. If you are the one being chased, if you make a mistake, you lose the position. Simply like that, as Kolosov and Apostle were switching position into turn 1, a bit wide for Apostle, going wide into turn number 1, 6 times away from Kolosov. And compared to pre-pit stop, the gaps kind of spaced when the pit happened, mostly for damage repair. Many cars had some seconds. I can talk about Augustat having 13 seconds. You can go with Peter Brett in the number 100 SOP Sport having 8 seconds. And there was Kolosov with 22 seconds, possibly also a penalty there. Cosfeld in the 222 had in 14th place, had a 52-second pit, so many had to either repair the car or execute a penalty. So now it is a bit more fair in terms of pace. As you can see, West Competition Racing trying the best possible to gain position, because they are second in the championship and they need points. They actually need a lot of points to compete with who is currently in second place, Veloce Esport. And behind them is still Sapirov in the number 98. Remember, they have some penalties still to undergo. They made... No, wait, it was my mistake. Because if I can't find a Ferrari, or they didn't. No, it is the... No, this is the F1 memes. So they didn't execute the penalty. They have a 40-second penalty to be taken in their next pit stop for multiple contacts with different cars. They are effectively the only major comma in this whole sentence of clean racing. And Simonic is possibly trying to go into the inside. They go. In fact, position being done for the number 49, and the Borsi Sport is now in 17th, or better, they already were. They just are on track 2. It's astonishing. I'm looking at the times because I'm looking at the race control. I'm looking at the gaps. I'm looking at what is happening up in front. There is Augustat very close to the front left tire. Excuse me. Which team is that? Because it's kind of cut there. Scrubber Esport. Okay. On front, they are lapping basically the same lap times every single lap. 6.0, 6.1, 5.9, 5.9. They are some hammer. And it's astonishing because they are setting not slow, kind of maintaining pace. They are lapping 3 to 5 times quicker than anyone else.
They're just loving it. They are just absolutely loving it at the moment, aren't they, out at the front of the field? As there's been a nice little overtake there. Augustat in the Xenon car getting ahead of Burkamp in front left tyre scrubber. So that's a swap round for 11th and 12th. Yeah, Bischoff and Korekas are just in this. They're in a really good zone at the moment. I mean, Del Fante, Peterschmann and Foch for 179.71 and 296 are there and thereabouts at the moment. But obviously they're 14 seconds behind. Yes, 10.5 hours to go, but there or thereabouts isn't really going to be good enough for them at the moment. Yeah, they're just having a great time of it at the front of the field. And maybe, yes, maybe Korekas is thinking, you know what, if I can get a move done from a mistake by Bischoff, then yeah, I'll take it, but I'm not really going to send it from a long way back, as we saw with the Ferrari a couple of minutes ago on the Suzuki T Omega, the fellow Ferrari. You're not going to see a move like that from Korekas, for Lithuanian, far too professional to do anything like that. And yeah, like we said, cars have fixed for damage. You know, Apostol, WCR down in 16th place at the moment. They had a bit of damage early on. It makes sense at this point of the race just to fix those tiny little bits of damage when you get the opportunity, because it is such a long time to go. Again, 10.5 hours still to go in this race. You don't want to be carrying that in a car that's less than suboptimal, especially around a circuit with as many corners as this, because you will find yourself just in a world of pain. It's going to cause you more tyre wear. You're more likely to pick up mistakes and track limit penalties on a circuit where it is already very easy to pick up mistakes and get those track limit penalties, as we've had a 271 and a 179. We've had a no further action in that one, so that's good news for both of them. Yeah, it's interesting to see that. West Competition Racing, they've been very consistent. 3 races so far this season, they finished 4th, 2nd and 4th. To see them down in 16th place at the moment is a big, big surprise. They have worked their way past the F1 memes car on this in this stint as well, so that is 1 place gained. But yeah, they're not exactly hustling Kolosov in the 1-2-1. So expect to see more from West Competition Racing. It's just a bit strange to see this from them at the moment. Looking like this circuit is not suiting the BMWs as much as some others that we've seen so far this season.
Yeah, true. Honestly, they are effectively, possibly even, the 2 of the most professional teams, experienced teams, faster teams that the world has to offer, to be fair. Many are at the Rennwelten, as it has been said earlier on, at the Rennwelten event, but many are here racing at the moment. And you won't see any sudden move. They will possibly try the best possible at the best possible moment, not at any moment. And up until now, seems like, okay, honestly, I would be curious, but I think they are waiting for this spot here. In Sector 1, they are very quick, and in Sector 2 also, but in Sector 3 they kind of slow down. As you can see, the gap is now centimeters apart. And by the way, yes, there are prices for the top team at the end, top teams at the end of the series. We have the prices being delivered. It is a 3,000 euros cash for first place, 1,500 for second, and 1,000 for third place. There is possibly a little bit of an overtake that was trying to exist there. As I was saying, after the straight, seems like the situation is there, but not really. It's not clear, let's say, because they could do it, but you don't want damage. You don't want to to have a contact, you don't want anything on your car, because then you have to repair, and seconds are worth like gold. You can see some repairs have been done, and Fiala, for Williams Esports, is now in 6th place, with Foshin 296 in 5th, while many were up in front. We have Brett in number 100, SOP Esport in 10th place. We have Toll still in 9th, but the number 76 for ACCRL is now in 8th place. So some seconds really put your race a bit downhill, as there is also an overtake ongoing. Vasquez Rodriguez for Visual Esports in 20th place, and Lemra Motorsport with Casharo in the 211 going for the overtake into number 12. And as a matter of fact, it happens for the oh, there's a bit of a contact there. Even if that's the why is the name different? I'm not entirely sure. But that's Team Shazoo GT Omega, so the name is not the one you are seeing. So Simone Alessandro Casharo losing another spot. This team is having a bit of a trouble. Speaking of trouble, drive-through for exceeding track limits. Peter Brett, SOP Esport, they were in 10th place, and now they are having a drive-through for exceeding track limits, the first of many, very likely. Well, the pit lane here is 40 seconds long, so they will lose a ton of time in a lengthy pit road, and that's the first of many, because I don't think they will be the only one to have one. The issue is that now they are in 22nd in the middle of the traffic. They have to come out again on top of it after this rock that has been encountered in their path. And now can the tactic differ now? Maybe going for an undercut just to avoid the traffic, or they will stick to their 65 possibly minutes of stint timer?
I think you'll see them stick to the 65 minutes as close as they possibly can. To be honest, just with the way things work out in a 12-hour race, it's not a bad idea to stick to 65 minutes. I'm just trying to do the maths quickly in my head, but, you know, it's not too bad of an idea to stick to that 65 minutes, I don't think. But starting on pole position, being down in 22nd place after 1.5 hours, they can't imagine that the start of the race could have obviously gone much worse for them. It's just not been an ideal performance for Brett at the moment. I mean, yeah, I expect them to climb up through the field as the race goes, but certainly what they would have not expected as things would have gone on, down in 22nd place at the moment. You know, maybe, in a way, maybe now there's a bit of pressure off. They know they're not as close to a penalty as they were before, seeing them only just get that penalty on the last lap. So we'll see how things go for Brett. I think they'll stick to the run plan that they were on at the moment, not really try and change anything different. Whether we'll see a driver change at the next pit stop, that could possibly be an idea. They have got 5 drivers, so they've got plenty of options to choose from. If things aren't working too well for whatever reason, they can definitely get a bit of a driver swap in. I don't think Bischoff and Kaveckas, they'll be wanting to give up the seats in their Porsches anytime soon, because they are loving life at the front of the field. Again, just, you know, lap times have slowed down slightly from them. They're sort of down in the mid 206s now, so matching what we saw from Eric Delfanti in the 179 Italian job car on the previous lap, but still consistently up there towards the fastest in the field, which is very impressive to do when you're A, if you're the car in front at the moment, the 977, under this much pressure. B, if you're Kaveckas, every single braking zone is just seeing the back of that car in front, so doing very well to follow this closely and keep those tyres in a pretty decent condition. 38 degrees track temperature coming through that first sector. Front tyres on that Porsche are going to be crying enough, so maybe just the balance of that car at the moment, obviously being very rear heavy with the rear engine layout, just hoping to save those fronts when he's following this closely. Yeah,
they are basically glued at this point. They are one after the other. They didn't go more than 5 tenths one another. Okay, now they are 5 tenths, but apart from now, they haven't been more than 5 tenths gapped each other. And coming back to the prices, now there is a bit of calm for Kovacs. Basically, there is a 5,000, not 3,000. Apologies. 5,000 euros price for first place, 2,500 for second. Third place gets 1,000 these are cash prices, and then there are also non-cash prices. These are mandatory to be taken from the caseking.de website. There is 1400 voucher for Moza for first place. Second gets 1200 for Noble Chase. Third place gets 1000 for Next Level Racing. Fourth place gets 800 euros for Glorious, and fifth place gets 600 euros for Ducky. And then there is also 100 euros for the fastest qualifying lap, and which now is on SOP Esport team, and then another 100 euros for the team that makes the most positions in the single 12 hours of racing. At the current situation, speaking of position being gained, you can now see the delta from their starting positions. We have Kramer and Veloce that were starting a bit further back, 6th and 7th after the Super Pole yesterday, and now they're in 1st and 2nd. But the one that gained the most seems like, just by giving a brief look, seems like number 81, so front left tire scrubbing Esport. So Bergkamp here, currently, no, it's Creme de la Course. So the names are wrong for some reasons. I'm not really sure why some are wrong, because this is the Creme de la Course BMW. Can recognize the black and gold livery, and also you can see from the wing, Creme de la Course is currently 9 places further ahead from they started earlier on, and also Sevilla in the number 4. So for now they are tied, but the Unicorns of Love per Pool Sim Sport are ahead, so possibly they will have the prize if this will be the end of the race. Speaking of qualifying, the number 1 West Competition Racing started terribly in 15th place after a terrible Super Pole, mostly because they didn't set a single lap, and now they have to recover even after the penalty and the damage repair. And the current moment, the number 1 is in 15th place. They are in 2nd place in the championship with Veloce Esport in 2nd, their main rival, and leading the championship. And for now, it is getting a bit hard for them to get to the lead. The gap between 1st and 15th is 65 seconds. So theoretically, Bishop and Caracas could get an entire drive-through and still be ahead of the number 1 West Competition Racing, not really having a good time, even if they are on the BMW, and even if their pace was quite quick. So effectively, the number 1 is in a bit of an issue in terms of pace, even considering the number 33. Their sister car, West Competition Racing number 33, with Mark Toll driving it, is currently in 9th place, 7th behind their starting position, and now trying the overtake on the hairpin into number 11 as they go for the move. They try to do so as we go for the wing cam, as you saw the Aston Martin going a bit wider on exit with a bit of contact, clearly flashing the lights, not really happy drishing. I don't know how to say it in German, but this is CRL number 76 is now behind the 33. A bit of a rough move, to be fair, but more contact, and this one is a bit huge for them, as the number 33 is now half spinning into the distance. Some retaliation possibly from Marius Dreschig. And number 76, I want to see it back, and I don't think there will be much kindness from the steward after this. We can see from the helicam how it happened. Maybe it was retaliation, maybe it was a mistake, but you can see clearly that the 33 was the penalized car out of it. Rear damage, 2.5 seconds being lost, and now they are in 9th place. Luke, what's your idea on what happened just now?
Yeah, didn't really look great, that one, did it, from the number 76, to be honest. I think they're going to be getting a penalty from that one, so I think Marius Dreschig, judging by how we've seen so far, that could be 20 seconds coming his way. I mean, thankfully, you know, Toll's able to continue on after that one, but definitely lost out in that little bit of a battle, so Toll won't be too happy after. Yeah, it was definitely a bit of a forceful move into the hairpin at turn number 11. We saw that Dreschig definitely wasn't too happy about that, but yeah, we'll wait and see how things go for that one later on in this race. I mean, Apostle, he's still behind the back of Kolsov as well, so they're not exactly competition racing, not exactly having a good day. Things at the moment. I still wouldn't be surprised if we see Apostle get their way into the top 10 at the moment. I think that's just got to be their aim. Damage limitation as this race goes on.
Yeah, it is Apostle driving and trying to get a position up ahead. Currently in 15th place, as we are seeing him going in the purple BMW. They were trying the overtake on the Armamentario Ferrari in 296, and it did happen in turn 1. On the outside, it was quite brave, to be fair. To be fair for them, it was quite a brave move, but it didn't stick as of now. There is also this is actually the closest battle on track, as we can go with the Moza cockpit cam into the inside of the BMW. In fact, you can see maybe going for the move on the outside. They try. Bit of a curious move to be made. And in fact, they are still side by side with the Ferrari on the inside. And now he's outside. And the move goes on inside in turn number 13. And you can see from the mirror, overtake has been done. Great move by Apostle. Having to rely on different approaches to make overtakes, considering they are a bit further away than expected. With the number 1 having to make some different approaches to their lines. There is also now Simocic in the 49, being obliged to try to get ahead of this little battle ongoing, with Kolosov now a position behind for the Armamentario. Still 2 ahead of from where they started on. Simocic now is 4 times only, so you can go on the splitter with a very quick car, the Porsche. Ferrari is even better, to be fair, but the Porsche and all 3 cars are oh, that's a penalty. No, it's under investigation. Number 33 and 76. So what we saw earlier on in turn number 12. No, 11. This is 11, not even 12. Okay, that's a bit different. So the report is not the last one. It is the first one. The contact that put the Aston Martin a bit outside, because the one being involved is the incident in turn 11, so into the hairpin. I expect a bit of a battle in court between the 2 drivers, because one team will try to demolish the other for one thing, and the other for what happened in turn 12. And for how much I think the contact was not really clean, it is kind of GT Racing DNA. Door to door happens, and it also means that sometimes some contacts may also appear. As I want to go for our hourly update into, hoping it works mostly, into our highlights for the first hour. As you can see, the start of the race, all going side by side with SOP Sports now very much below in 22nd. They were starting in first alongside the West Competition Racing, with a great start behind by the Honda and the Ferrari. Now in 4th place in the number 71. As you can see, in fact, there was also Bishop and Caracas behind this little pack that made the overtakes as the time passed. As we go with the leader, then you see this is the Xenon Racing looking from here, making an overtake on the Ferrari number 255 LFM and the Genial Esport, or better, an attempt to make it happen into the S's, but after the efforts, in fact it was the Xenon, you can see now the Xenon on the outside. Packed Racing on turn number 1, many cars, 31 drivers started the race, with now only 30, well, only just one less from the start of the race. And again from the Helicam you see the Williams Esport making the overtake on the outside on the LFM Ferrari, just in front of the Xenon Racing, and the Genial Esport in turn number 2 behind the number 296. And a bit further ahead, we are with... Not entirely sure the car that we are on, but I think it is the Genesis Esport. It is indeed the Lamborghini on the outside. In fact, you can see from different angles. And then there is Armamentario making contact with the 77. 77 that then has been disqualified by the race because of a cut. Because if you cut this corner, unfortunately the game kind of thinks that you are going over the limit and disqualifies you. And then overtake on turn number 12, multiple contacts happening, and it was the West competition racing number 1. You saw the reason for the 15-second penalty that happened on there, and then another view from a different angle. This is effectively the number 1, hitting the 76, hitting the 255, and again more contact from behind. Not really sure who that was, and then into turn number 1, it is some protagonist of the incidents. It is the F1 memes, currently sitting in 17th place, making contact with the 52, Tasvika Hacker driving it, and it wasn't the only one. There were multiple contacts. In fact, that's why they have a 40-second penalty. We are seeing it from the external. The external seems way worse than the internal view for them. And this was the highlight for the hour. As we go back into racing, and as we go back with Bischoff and Caracas, only 2 times gapped one another. So now it may be the chance, because the lap times are now sitting on the 0.7, a second lower. You can see. Well, now it's possibly even the cliff. With the new update, the tires kind of get tired. No, it wasn't made on purpose, this wordplay. But tires kind of got warned after 30 minutes, more or less. There's an entire cliff that if you don't treat your tires correctly and accordingly, the pace basically drops to at 0, an all-time low. And I think they reached that point, and now they are back on their normal pace, lapping at 0.6.6 and 0.6.8. So this elastic maneuver going on between Bischoff and Caracas is going on since lap number, I won't say 1 because they were quite behind, but I think lap number 10, 15 is where we started to see them. But certainly the past hour and a half has been an elastic maneuver between Bischoff and Caracas. There is also the 222 getting closer and closer. In the last lap, an entire 6/10 had been gained by Jonas Koetsfeld from City Racing from the Creme de la Course with Bergkamp in the number 81. In fact, you can see it is now very close between the two drivers. Luke, your opinion on this matter? Will we see the overtake on the next lap or next 2 laps? Because the gain delta is quite high between the 2 cars.
Yeah, the Aston at the moment, the 222 is all over the back of the 81, but yeah, not really close enough to have a go in towards turn 1. Again, that little bit of a feint. Oh, it's just gone a bit deep now, and that's going to ruin your momentum all the way down the hill through 2, 3 and 4. He probably won't mind not being too close to the back of the 81, but yeah, the Creme de la Course car just looks as though it is maybe starting to come under a little bit of a pressure. But as we've already seen around here, even though there is a few heavy braking zones, 10, 11, turn 12 being the main ones, and also up the hill in towards turn number 1 as well, it's never straightforward to get an overtake. It is quite a wide circuit. It is possible to take many different lines. So we'll see whether the Treble 2, I reckon, probably waits a couple of laps, just tries to size up where exactly you're gaining the time on the number 81. That is when you do decide to go for the move eventually. Going back to the front of the field, yes, pace did drop off with the 977, the Kramer car, and the 75, the Veloci Esports car, but it's not dropping off as much as the pace of those cars behind them. So even though they have cut their tyres, even though they're definitely suboptimal at the moment, they've got roughly another 23 minutes to go on this set of tyres, they're still pulling out on the cars behind them. So they won't be too concerned about things at the moment, and you can see they are now back into more normal lap times. 206.7 that time around for Caracas and a 206.6 for Bischoff. So almost identical as they have been for the last hour or so. don't expect to see too much changing between all of them. I mean, certainly from the start of the stint, Kavakis was definitely hustling Bischoff a little bit more than he is now. So whether this is a deliberate tactic from Kavakis just to try to, nurse the tyres a little bit more before going guns out and all hell for leather in the final few moments of the stint, or whether this Kavakis perhaps having cooked his tyres a little bit more than Bischoff, it remains to be seen. Only time will tell.
Yeah, their consistency has been astonishing. As many behind, you were saying, dropped off their pace way more than the top two. I was looking at the 296 currently sitting for City Esports in 5th place. Speaking of numbers, maybe it's better to put them, in fact, in your view. But the number 296 made at 0.6.8 and now they made at 0.7.1. So I'm not really sure whether they are trying to go a bit longer on the time, because it seems like the pace is there. Like Delfante made at 0.6.8, which is not better than the top two, but is still ongoing. And Samir Foch made a 0.7.1, but earlier on made a 0.6.8, and earlier on it was around there. So it seems like they're either trying to conserve the tires or having some burst of speed. Some time happen. Oh, gaps, okay. If you want to see the gaps, no problem for it. I'm here for you all. As you can see the gaps on screen. And essentially, what I'm thinking is that the top two is simply better than anyone else on the tires. Speaking of which, 0.6.5 has been set by Grantas Caracas in the last lap, 0.6.8 on Bischoff's side. So I wonder if now is the time of the change of guard up ahead, or if again Caracas, because this is what I don't entirely understand. They have the speed, clearly. They just don't want at this point, because they are lapping 3 times faster than Bischoff when they get far away. And then they stay behind, so either they are thinking about something else, as there is Bergkamp losing the position on Cosfeld on turn 20. At the last corner, as we can see it back from the glorious replay, what really happened between the two drivers. We can see the Aston Martin on the inside they go, and the Creme de la Course not really offering any defense whatsoever. As I mistakenly put the broadcast a bit too quickly back, because I wanted to see this. In fact, you can see now the attack is coming between Caracas and Bischoff. I was a bit too quick on the transition between the two scenes. As we can see, side by side contact between the two drivers for a brief moment, with Bischoff still on the inside. Caracas this time wants to get ahead. I think it is time. I think it is time for a change of guard, because last lap was simply way too quick for Caracas to be on a maintaining pace. Whichever the tactic is and was, now it is completely different. They are going for the attack and they want it. They want the lead. They want to stay on front. And I think in the next laps we will be seeing it on the technical section too. So second sector, this clearly put up ahead which sector is the quickest for them. And then you can see which one is the slowest. 7 times now is the gap between the two in only a single sector. So it is effectively what I said earlier on. Second, especially second, but also first sector are very quick for the two. Meanwhile, Minar, oh, there's a disconnection for them. Grounded, literally. And that's Minar losing in real life. It will be the engine, but in this case it's the internet connection. And this is, unless it is like in Paul Ricard, a DNF for them. As there is also 1-1 Aventario and Canab 1 in turn 14 under investigation for contact. So I'm still here waiting to see them reappear, but I don't think we'll see them reappear anytime soon. So terrible news for the Lamborghini from GNLC Esports. That now sits in the ground, quite literally, in nowhere to be seen. In fact, it's a disconnection altogether. They are not reappearing on the grid. So unfortunately, we are now with 29 drivers instead of 30. And this little fight that was happening, you can see the last lap at 07.7. The difference between the other two laps, 51 and 50 and 52. I wonder where the overtakes were, well, the efforts of making the overtake happened in which lap. An entire 7 times. And this may just be the start for the Italian job car for their rise to the top back again. 15 seconds is the gap between the two. Well, the three, to be fair, because Caracas and Bishop are basically a single entity with all these laps at this point. 6.9 has been the last lap for their Fant, and if these two start battling, the gap may start slowing down, but as we saw in the last rounds, okay, never mind what I said. It's completely false and everything. Oh, my entire statement went into flames the second they crossed the line. 0.6.3 and 0.6.5. An entire half a second and more. Nearly an entire second quicker than Delphante that set at 0.7.1. So whatever I said until now, erase it. Scrap it. It's completely false. It will not happen. Absolutely demolishing the field, even because the next Porsche is in 15th place in the number 49 with Bursi Sport driving it and lapping a second and a half slower than them in a 0.7.5. So now the question kind of rises: is it because they found the right key on the setup? Is it because they simply are linked with the car? But I think the answer may be the third, but I hope not. Is it just because they are from another planet and we just can't, normal human beings can't comprehend their magical spell to get faster and faster with whichever car they are running? Luke, your opinion on the matter?
I mean, everyone in this field's an alien compared to me. And Caracas just a bit deep into turn number 12 there. Thought for a second he was going to go for a move down the outside. It's probably a combination of if you are better with everyone and you've got, right, if you're up there with probably top 1% of esports drivers and you've got the setup, the car in a good place, it's always a very nice feeling, and they're just able to pump in these hot lap times. I wonder whether a couple of laps ago Bischoff in the 977 Kramer car just got distracted by the 777 when he was starting to lap that car, and I wonder whether that's what gave Caracas an opportunity, because it does look to have calmed down again all of a sudden. Saying that, they are starting to come up on a bit more traffic up ahead. This traffic is quite spread out, which is, in a way, is probably helping them at the moment. So they're not, well, it's probably helping Kramer at the moment because he's not getting held up too much. In fact, I'm getting a little bit of a slipstream, which he'll be grateful for because I had too much experience of a slipstream so far in that race. And yeah, Caracas, I think again, like you said at the start of our stint in the commentary box, probably just waiting. But if an opportunity presents itself, Caracas isn't just going to sit behind and, let Bischoff escape slightly. In fact, this could be a bit of an opportunity for Kramer to escape, because this is the part of the circuit where you do not want to get stuck behind a slower car. So if Bischoff's got anything left in those Pirelli tyres, now might be the time to use it.
You are indeed right, because now Caracas passed the lap car, which was, I didn't check the number, it was an LFM car, was it? Can't really see from it. Maybe it was the number 15. But anyway, no, it was the number 15. I can see it for the minimap. But you saw the gap kind of exploding between the two. An entire second is now between the 977 and the 75. Just because someone was there at the wrong moment. And now there is an overtake on turn number 20. Apostol on Bergkamp falling in the last laps. Literally falling. They lost a whole 5 seconds in just a couple of laps. They were very, very in close proximity with the number 222, home of Sim Racing. And now another overtake may happen because Creme de la Course in the number 81 and Armentari with Kolosov driving it are not having a good time. Meanwhile, there is someone, another one. We are missing another one because I'm seeing a couple of cars getting ahead. So we had another disconnection because I'm seeing people rising in the field, but I'm not seeing who lost the position, unfortunately. So we lost another team for a disconnection while we were on this battle. And now there is also an overtake between Sasha Wasner for Low Fuel Motorsport and Gamma in the 147 Peter Brothers in 16th place. So LFM gains another place. They were starting in 10th place, and now they are all the way down in 16th only. All the way around for the 147, 26th place for them, now in 17th. So still an improvement from their starting position. And now, up ahead, you possibly saw it earlier on, but now it's way clearer. Maybe it's visible for you, no it's not, but the gap between the first and second is an entire second and a half after having trouble with some back markers. Now Caracas may put the pace on the anvil, but they're losing time and time. I wonder if something is happening there, because I'm seeing the gap literally exploding. I'm not seeing a back marker. So you see from the menu up there isn't a car between the 977 and 75. The gap is kind of falling. Really curious that. Maybe they are trying to call the tires. Not really sure about that over there. But as always, if you in chat want to say your ideas on the racing, you want to say something on the audio levels, because that's also a possibility that they may be wrong. You want some other statistic on the screen, simply ask for it, because we can provide you with all kinds of graphic. We can give you the gaps, the number, literally the car manufacturer, the position delta, and the pit stops. That now everyone is on one, so it's not really useful to be seen, but we can give you all of that. Just ask for it and I will provide you with them all. And Bergkamp is now trying to defend. Apostle put a 2-second gap in a single lap, and the lap times being set by Bergkamp are a clear source, a clear proof that this pace is falling because the tires are not there anymore. 08.9. Everyone around them is setting at least a 08.1, a 08.0. I'm seeing a 07.8 too. And Kolosov and Simonic are kind of stuck behind. Last time for Simonic was at 08.2, and Kolosov was obliged to go for a 09.0 because they are stuck. Bergkamp seems like they ate the tires earlier on, and now I can see actually from here, to be fair, the stint time remaining for the creme de la course is still 55 minutes, so they are not really close to their stint end. And from the wing we can clearly see the issues that are happening. Meanwhile, Drifig and Kurzfeld, so number 76, ACCRL and Homes Racing in the 222, are going into the pits. I wonder if it's for a drive-through. Not really sure. Polyakov in the number 98 had to go to the pits, and they were quite up ahead. So I wonder if there is an overtake. The Porsche out of nowhere, literally out of nowhere. I was looking at the gaps. Simoncic puts the overtake and the Porsche between the Ferrari and the BMW. All of a sudden, as we can go with our glorious Easter replay, just at the very end, unfortunately, because the last 15 seconds is a bit too late, but Simoncic made the overtake out of nowhere, sending the car on the inside in turn number 1, and now the number 49 has the chance to go and take Bergkamp's position as the CCRL and even Peter Brett. So it is what I thought. So number 100 SOP Sport, 76 and 222 went into the pits at the same time. Drifig had also some damage repair to be done, and number 100 is now out of the pits, so they are going for some lighter stints. So undercutting, kind of, after the drive-through. I wonder if it's to avoid as much traffic as possible at this point. They are only in 26th place. They were starting on the lead of the race. They have a pit stop more. So, whichever gap they are on, you have to subtract a minute and 10 seconds. 70 seconds, basically. And, but they are very much below the grid. And also, some other surprises. Seems like Caracas' idea is falling apart. 7.5 the last lap. Delfante gained an entire half a second in the last lap, and it has been happening for several laps because now the gap is 14 seconds. So in the last couple of laps, it seems like Caracas' pace dropped like a rock. And for how much I want to know the reason, I have no clue why. Is it the tires, or they are running out of fuel? Maybe, or they want to. There was a back marker in the middle that we missed because looking at the report from the incidents, there doesn't seem to be any contact between the 75 and any other car. So quite unexpected to be fair, as some other cars are going for the pits.
Armin and Tavio, I'm not too surprised to see them coming into the pits. I was about to say, if they can't get ahead of Creme de la Course soon, seeing as Burst Esports made that move, it might make sense. If you feel like you're getting held up, it does make some sense to come into the pits maybe and just try something different on the stint plan and see what happens. I was watching Caracas a couple of laps ago and coming through, the very twisty part of the circuit, so all the way down from turn number 3 to turn number 10. It did look very slidey on the rear through that part of the circuit, so maybe just overheated the tyres a tiny little bit, losing that time, and then you're in the vicious circle where you slide the tyres more, they overheat more, so you start sliding even more, etc, etc. But yeah, I won't be too worried about things yet. 6 minutes to go, well, about 5.5 minutes to go actually until their stint time is up, so we'll be seeing them in the pits in the next 2 to 3 laps or so, and then wait and see how things go. We'll see if they go for a driver change in that pit stop as well. I can tell you that the 100, our pole sitters, Symphony of Pistons Esports, did go for a driver change. So Peter Brett is out of that car and Danny Baisden now in that one as they try to work their way up through the field. The team 10th in the top 10 in the championship at the moment, despite not finishing in the top 10 in any of the races, but they have been very consistent. Not on their way so far. Armin and Tavio, they've had a pit stop as well, so it's now Rafał Staszak, the Polish driver, who is out for them driving along. And still, the battle that was going on between the 81 Creme de la Course car and 49 Burst Esports car, all of a sudden, Creme de la Course car seems to have recovered slightly and definitely not under the same pressure that they were a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, you're right. I'm looking at the laps. 08.0, 07.9, 08.0, very consistent. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, because they were lapping an entire second slower. So either they found the cliff of the tires, because sometimes these new tires have, like in real life, a cliff, because some graining appears. Maybe even because you go on some marbles that get collected by the car as Williams Esports is going to the pits. Possibly, I'm seeing a white flag for no reason. Okay, as I was saying, just like in real life, if you collect some marbles with worn tires, it's a bit more difficult to get rid of it. So possibly it was just some marbles being collected, not really giving the pace, and then they cleaned the tires just now. Unfortunately, we're just minutes away from the pit stops, and now they are able to afford some faster laps, which puts the tactic being made by Armentari a bit useless, kind of, because they went on the pits to undercut these two right here, and if it's a 08, I want to see the number 15. The last lap was no, not number 15. Apologies, number 121. I can see still the last lap, but I will be very sad. So Fiala goes into the pits at the end. There was some time to go for that. No, there wasn't. And in the next couple of minutes, we'll see everyone else dive into the pit as fast as possible. And I wouldn't be completely certain, but seems like Bischoff team, so Kramer Racing Esport, is quite better on the tires compared to Caracas and the Veloce Esport. Because in the last few passages, they've gained temps and temps and temps, and now the gap is 3.5 seconds between the two. With what I think it is, simply the Veloce Esports not wanting to take any risk, because they are leading the championship, and their main opponent is way below the grid. Even if there are still 10 hours to go, it's not really a good idea to throw the car, hope for the best, with damage, with penalties and etc. When you are comfortably up ahead on the grid, as Bishop goes into the pits, same goes for Caracas, same goes for anyone else, because their pit stint timer is over. They can't physically do another lap, because otherwise they get slapped with drive-through. If I remember correctly, it is a drive-through for stint timer exceeding stint timer. Pishman goes into the pits, Foch the same, Seville, just not Seville, the British driver is going to do the same. And number 4 that had a terrible qualifying, it started in 16th place. Now they are just up ahead in 7th, because they are in 6th now, but the Audi of Williams Esports is in 14th place. Also told is going to set the car on the pits, and something I'm quite curious about is to see the sister car now only 14 seconds behind compared to earlier on, that the seconds of difference were multiple, on the order of 20 to 30. I can't remember 100%. As Bishop goes out of the pits, Caracas seems to have made... okay, they gained a second. They gained a second on the pits, which is better than nothing, obviously. In fact, the gap between the two is now 2.5 seconds. Alfante gets back in 3rd without any real difference from earlier on. Pishman is also out of the pits, and Samir Foss for Yassit is quite close to them. In fact, they gained a second. Pishman actually made a terrible pit. Pishman lost 4 seconds. The number 71 Renvelten Esport. They lost 4 seconds on the Italian job. And Valentin Barrier, now driving it, gained 1. But the quickest here was the 4 of Unicorn Solo per Pulsim Sport and Mark Toll for Worst Competition Racing with 1 minute and 10 seconds. So odd that the 71 for Renvelten lost so many seconds in the pits. Because I'm looking at the time being stopped. They lost the time on the pit entry, not even the pit exit. So actually the reason why Williams Esports made a bit of a lengthy pit is because of a couple of damage repairs had to be done. But doesn't seem to be a great scaffolding of the grid in this moment. Just by giving a quick glance at the gaps, the only thing that comes to my mind is the fact that now Barrier and Yassit Esports are way closer to Renvelten than earlier on. They gained a second in the pit entry, and now another half a second in the outlap. And now the question is, because they changed the driver, who is better on cold tires and who has to get used more on the car and the tires. And with an hour and 5 minutes to go for the stint, prediction on the current situation, because I'm seeing the gap getting thinner and thinner between the 71 and the number 5.
Yeah, it's an interesting place at the moment. Most of the teams that I've been checking up on have had driver changes as well. So it's now Gamble in the Kramer car, Boothby in the Veloci Porsche, Italian job I've got Vignoli in, it's Vat in that Renvelten Esports car at the moment. And as you can see on Steam, Valentin Barrier in the 296 Ferrari. Yeah, we'll see how these drivers cope. I mean, the track temperature has remained at 37 degrees. It's got a little bit cooler on the air temperature, so that should make things slightly better for them. as the stint goes on, they should be able to cope just a little bit more, which is certainly going to be helpful. But yeah, it's always dangerous to try and predict an endurance racing at the moment. I think given how much time they were behind in the pit stops, I think Veloci will be pretty delighted to have come out of that pit stop only 2.2 seconds behind. We'll see what George Booth can do, whether he can close that gap up over Henrik Gamble. Obviously had a much better out laps, given that extra pace that he had in pits, but also gained a few tenths of a second out on track as well. So we'll see whether Boothby can get onto the back of Gamble. A battle that we were watching just before the pit stops, and we weren't sure whether it was going to work out for the Armentario car with Rafael Stajak behind the wheel. The 1-2-1 came out country mile ahead of the Creme de la Course car and the Burst Esports car. Stajak putting in a fantastic performance on his first few laps out of the pits, gaining plenty of time, just proving how much more powerful it is to have those fresher tyres because of how much they're cooking them in the higher track temperatures. If you can make that undercut work, it is certainly a good position to be in for now. Just have to see whether at the end of the race, though, how it's going to be, because you might be a bit close to the stint time, some of the pit stops towards the end of this race.
Yeah, right. They're now not even behind the duo, that, by the way, is still fighting for position. They are fighting for 11th. And earlier on, they gained an entire 6 seconds on the outlap, the in-lap, and doing the undercut. Because they've been lapping 6.5, let's say, just to be general, 6.5 to 7, but mainly 6.5 around there. While the other two were driving into 0.8. So a couple of laps of difference means 3 seconds. And plus you make the undercut kind of works better because they were lapping a bit slow, and with newer tires earlier on during the stint they were able to afford better times quicker. And now they're just half a second behind the number 26 as the CRL, being driven by Tobias Kraus in front of Stasas, the Polish driver, as you can see on the left side of your screen. The nationalities are the drivers' ones, not the team's one, mostly because many teams are international, and it's simply something that that no one can take from the game itself. We'll put the nationalities of the drivers up ahead, but many went for a different driver. Gamble is now driving the 977, Boothby is now driving 75, Vignoli in the 179, Ratz in the 71, Barrier in the 296, Rodriguez in the number 5, Durkop is still driving, Wong in the 33, Guslav in the 222, Nikolai in the 1, Kraus in the 76, and many more. Basically, everyone went for the same tactic of changing the driver. Not sure why, to be fair, because it's odd that everyone went for the same tactic of doing 2 hour each, and no one went for the single hour for the first driver. At least looking at this, I'm not seeing a single... Okay, I'm seeing one in 24th place. That's the first one I'm seeing that didn't change the driver. Otherwise, everyone else is different. Which is a bit odd. I said it's also Durkop, right? I forgot about him. I even mentioned the fact earlier on. And speaking of different driver, it also means a better or worse performance. You can see here 0.6 flat is the team's personal best, but even better is a 5.7 being set by Igor Rodriguez for Williams Esport. So fresh pair of booth on the car may also mean way different lap times, and Barrier is now just 6 tenths away from Ratz, the German for Rembelton Esport, in the 71. So we can go on the wing. The gap earlier on was 2.5 seconds when starting the stint, and now it's only 4. There is also a little bit of a fight between 11th and 12th place And I'll be honest, I expected a bit more from the Ferrari. Like, I expected to dominate the field, knowing how quick it is. But it's actually the Porsche making it happen, and the Honda. A bit off my expectation, because since the new update came out, the Ferrari is, and still is, the quickest car, by a mile. Like, anyone saying otherwise is just wrong. It's not true. Don't believe them. They are there just to not let you pick the Ferrari. It is the quickest car, simple put. But it's not even a single Ferrari is on the podium even. Did you expect the same, or was I the only one to just expect the Ferrari to dominate the field and that's it? Even because it's a technical slash fast track, so Ferrari should be quite okay there.
I'm going to be honest. I didn't expect the Ferrari to do quite well. It's certainly, and unfortunately, I've not had a chance to drive the new Ferrari yet. But I know from speaking to others, I know from driving the old Ferrari, it's always been just one that feels very nice and one that you can just jump into. Which, you know, I don't know, it might mean that sort of at a lower level, it's the more comfortable car, which is why you see a few more Ferraris racing. It might not necessarily mean that it is the outright fastest, but certainly in this battle at the moment, it's looking like Barria's got the edge over that. 2:05.9 last lap from Barrier. So Gurkop also do their fastest time. So everything's all just coming to the Ferrari a little bit more as the track conditions are changing, as we see traffic there wanting to get well out of the way of this battle. I think Barria's got to make the move sooner rather than later. 2:96 has to get this done because Rodriguez is looking very racy behind, and he does not want this to turn into a freeway battle all of a sudden, where he's got to keep an eye on these mirrors. He's not going to be close enough on the run down towards turn number 12, but I think already he's got to think about, can you set the move up in towards turn number 1? Can you force Rats into a bit of mistake? Because those top 3 drivers are just starting to escape away all of a sudden. Vignoli, or the 179 in the Italian job car earlier on with Eric behind the wheel, that gap was comfortably in single figures between the 179 and the 71 third and fourth place. It's gone up to 11.2 seconds at the moment. It looks like it's going to go up a few tenths every single lap. Barria needs to get this move done, not only to catch Vignoli, but those front two, Gamble and Boothby, are still escaping away up the field, and Boothby has got that gap down to about 1.5 seconds all of a sudden. So it looks like, again, full of fuel loads, it looks like the 75 is a quicker car than the 977. We'll see what the tyre management is like, because of course at the end of the last stint, 977 was just able to pull away, and that is wide coming out of the final corner from the 71 car. This could be a chance for Valentin Barria then in the slipstream, still quite a long way back behind on the run down towards turn number 1. And even with that tiny little mistake from the Van Velten car, nothing Barria could do, but you could see he's almost pushing fellow Ferrari down the hill. It feels like a matter of when, not if, this overtake is going to happen.
Yeah, you're right. Now the gap between the two is 1/10 only, and we nearly got collected into the diffuser. Literally, we were centimeters apart from it for how close they are. And now you can see from this technical section, the dirty air really does help the situation for Valentin Barria as a Frenchman, and the German are going into the main straight. And as this little battle goes on, as the time passes, I think Barria is not looking in front anymore at this point. Rodriguez is getting close very quickly, and Barria has to make the overtake as soon as possible, otherwise there is an issue called Igor Rodriguez. Now a second behind. Now you can see possibly Barria has a chance to go on the right side of your screen. They try the overtake, it doesn't happen as of now, because in front the gap was just enough to not make it happen. They go on the wing, and now Rodriguez is less than a second behind Yassit Esport. In the 296, the Ferrari very good on tires, but seems like this battle may sparkle not between two, but among 3 drivers in what, maybe a lap and a half, more or less, as I got noticed that the highlights are ready, but I honestly want to wait for them to happen, because this is a bit more interesting to let it happen now that Barrier has another chance maybe as we go into the Mosca cockpit cam, into the inside of the Ferrari. Another chance may happen just in turn 2, because turn 1 is clearly not possible. And again it doesn't. And again the two drivers are too much far away. Dirty Air will be a big protagonist of the two and their outcome. If Barrier can stay very close to Rats, the chance may happen in 12 or even in 11. Oh, that's wide. There's a little mistake as Tazask made the overtake on Kraus behind in 11th place for 1-to-1. Armamentari is now in 11th, overtaking the number 76. As we go back into our main cameras, and this means it is effectively a freeway battle, because unfortunately Rodriguez is now behind the Ferrari, and the chance for Rats is to hope Rodriguez is quicker and faster than the Ferrari, which it means it can happen now because the Audi is very strong on the speed trap. Speaking of speed trap, I can literally tell you the difference of speed Barrier on the slipstream. 259. Rodriguez 265. 60 km per hour of difference between the two drivers. And that's huge, because I don't think Barrier will have the chance to resist. So now it's either Barrier or Rodriguez making the overtake in the next 5.7 kilometers, because 100% one of the two will make the overtake on the next lap. Whether it is because the Ferrari is a bit slower, because the Ferrari is a bit slower than many other cars. In fact, the slowest speed being registered are made by the Ferrari and by the Porsche, while the quickest ones are being set by the Aston Martin and the Audi and the BMW. And unfortunately there is an Audi there, and the 4 rings are cheering to let an overtake happen between the two Ferrari, or between the Ferrari and the Audi, or between the Audi and 2 Ferraris. Maybe go for a free wide in a single moment. Everything can happen as of this situation. In front, the gap is getting closer and closer, by the way. Gumball lost half a second in 5 laps, so not really the quickest chase in the world, but still the gap is a bit less and less as the time passes. And the Barrier, it's now or never possibly, as we go on Ratz's wing. Barrier is closer to Ratz than Rodriguez is to Barrier, so maybe what I said is false altogether, but I tried to hope for it, even if Barrier is now very close. But again, seems like a higher wing value is not really helping Barrier on the main straight. They clearly have more downforce because the top speed is less on the number 296 compared to the 71. It is the chance maybe now. In fact, it is the chance. I was correct, by the way, with the overtake happening between the 296 and 71. Not where I thought it would have happened. Into the technical zone, into the carousel we go. And the 296 is now in front of the 71. With now Rodriguez having another Ferrari up in front. But still a Ferrari that has to be overtaken. We know Barrier luckily making it before Rodriguez was there for their position. So now Barrier has a little bit of a, I will say, human being disguised as a gap, because the Ferrari of Ratz is possibly being used as a shield by the Ferrari number 296 up in front for City Sport. And now Williams can make the overtake happen for the Audi number 5, as Ratz has to defend in this very fast zone. The Audi, you can see the Audi a bit more close to the apexes compared to the Ferrari. A tiny bit, centimeters, but those centimeters are enough for some temps. This is the difference between me and them. They are better. in these kind of lines. So Luke, opinion on the overtake at with a hot flow of events.
Yeah, it was just a tiny little mistake by Orlando Vats in the Van Velten Esports car. Coming through turn number 13, had a little bit of a wobble, and that half opened the door for Barrier. In the end, that turned into the door fully open through turn number 14 and 15. Interestingly, on that previous lap as well, Rodriguez, I mean, yeah, he's got this fantastic straight line speed, but just coming through turn number 11, didn't really get the best of runs on the previous lap, so wasn't putting Barrier under all sorts of pressure. And likewise on this occasion, with that getting that slipstream as well, Rodriguez is third man in the train, perhaps not gaining as easily as he would if there was only one Ferrari ahead of him rather than two. So I think the Brazilian's going to have to be very clever here and very sneaky and think about where he can get this move done. I'm intrigued to see whether Barry is able to escape away now, or whether Orlando Rats, now that he's going to gain from a little bit of a slipstream, might just be able to recover all of a sudden. Because on this lap, certainly, I mean, Rats hasn't been hounding Barrier. It's not like Barrier has jumped away the front of the field like we've seen happen with some other overtakes a bit further down the field. Yeah, Barrier, he's got that move done. He'll be setting off to Vignoli as well, but that gap 11.1 seconds all of a sudden. Well, 11.5 seconds, sorry. So even in all that battling, they've not really lost too much to the Honda. Ed, who's not really been, losing too much, lost about a second since the pit stops ahead of the two Porsches at the front of the field. So they're setting very consistent time, which means we're going to get these close battlings going on. And because they're so close, it's not necessarily the easiest to overtake. And I think that's what Rodriguez is maybe just starting to find at the moment. And you can see straight away, Rats, 206.4 on the previous lap, really taking advantage of that little bit of a slipstream as we look at Visceral Esports moving their way up the field. A glorious instant replay of the number 44 car late on the brakes down the inside of the Mercedes, and I think the 147 finding himself a little bit stupid there and sort of spooked by the number 44 Visceral Esports the Ferrari. So they've managed to work their way up into 17th place with Merrick Levesque behind the wheel. 6 places gained from their grid slot. So VSR slowly starting to climb their way up the field, going back to the battle for 5th and 6th. Still fairly spaced out at the moment. So Rodriguez starting to find himself a little bit frustrated on the back of these two Ferraris. Has never really got close enough to looking like that a move's going to happen. So I think, again, it could rely on a mistake from the 71 or even a mistake from the 296 before we're going to see anything else change in this train.
I'll be honest, I think, paradoxically, Barrier is helping Rats to avoid being overtaken by Rodriguez. He's getting closer to Rats, but he's being helped by the slipstream to stay away from the 6th place. But Barrier is fast, it's faster than Rats. It's a bit of a perfect puzzle, except for Rodriguez, because Rats keeps the position. Barrier is in front, and Rodriguez is the last one on the debate, because the gap is still there, but unfortunately Rats is being helped by the slipstream that now is not happening anymore, because you can see from the gaps 1.2 seconds, now 1 second between the two. Now the slipstream kind of exists for in a sort of decreasing way, but up until 8 a second it is there. After then it's basically non-existent. And now you can see the gap is quite clear, not being enough for the slipstream, so possibly into the main straight, unless Barrier makes a mistake, which hope not. I hope to not have called, which seems actually the case, because now the gap is a bit less. But Rats has to use, meanwhile, Gustav and Nikolai, another overtake for the number 1 in their uprising situation, making an overtake into number 1. Quite clean, quite easy, in a faster BMW. 0.7.1, so the lap difference between Nikolai and Gustav, so Home Sim Racing and West Competition Racing, is on the last lap it was 8 tenths, so not really much to play with. As Rodriguez is now very close, and nothing still happened again. So unless these gaps remain the same, don't think we'll see any overtake for the next at the very least a couple of laps, as I think in this technical moment, I think we can go for some highlights, but with the live stream on, just to play it safe. We go for our hourly update. You can see in hour 2 what happened exactly. It was the Lamborghini making overtakes when it was still on track into turn 11. Side by side, no, it is turn 12, apologies. Side by side, even with Visceral Esport just behind. And a lot of side by side between a Lamborghini flashing the light. That unfortunately is not on track anymore because of internet issues. As you can see from a different angle and perspective, what happened between the Lamborghini for Genesis Esport and the Shazoo GT Omega. Now, I can't find them, to be fair. They were very up ahead. I think now that I look at it, I think that's the team we lost, to be fair. As here is the fight for P1 that went on for several laps and minutes and hours at this point, and it's still ongoing. That was between Bishop and Caracas. Now it's between Boothby and Gumball. But it's still ongoing. So effectively, now that I look at it, I think I found the team that is not on the race anymore. Because the number 48 is back, so Genesis Esport is at least back on the race. Oh, that's a contact in turn number 12 from the Mercedes Steno Racing and Genesis Esport. Not really having a good afternoon after so much time. This is from the diffuser of the Kramer Racing, now still leading, with an off track having had on this last lap. Now that I look at it from the race control, but ultimately it is the battle that is since going from the start of the hour number 11, if I remember correctly, with Gumball leading for Kramer, George Buffy for Veloci Sport in second. In third place is still the Italian job with Matteo Vignoli in the lead of the car. Valentin Barria, the Frenchman, still in fourth, with Orlando Ratz that doesn't have anymore the slipstream. So now Igor Rodriguez for Williams Sport has the chance to make it happen. Dirk Cup in 7th, with Unicorns of Love Purple Team Sport, West Competition Racing in 8th place, number 33. And now the sister car is just 10 seconds behind, with Nicolai on the wheel. 222 with Almost Sim Racing is ending your top 10. Then we have Armamentari in 11th, with SACRL and Creme de la Course fighting for position. That's for 12th place. Then we have in 14th place we have Burst Esport just looking at the battle, and Offerman for Seno Racing looking at it in 15th, with Low Fuel Motorsport Lucas Tipac in the number 255 in 16th, Levesque for Visceral Esport, Bierwinkel in the 147 Peter Brothers in 18th place, as there is overtake ongoing in turn number 1 between the 76 and the Creme de la Course. In turn number 1 it happened earlier on, and it happens again with the BMW now ahead. And now Rodriguez made the overtake on turn number 12, it seems like it, as we can go for the instant replay, glorious instant replay. We can see from the inside, in fact it was where I thought it would have happened in turn number 12 after the slipstream. Easiness of the speed being utilized, and this means the Williams is now searching for 4th place, even if Raz is trying the best possible to stay ahead of the Williams, but for now it can't happen, with Remvelten now in 6th place, starting in 5th, and Rodriguez for Williams Esport that started in 11th place, and now in 5th in their path to go as quick as possible and as far as possible up the field especially because in the last rounds they didn't find much glory. In race number 1 it was a disaster, in Nürburgring it was another disaster, in Paul Ricard it was a win, and here for now it is an exceptional first couple and a half of hours, with top 5 being gained, and even a podium at this point is in contention. The last lap was a 6.9, Barrier made a 6.8, 6.9 with an overtaker to be fair, and Vignoli is lapping half 7, around there, losing time on the top 2 and everyone else that is following them. So for now Williams may make the overtake even before the pit stint timer is over, or maybe not. It's a bit, I'm a bit undecided on the matter. So Luke, your idea on what we will be seeing in the next minutes, what is it?
I think what we're going to be seeing is Barrier and Rodriguez. I think Rats isn't going to be able to do it quite as much, but Barrier and Rodriguez are definitely going to keep closing that gap up on Vignoli. I'm expecting at the pace they're doing at the moment, by the time we get to the pit stop period, wouldn't surprise me if they're less than 5 seconds. And then you never know, a little bit of an issue in the pit stop for the 179 Italian job car, and they could be right in this battle for a podium position all of a sudden, and that would make things very interesting and very exciting indeed, because the Italian job car sort of been on its own for the last hour or so, not really had too much to deal with, and if I was Vignoli's teammates, I'd be definitely saying, you know, just not trying to panic them too much, obviously, but just maybe saying, like, Barrier and Rodriguez have cleared the traffic, they are starting to pump in some very good times, but considering their Italian job have been so far this season in the races that they've done, 8th in the first round of the season, Laguna Seca was their best performance. You know, the 24 hours at Paul Ricard didn't really. 12th place, not too bad. The double points race in Germany at the Nürburgring definitely not going to plan. So I think they'll be pretty happy with how things are going right now in the Italian job squad. They'll just be keeping one eye on what Barrier in the Yas Heat car and Rodriguez in the Williams Esports car can do as well. I'm also trying to keep one eye on what is happening at the front of the field. Last lap around Boothby, about a 10th of a second faster than Gamble in the 977 Kramer car, and that's been a consistent theme all the way through this stint, and now all of a sudden won't be too long, you don't think, before Boothby's starting to get the advantage of that slipstream, and we're back to that situation that we were in before the end of the last stint, with the Veloci car and the Kramer car basically going around the field as one. We'll see whether Boothby has managed to keep his tyres up in a good enough condition to stick with the 977, and if he has, is he going to be interested in the overtake? Or will we see again that Veloci car just quite happily, quite compliantly follow Kramer around until the pit stop period? They're about halfway through the stint at the moment. They've done about 30 minutes, so still another 35 minutes to go. So certainly shouldn't be worrying about tyres too much yet. I think it is definitely going to spice up once again between the two Porsches.
I actually expected some rain, to be fair, up until this point, because you were saying about the pit stops happening, and maybe something may sparkle even because Barrier is now just half a second clear of Rodriguez, as there is no filtration between the 100 and the Yas Heat in lap 19, so much time ago. I was expecting some rain. Why isn't it here? I'm highly frustrated by this, because in qualifying yesterday it was wet, and now I want my rain, because it's better for us at the commentary booth and the viewer point of view, but not for them. But honestly, it would put way more sparkle on the racetrack, as there is an overtake ongoing. So what I asked earlier on, I think they are answering me, literally. So if the overtake may happen or may not, 4 minutes ago I asked this, and now they are battling for position. So I think my question has been answered quite clearly by Rodriguez in a quite evident way. Rodriguez is now half a second away from Barrier, and also you were saying about Boothby and Gamble getting closer and closer. It's been a steady, very slow, but steady gain. In the last lap has been 2/10, and some laps ago something has been lost. But ultimately, it's been very, very slow, because it was 2.5 seconds at the start of the stint 40 nearly minutes ago. So a second and a half in 40 minutes is very, very slow pace. But that's the difference. You can understand the reason is because they are simply basically they are a centimeter away from perfection. And now Rodriguez goes into 4th place with Barrier having to go away from 4th place, and Rodriguez takes the position without any real trouble, with a great help by the speed, straight line speed offered by the Audi R8. That unfortunately the V10 made in Germany will end their life after 2024, with all resources being deployed on the Lamborghini Huracan project and whichever will come afterward, because the engine will still be used, the same V10 being used on the R8 will still be used on the Lamborghini manufacturing, except the Audi will not, at least for now, provide a different variation, nor a different car that will have a GT3 homologation. So this is possibly the last Audi we will ever see for a lot of time, because there isn't a real project based on an ECE, as there is Borussia Sport making the position number 13, and the 76 is again losing another spot for the race, with SCCRL and Tobias Kraus in 14th, and Senna Racing really looking forward to that 14th place that is only a couple of meters away from it. But going back to the real world, kind of parenthesis, theoretically the Lamborghini is what comes after the R8, in a bit of a odd way. The same goes for the LMH/DH program, because the Audi program went into flames days away from it to start, and everything kind of went either to the Porsche project or to the Lamborghini one that will start next year in LMDH, while in both classes the Porsche 963 is being deployed, and possibly many Audi engineers that were working on what was the next generation of Audi are going to be put, or already have been put in the other two endurance projects. But apart from this, Aston Martin 76, not that much famous anymore. Same with the Honda, at least in Europe. With the Aston Martin number 76, just taking it away in 14th. Offerman is slicing as much as possible the tires. You saw the black printing on the tarmac from the tires that was printed on the American soil, Texas, in the Texas state. I was about to say region, but the states of America may turn on some lights on my brain. And Offerman still very much close to the Aston for SCCRL, and last lap was a 6/10 of difference between the two drivers, with Kraus and Offerman getting closer in a single lap by a ton of tenths. And I wouldn't be surprised if in the next lap we will see, some overtaking, some moves by the number 54, now sitting in 15th place. And there is also less than a second now between Gumbel and Boothby, but as always now the chase is so slow that we are counting on milliseconds. 7 milliseconds have been gained on the last lap, so not really worthy of any great improvement on the gap. But for now it still is getting less and less, as the Mercedes is still trying to make it on turn number 3, which is haggling impossible. But you never know, maybe a mistake by Aston Martin up ahead. There is also the 100 trying to get back to a position of relevance after their drive-through. Just only 2 hours in have been received. Quite quick, to be fair. And for now, just a single car had to make another drive-through. And unfortunately, number 100 was battling very high in the standings. And now they have to kind of recover an entire 40 seconds. Because otherwise they would have been in, just looking at it, they would have been in 8th place. So they lost 10 places for the drive-through. Which is a lot. Like, in 2 hours. I know that Cota is difficult, but a drive-through in 2 hours is a bit too much in my opinion.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there, Christian. I think the 52, the Ferrari, down in 23rd place, the Paul Sim Sport car was also had a drive-through penalty. But yeah, if you're talking about penalties, you're thinking, you know, around here, maybe. Obviously, you want none, but one could probably be an expectation. Any more of that, you're probably going to be disappointed with yourself. If you're getting one in the first 2 hours, you don't need to be a mathematician to realise you're going to be talking 6 by the end of the race. That's going to be 240 seconds. That's 4 minutes. You've lost 2 laps. As near as makes no difference all of a sudden. So certainly can't afford to do that. I mean, it does look like they've got a bit more pace in that number 100 BMW. All of a sudden, the Symphony of Pistons car, like you said, if it wasn't for the penalty, they'd be in and around the 2 West Competition racing cars in 8th and 9th, which would put them in and around the best BMWs at the moment. So really some positive green shoots of what was a very tough first 2 hours for the Symphony of Pistons squad. Danny Bayston, the American, at the Circuit of the Americas, doing quite a good job at the moment, and he's starting to put that Petrol Brothers car under a little bit of pressure as well. Last lap around, the Petrol Brothers car was slightly faster than Bayston, so this battle has been going on for quite a while. Burfinkel not coming under any real pressure there, but considering it was in the middle of the stint that we saw the 44, the Visceral Esports car, battling with the Petrol Brothers car, they have lost a lot of time in this stint all of a sudden. So the 147 lost now 8.5 seconds to that Ferrari in one stint. So definitely not what he would have wanted. Gives me the feeling that we could see Bayston come through sooner rather than later. And I think there's just got a bit of traffic there behind him. That is not sure who that was. Interestingly, I know it was a while ago we talked about them. We did talk about the Team to Do team, the 211. They are actually the one following this battle. They are still in this race. For team who were fastest in the normal part of qualifying, didn't get pole position. So did start a long, long way up the order. They are still in this race, but way down in 29th place. So I wonder if they've also had a disconnection or had some sort of issue in everything that has gone on. Definitely not what they would have wanted, but still a long way to go. Still plenty of opportunity for them to find their way and fight their way up the field.
In fact, you can see up in the distance, it's the top 2, and they were starting on the lead, as you said. So I know these things get undercovered, but psychologically thinking, like, you get overtaken by the ones that were in your place, that are in what was your place, if you can understand what I'm saying. Basically, getting overtaken by the first and second race car while you were starting on the lead after 3 hours, it's a bit impactful, maybe psychologically even. So you maybe start going slower, mostly because you are hating where you are. It's a bit difficult to say it without going to other places that I have no knowledge about. So I don't want to go into psychologically speaking, because I never did anything psychologically in 20 years of my life. But as a driver, getting lapped 3 hours in by what was your place, your starting place, you kinda, I won't say you get a mental breakdown, because it's not so exaggerate, but it's a bit of a bad feeling, no?
It's not ideal, is it?
Not ideal.
You know that car's got some outright pace. You've seen others that are not using perhaps to fight for the front of the field, but if you've qualified on pole position, you've got a pretty decent car. You would not expect, even if you've set it up a bit more for qualifying than the race, you would not expect to get lapped after 3 hours. Obviously, they've had that drive-through penalty, but even then, you could probably say they'd have been on pace to get lapped after maybe 5 or 6 hours, which is a bit less devastating, but certainly still not what they would have wanted. Talking not what they would have wanted, I think Offerman would have wanted to get ahead of Kraus a lot sooner than he has done. The gap's gone up to 1.1 second as the F1 Memes racing team. They're having a bit of fun here with the low-floor motorsport car. 2 Ferraris battling. We've seen this number 98 get involved in a few incidents earlier on, and maybe they've decided to keep things a little bit calmer after serving their penalties. I mean, they have still gained 3 places from where they've started, and this could be a lovely move all the way around the outside of turn number 13 if they're able to hold it there. That gives them the inside line for 14 and 15. It's going to get very tight. Nikolai Polakov down the inside, though, of the low-fuel motorsport car, and that is the F1 Means Racing team very nicely up into 20th place all of a sudden, getting ahead of Kevin Porwait. And that's what we were talking about earlier. Set that move up on the way in towards turn number 12. Very surprised that they had the grip to go all the way around the outside at 13.
I think we can conclude the vote here. We found our overtake of the race 3 hours in, because that was astonishing on outside. It's wow, simply wow, because on the outside there, it's very rare that something happens. Even something happens, not even finalizing it, and that was honestly a great overtake. That I strongly disagree that anyone will be able to beat it, because it was phenomenal on the outside of 13. That even on the inside is difficult, because then it's a left-hander. On the outside, even trying it is not an idea that you have always. Well, not even always, not even once. But even finalizing is way harder than what you can see, and honestly, that's a great overtake. As Rosenfeld for Luffy and Motorsport is trying to overtake number 15, Porsche Binala Racing Team, with a different livery from the usual. They usually have a very bright red / purple livery, not purple, more like purple, possibly. Depends on the light. In this cloudy sky, they decided to go with a white variation of their livery, a bit different from the usual, and 76 goes for the undercut, because they were fighting with the 54 and the 49, and they are a bit early, 53 minutes into the stint. They went in 10 minutes earlier than expected, at least from the usual, because they were stuck behind. It was the opposite. It was Offerman being stuck behind Kraus in the Senna Racing, and now ACCRL is in the pits for a great undercut. So I'm very curious about their idea on the follow of the race. Meanwhile, there's another overtake into 14, and it happens as of now. So the number 255 for Luffy and Motorsport overtakes the number 15, and also there is the Audi 777 that wants an overtake to happen in the following seconds, but for now it can't happen as of now. But the Ferrari, it's all around the field. I can't really be certain which is the effective pace of the car, so I can't understand if the car is strong or not, because whichever place it is taken, it's everywhere. We have one in 29th, as we have one in 5th place. So I can't understand if the car is good or not here. Something quite clear is that the Porsche is good, because we have 3 cars in the top 13. And something quite obvious is that the Audi is not that great, because apart from the number 5, everyone else is not really on their base route. We are looking at the 777 here, but it is also daily in the 799. And then the BMW is ultimately very good platform. We have Wong in the 33 and the number 1 for West Competition Racing. For West Competition Racing, driving in 8th and 9th. Speaking of which, of West Competition Racing, I think we have. In fact, I have to switch him. We have, in fact, who is the head management of the West Competition Racing, number 1 and 33. Welcome aboard.
Hello. Well, I'm not the manager, I'm one of the drivers.
Ah, okay, never mind. Yeah, because on the Discord name, I'll be honest, I was not sure, so I went. Okay, let's hope for the best. Apparently, it wasn't the correct choice. Welcome. Introduce yourself, mate.
Thank you. Yeah, well, my name is Mark Tol. I'm one of the BMW drivers, the car number 33 of West Competition Racing. So yeah, there's really much else to say, I guess.
Well, you are leading the BMW trail, so there is something to say about your pace. At the moment, you effectively lost 6 places from where you started.
Yes.
But the pace seems okay. 7.234 around there for the last few laps. It doesn't change too much. It's very consistent. Seems like your car is a very good platform.
Well, yeah, we weren't really happy with our pace, or we still aren't, to be honest. Our car seems to be struggling quite a bit in terms of raw pace compared to the other cars, like the Porsches and the Ferraris. But yeah, as you said, the car is fairly stable in terms of pace. The drop-off is quite bad, but it's manageable, let's put it that way. So yeah, yeah, we were a bit sad that the pace isn't quite there today, but we're managing it.
You are ahead of the sister car at the very least, and they are not lapping extremely quicker than you. So if any other BMW is also around there, to be fair, I don't think it's a team issue. I think it's just that the BMW has this much to offer. It's not like there isn't much more to it to deliver on the track. And you are the leading BMW. You are leading your team lineup because your sister car is in 9th place. And you are not having any penalty, any damage, so it seems okay so far. A question that I always want to make to BMW drivers, because I don't drive the BMW because I hate it. But how is it to drive compared to other cars?
Well, personally, I'm not a BMW main either, but yeah, for a VEM, I'm using it, and the main difference I'm noticing compared to, like, let's say a Honda or any other car really, that the technique you need to use in this car is much more precise than any other car. At least that's what I'm feeling. So in terms of braking, you can't really like binary brake, so let's say from 100 to 0 in an instant, but you really have to be throttle braking quite a lot and be quite precise with your track usage and lines and stuff like that. That's my main thing I've noticed compared to other cars.
Because the BMW is usually getting linked to new drivers to get used, because it's a very stable platform to play with. So it's basically very easy to. It's the classic easy to use, hard to master, kind of.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the best way to put it. Yeah.
Last question, then I pass the microphone to Luke. Opinion on the next following 9 hours. I know it's a big predicament, but just let's go for the huge predicament moment. Your opinion on what will happen in the race, if you will get an improvement, if anything will go. Obviously, you can say the plans, but according to your plans, whichever they are, and etc. etc.
Well, if you're looking at the next 9 hours, if it stays dry, I'm fairly sure the Porsches and the Honda will be gone. They're just simply too quick. But if it rains, like light rain, damp, stuff like that, that will be really beneficial for us. Then I expect to be gaining quite a bit maybe. But yeah, if it stays dry, I think P8 would be our maximum probably. And yeah, Cota is quite a notorious track for track limits. We've already seen quite a noticeable incident with one of the track limits at the beginning of the race. I expect to see quite some BTs as well. So yeah, maybe there's a position or two for us in it, but yeah, as I said, if it stays dry, nothing much will happen, I think.
So top 10 is ugly possible. Let's say. Luke, you go for any question you have regarding our little driver for the number 33?
Yeah, I mean, you talked there, Mark, about how you feel like obviously if we get wet conditions, we had the slightly damp conditions at the end of qualifying yesterday. That made things very interesting. Why do you think the BMW seems to be doing better in those conditions? Obviously, got a 1-2 as a manufacturer in qualifying yesterday. You're now heading up the BMW field. Is there any particular reason why you think it seems to do better in the cooler conditions and cooler in the wet? Is it just that it is a bit more of a stable car, so allows you to push more?
I think the main reason why we performed so well yesterday is that the BMW seems to be really good in quali in the 1.9 build compared to 1.8. I think, yeah, the rain doesn't really seem to be much of a advantage to us. I mean, if you're looking at the Ferraris in medium rain, let's say, then they should be quicker in theory. But yeah, the BMW seems to be quite solid in the rain as well, especially light rain. Not really sure why, but yeah, the car really seems to be suiting light rain conditions.
And who would you say is your main rivals for the rest of this race? Obviously, you've got your fellow West Competition racing car, the number one, in 9th place. Is it just about keeping them behind and making sure that you have a lead BMW? Or are you looking a bit further ahead?
Well, I think our main plan is to be just working together and make sure that if one, let's say the number one car is quicker than us, that we're not holding them up too much. But yeah, being top 10 with both cars is probably our main priority. So yeah, I think that's really it, to be honest.
It definitely looks like that is on for yourself at the moment. I'll hand you back to Christian.
Yep.
So, effectively, these. No, sorry, look at what you said because you lagged a bit for me. I'll be honest.
I was going to say that's it for all my questions.
Ah,
So
okay,
unless you've
okay.
got any, Christian,
Okay.
we'll let Mark head off.
Just one more thing. Good luck for the rest of the race, and
Oh, thanks.
and have fun for it because at the end of the day, you have to have fun because if it becomes a mandatory thing that you don't want to do, it's not good anymore to be done. So have fun for
Yeah.
it.
Thanks. Good luck with the rest of the commentary as well.
Thanks, mate.
See ya.
So, yeah. And we had our first interview of the afternoon. I can't remember how old he is, but I think if it's the number 33, I think he's about my age, slightly less, because this field is very young. Like the average I saw around left and right is basically 19, 20, which always is a good thing in my opinion. The younger the better. In this new kind of esports playground, kind of, because I remember that some years ago there was no one of my age, like the average was 30 years old, maybe more. Now there are lots of young drivers and young talented are blooming, effectively. I'm not one of them, but many are on the right spot for their age. Like I'm seeing people 14 years old delivering and destroying the fields, which always always make me feel old a lot, even if I'm just 20. But among the others, seems like it's already too late, even if I'm not even a quarter of my life being lived. But anyway, that's me just going around my thoughts. Luke possibly is questioning my mental sanity.
How do you think I feel at 28 years old? Like, I'm I'm past it. I'm well too old. I mean, Max Verstappen's younger than me. He's winning actual. You know, there's actual drivers out there winning, real life championships who are way younger than me. I'm definitely far too old for this. But I think it shows, if you're good enough, you're old enough. And that's the thing. Like you said, we have got 14-year-olds. You've got the average age of the field in and around that 19 or 20-year-old, which is great to see. It shows how it's become, certainly a bit more accessible. Yes, you need a lot of the kit, but you can get a gaming PC that's going to be able to run this okay for not too much money. Get yourself a cheaper steering wheel, and they're still not too bad. Certainly not compared to what they used to be. As we're seeing Armamentario come into the pits, they did pit a bit earlier last time around, so that's not too surprising. Probably about 5 or 6 seconds left for some of the other cars that are going to come into the pits. And what's been a very interesting one, we talked about how the Audi didn't look like too good of a car unless it was being driven by Igor Rodriguez. That is certainly coming up to be true, because he's gaining nearly a second a lap on Vignoli in the 179 Italian job car. Yes, there's some traffic in all of that. I said Rodriguez and Barrier would get within about 5 seconds of Vignoli. Barrier's about 6 seconds behind at the moment, so I wasn't too far off on that. I did not expect Rodriguez to catch up as quickly as he has been doing, and he's catching up on our leaders as well, Gamble and Boothby. Again, the 75 Veloci car has dropped back slightly as its tyres have got older, but this has been a fantastic stint from Rodriguez, and depending on how long he's going to stay in the car, I mean, you don't need me to tell you, it's put the number 5 Williams Esports car in contention of a podium. Oh, we're going to see that Audi possibly get into contention for a race win later on. 22.7 seconds behind for now, but the rate Rodriguez has been catching, certainly Vignoli, he's not been catching Gamble and Boothby quite as much. The Audi is looking very good all of a sudden. He'll be annoyed that he's got to come into the pit soon, but he's got no choice because he'll be feeling fantastic at the moment.
The Audi in this track is very good, mostly because it doesn't have one simple thing that the Audi hates tremendously: slow turns. There are very few, literally 4. Literally 4 turns are slow speed with mechanical traction kind of corners, because the hairpin is simply a hairpin. You just need some traction that the Audi has. The issue with the Audi is mainly on slow corners that require a lot of mechanical grip. The Audi unfortunately lacks a lot on that particular matter, and I know it firsthand because I'm an Audi main, and I hate to be an Audi main with the new patches left and right. But effectively, seems like Williams is, and especially Rodriguez, are creating their pace completely differently from anyone else on track, and even more compared to any other Audi. You add to this the car is very good on this track. You add the fact that the drivers are obviously very good. You add the fact that possibly they have, because it's true, you can't just say no, it's true. They possibly have a race engineer that made the setup perfectly for this car, because this car is very hard to set up, to be fair, as they go into the pits. It's very hard to set up. It's very difficult to play with it, because you don't have much wing settings. You don't have much anti-roll bar settings. You have a very little differences in your setup that you can make. You have obviously the camber, the toe, the usual. The wing has just 5 values. The rake has to be more or less the same every time, and the anti-roll bar has 4 values. And half of the 3/4 of the time you have to play to race with a very low value of differential preload. As the Borussia Sport tried to outbrake the Mercedes, but ended up nowhere near the apex. You can go with the glorious replay for a brief replay about what happened. You can see the Mercedes braking on the correct marker and the Porsche going 10 to 20 meters after it. So if you put together with a lot of experience and talent, everything into a mixing pot, you get the number 5. Starting not where they wanted to start, in 11th, but remember they did the lap on wet. Even Williams itself can't challenge the rain on the car, because the Audi on rain is unusable, is not enough of a word. It's literally rubbish. And I'm not saying it just because, yes, it is literally useless in the rain. In the dry is way more likable, but even then you have many issues that if you just don't nail the setup perfectly, you are nowhere. Your pace is seconds off where you can do, because it's not even a matter of talent and being good while driving. It's a matter of the setup being nowhere near you. You don't feel the car anymore. It's a very odd sensation. Basically, it's more like the car decides where to go, not you, and you hate it. But if the setup is very good, it's possibly the best car. In my opinion, it's the most difficult car to set up because of how little of a window you have, and you have to find it, and it's not always easy. There are cars like the Ferrari, the BMW that are way easier to understand. The Porsche, I drove it. Whichever setup you use, you will be okay. It's not a big deal. The only thing to get used is the fact that the engine is so much below, so much behind you, that it's basically like playing, like driving with a like a loaded truck. All the weight is on the back when there is low fuel. So it's a bit odd, but apart from that, it's a very good platform. The Lamborghini seems heavy, but that's just me, that I don't use it too much. And generally prove that the car is not that bad. But yeah, that's the Mercedes, for example, is one of the easiest car to drive, but very difficult to make fast because it understeers a lot. Many cars have their pros and cons. The Audi has a lot of cons, and unfortunately it is, for me, everyone can simply disagree for obvious reasons, but for me, from my experience, the Audi is possibly the best car as an all-around, but if it rains and if you don't find a stop, it is like driving a GT4. It's better. Just the difference. And you can't even say, it's this thing, because you are not entirely sure it's always that. But this is just a run from an experienced driver in the Audi that speaks. As Rodriguez is now in the Audi number 5 in 4th place, just a second away from the podium. So as we were saying, it is now getting very close, and Delphante is back on the car. So again, he made the first 2 stints, then 1, then 2. So now this is the 3rd stint. There are 3 drivers on the car. Well, I'm just noticing the 977 and 75. It's just a 2-way drive. Now that I look at it, they are going for 12 hours, 6 hours each. How? Honestly, how?
I'd say that's less than ideal, but it's definitely doable. Consider the Le Mans 24 hours used to be 2 driver teams only. It's definitely doable. Whether we see a few more mistakes from them towards the end, I'm not so sure. I was having this conversation with a few other people last week in another long endurance race about what is the ideal stint length. I always tended to do the one that I did. We said, right, let's just do 2 hours. It seems like just the right balance. But if drivers are feeling very good, if they are in a rhythm, certainly if you have only got 2 drivers, it might be worth just sticking in for that extra 3rd hour, as long as they're feeling nice and fresh, as long as they're feeling like they have got a good feel for the car. Obviously, the Italian job just started to think that Vignoli starting to struggle a tiny bit, so Eric Delphante has come back into that car, and Rodriguez is now certainly all over the back of him. Xavier Foch back into the 296 as well, the Yaz Heat car, so they seem to be swapping every hour at the moment. Bavier did the 1st hour and the 3rd hour, and it looks like Foch is doing the 2nd and the 4th hour. Pietschmann back in the 71 Red Bited Esports car. They've lost a lot of time in that stint. They're now about 11 seconds off the back of Yaz Heat. So teams tried a few different strategies. It's interesting to see how this works. There was an overtake in the pit lane as well. 222 car, the home of sim racing car, getting ahead of West Competition Racing. So West Competition, who had a very good stint, have dropped back slightly. They've dropped back in towards 10th place. Rodriguez now almost tapping the back of Del Fonte under brake, and Del Fonte, well, would have hoped for a little bit of a slipstream from the IRCI car. He hasn't got any help from that car, and he's going to be under all sorts of pressure to come down the hill towards turn number 12. Del Fonte at the front. Rodriguez pulls out the slipstream. They're almost going 3 wide with the lap car there. Down the inside goes Igor Rodriguez on the brakes. Can he get it stopped in time? He can indeed, and that is Williams Esports up into 3rd place provisionally. Can the Italian job 179 fight back? Doesn't look like it on this occasion, so Rodriguez is now up into 3rd. We'll see whether he can close that gap on our 2 Porsches at the front of the field. But after a poor qualifying, Williams Esports starting to come back into play.
Was I muted? No, okay. You said earlier on that Rodriguez and the Audi was a target to be seen. What's your opinion now that we have it in third?
I mean, still, Rodriguez is catching up to Gamble and Boothby, the two Porsches at the head of the field, but dragging Del Fante along with them at the moment. So the Italian job car, now that Del Fante's back at the wheel of that Honda NSX, just seems to be doing a tiny bit better. Oh! Sorry, I just, the 44 and the 255 have had a little bit of a coming together further down the field. So that's 16th and 17th place. Rosenthal ending up spinning the wrong way as we see the Orvius. Don't quite see the Orvius. Don't replay.
It's not working. Not sure why. Okay, never mind then.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, apologies for that one. Those two had a little bit of a coming together on the previous lap as well. They banged doors coming through turn number 19 out of the leaders, just ahead of them actually. So a bit more afters with that one, which certainly will not leave Rosenthal and his teammates feeling too happy. I mean, yeah, the Audi's still looking very good. They have got, like you said, a big gap to close in, but they only need just over 3 seconds in a minute to close up to the front of the field. If you split it down like that, it does make it seem quite a lot more manageable. I think why we're seeing the faster lap times coming in, track temperature certainly cooled down. At the start of the race, we were up at around 38, 39 degrees. We're at 35 degrees now, so the tyres will just last that little bit better. It'll just feel nicer. They're getting more used to the car, more used to the conditions on this day in history. And yeah, you can see the last lap, Rodriguez underneath the 2 minute 6 mark, 2 minute 5.945 from the Brazilian, 3 tenths faster than our race leaders, 700ths faster than Boothby, faster than, well, I'd say nearly everyone behind, because actually Nikolai in the number 1 West Competition racing car in 10th place did a 205.8 on that previous lap. So things starting to come towards that BMW a little bit more, as we just heard from Mark Toll in the interview, suggesting that as the race went on, things might just start to go into their favour a bit more. It's very interesting. I mean, and the Porsches still look very good at the moment at the front of the field. There's no doubt about that. Kramer and Veloce do look good. Veloce seemed to have the edge at the start of the stint. Kramer just seemed to be able to deal with that pressure, though, and have the edge at the end of the stint. Once the weight comes off, maybe just the way they've set up their car makes it a bit better on a lighter fuel load. Maybe, just maybe, they've done something that means they're saving the tyres a little bit better. Whatever it is, they seem to be under pressure in the first half hour of the stint, and then in the second half hour, balance it off. And then we saw with both Boothby and Carreras behind the wheel of that Veloce car, just weren't able to keep up for whatever reasons. That'll be an interesting one to keep an eye on, certainly as the track temperature differs, because you'd expect that to maybe not have the same effect. Certainly if it's more tyre wear related, rather than the balance just changing as the fuel burns off in that Porsche. That could be one to watch. I mean, they are looking good. Williams Esports are gaining, but certainly not by as much as they would like to do so at the moment. We'll see how that goes on throughout the entire stint, because at the first half of the last stint, Rodriguez spent it stuck behind another car. So this is the first time we've seen him in free air on full fuel. And yes, he's still doing very good indeed, just not quite as good as he was doing on the lighter fuel loads. It's that middle times at the moment. It's that first sector where he's gained a little bit of time compared to his rivals. We're talking hundredths of a second, so very evenly matched at the moment between all of our top three. It's now look as though the Italian job maybe just dropping back that tiny bit. Now that gap's gone towards a second, see whether Fox can close up the gap and make it a Ferrari in the top 4.
Yeah, Ferrari, speaking of which, now the Dol Kapitov is in the 98 for F1 Memes, lapping with Yoga for the Peter Brothers and their CI in the 799, with also Siata in a 52 pulsing. So this train is then ended by the 296 in 5th place. So they all have to let it's a train of 4 cars that has to let the Ferrari pass by. Now, a little off topic, I apologize if sometimes you hear loud noises. It's just that here is about to come a thunderstorm. So if you hear thunder, it's not in the game, it's me. I hope not, but I know the microphone is very sensible, so just to put things in advance. But anyway, Yoga now trying the overtake on the F1 Memes, and the Ferrari 98 has to say, on the outside, and the Mercedes, thanks to the fact that the speed is very much, even for the Mercedes, a valid argumentative point against a Ferrari, they managed to make the overtake, but never mind what I said, because the 98 cuts a bit the course, goes for a different line, tries to make an overtake, sends the car, nothing really happens in terms of leaderboard, as the Peter Brothers is back in 19th place with the 98 for F1 memes just behind, and now the 296 is possibly asking very aggressively to pass by, because 5 seconds away is Delfante. Now, possibly the objective of the 296 is not the Delfante and the Italian job car now, but later. Looking at the times, Delfante is absolutely delivering it. 0.5.9 was the last lap, and their best lap is a 0.5.9. I saw the times being set by Matteo Vignoli, and apparently they were half a second slash a second off. So now the tactic in it's wrong camera. The tactic for Samir Foch and 296 to stay at least close proximity to the Italian job car, to then attack them in their weakest moments. So the driver change between Eric Delfante and either Tagliadini or Vignoli. And as we were discussing these overtakes going on, I assure you that in front something is happening, because Gumball and Boothby are now only 4/10 gapped. But I think there is still an overtake going on between these three drivers, with Dolkapetov, 799 with Grady, and RCI Motorsport, and the 52 with Pulsing Sport. 52 very much below the expectation. I think they are the major flop in terms of expectation, because the 52 is a former winner in round 1. They won a race. And the number 4, which is kind of the sister car, is in 7th. So something is clearly terribly wrong in the 52. And for how much I'm trying to understand why, I can't come up of the pit. I really can't understand why the 52 is so much below the grid in a position that don't really reflect their performances in the last rounds. So it's either the setup being completely flopped or something different. And meanwhile, it goes into the inside, Dolkapetov on the outside, tries to resist with a switchback. It doesn't happen because the Audi sits on the apex without letting the Ferrari pass by. And as a consequence, now Seattle has the chance to get into 21st only position. That for their championship is not really something that had to be expected prior to the race.
I think they have had a drive-through penalty in this race, but even without that, they're probably, 13th, 14th, 15th at best at the moment, so certainly not what they would have expected. So, yeah, I agree. Paul Simsport probably will be a little bit disappointed with how things have gone, but we're not even a third of the way through the race yet. There is still plenty of time for them to catch up, plenty of time for them to make a bit of an impact on this race. I mean, they're not on the lead lap, which, as we've already spoken about, is always quite a devastating thing. It is not what you want to happen. So we did get a bit of a news. We did got to catch the tail end of a collision between the 255 and the 44. So that's the Low Fuel Motorsports car and the Visceral Racing Acetec car. That is a 10-second penalty for Visceral Esports. So they will have to serve that on their next pit stop. And they are now, ironically, about 10 seconds ahead of the 255. So, I imagine the 255 Low Fuel Motorsports still be a little bit aggrieved at the decision. All of a sudden, it's not really helped them out too much. Yeah, it's interesting to see how, now that we've had the driver changes, how things seem to be changing again. Delfante is putting in really good pace and is able to keep with Rodriguez. That gap's only gone up to about 1.2 seconds. Talking of keeping with the car in front, be in the Veloce call all over the back of Gamble in that 977 Kramer Racing Esports car at the moment. We've been here before. Do we get excited? Is this going to be the time where Boothby gets the move done on Gamble, where Veloce take the lead of this race. It's the first time we've seen George be this close to the back of Hector. Earlier on, no, it was before the driver change where we're seeing the cars extremely close together early on, with Caracas really starting to put the trying to remember who it was, Bischoff, under all sorts of pressure in the 977 earlier on, and Bischoff was able to handle it really well. See how well Gamble handles it at the moment. In the first stint of these two driving, the gap never really dipped below that half a second. So we'll see what Boothby can do here. And again, is he going to be interested about going for a move, or will he just sit back? Sector 2 seems to be where the Veloci car has the more pace, which Jesse should be able to get it done in a straight line, but Boothby not really looking close enough to go for a move on this occasion.
I wouldn't be so certain. You can see the Porsche now going out of line, possibly thinking about a move. Unfortunately, it was just a couple of meters too much. Obviously, they want the win. Obviously, they want to stay in front, but they also want to stay away from trouble. You can see the gap. Oh, better, you can't see the gap because they are glued. It's close to non-existent. And it's also the quickest and closest battle and fight we have on track at the moment. Just a handful of meters between the two cars, just a handful of tenths between the two cars, and it has been like this for the past 70 laps, more or less. This fight is ongoing since way more than expected, and one of the two has to stay in front of the other. Now, speaking of battle, these two drivers aren't the first time they are meeting each other. In the last time they met, it was Nürburgring. It was the last time around, and it was again the battle for the lead, and again Veloci Sport, and again Kramer Racing Sport, with Veloci that won the fight, winning also the first race of the championship. Veloci Sport is now in first, 785 points. Kramer Racing is just 10th because of a terrible first round with 665 points. So not really that much of a difference. 120 points are doable. And possibly Kramer wants to have the revenge from Nürburgring. Now, getting back on the championship, many people are not where it was expected. We have Sneno Racing. They are in 5th in the championship. In this moment, they are in 13th place. We have Lowfield Motorsport number 255 in 6th. They are in 17th. We have SOP Esports in 9th place. They are currently only 18th. And then, obviously, I missed the big one for last. 52 Pulse Sim Sport in 4th place. They are 22nd. It's going to be a huge shuffle after this round. And obviously the other way around also applies. We have in 3rd place the Williams Esport that are currently only in 16th place after 2 suboptimal rounds. We have the 179 in 4th place. 179 that is not even in the top 10 in the championship. They are in 12. And also we have the usual. So we have, for example, the 296 in 3rd place in the championship, that they are currently 5th. So the championship is very different round to round, and in this particular race it's a huge shuffle of everything, with many drivers not in the usual position, many in their normal position, and many in a bit of an outstanding position, as I hope it doesn't rain into my window, with Boothby now very close to Gumball. Last lap around, a 10th has been gained by Gumball, but let's go a bit behind. Let's take a couple of spots, let's take a couple of steps behind, because I want to go into 3rd place. You can see the lap. I don't need to do commentary on it. 6.3, 6.2, 6.3. It has been the last 3 laps for Rodriguez. Boothby and obviously Gumball are going alpha seconds slower per lap. This is the moment of truth. Apparently the Porsches, not really surprised, because it's true. The Porsche have a lower resistance point of degradation. Basically the tires, the rear tires especially, burst into flames after 40 minutes, more or less. And this is the moment that the two behind were waiting, because even Delfante is making the same times. Both Rodriguez and Delfante, so both Williams Esport and the Italian Job in 3rd and 4th place, are gaining half a second per lap on this duo. And the fact that the stints are 6 or 7, I think 7, because in 12 hours if you stretch a stint, theoretically it's 1 less. So it should be 7 still remaining. More or less, it's possible we will see the overtake, or better, the fight for 2nd and 1st place between Williams Esport and maybe the Italian Job around 3 hours from now, possibly, with this rhythm. And if I said it right, I want the glory. But we will not see anything from Williams Esport in the next couple of hours, in my opinion. 20 seconds are still too much. Even if in the last lap, 8 times in a single lap, okay, I may regret what I said. 8 times have been gained in a single lap. Apparently Rodriguez is possibly is in another category at the moment. Quickest car on track, quickest car in the last 3 laps, and quickest not yet, but nearly quickest lap time of everyone else. Is the 3rd fastest. Quite a times being set up in front, the best times I'm talking about. 5.7, 0.6, 0.7, 0.9, 0.8. It's all around there. Then we start with the 6s, and then there are 2 cars that are not placed where you would think. Because Nikolai, number 1, West Competition Racing, and Armamentario with Murdasov in a 1-to-1 lapped their best in a 5.8, but are just 10th and 11th. And speaking of 11th, oh, incident! Speaking of Armamentario, apparently I had the worst possible moment to talk about them as we go with the glorious Lisa replay from the Helicam. They were going over the lapped cars, and an Audi, it was a 777, was battling with a 15, didn't put the right distance between them and the Armamentario, now with damage and some time being lost, so 5 seconds that are now going into the bin, and I think a penalty for them too.
Yeah, I think that's got to be a penalty. Just too focused from the 777 on the car behind them. Didn't really pay attention to the Armamentario car who'd made the move. And yeah, just a bit of a shame for them that they've spun around. Didn't lose any positions, but not too far behind Nikolai, and will not be happy about how that has gone with all of that. So Murdasov's just got to try and keep his head down. They're still in a, they've come out of that, not too bad. It was a fairly light contact, so they'll have a little bit of damage on the rear of the car. Nothing too major. They'll just have to try and carry on. It's one of those things that you just sort of expect in endurance racing. Not as much, but it is single class like we're getting here. But even then, we have got quite a big variety between the pace of those at the front of the field and those further down. But traffic management always so important. And when you're the faster car, you just want the slower cars to be predictable. You're not too bothered about them completely leaping out of your way. Yes, when it's in the same class, you do need that little bit more resistance for them to slow down and get out of the way, but you just want predictability. And unfortunately there, the 777 just got a little carried away with the battle they were having with the car behind, made that mistake. And it's Armamentario who lose out on that one again. Boothby close it up to the back of Gamble, and again the Veloci Esports car can get close. Just not quite close enough. Track temperatures dip down another degree. We're now down to 34 degrees centigrade. They're coming up to a bit more traffic. We get a fantastic view of what the diffuser of the latest Porsche 911 looks like. Is this going to be the opportunity in this traffic? Can Boothby get the move done? Can Boothby make that overtake? Last lap around, they only lost a tenth of a second to Rodriguez. So the time that Rodriguez is gaining is fluctuating. It is still lap after lap after lap. Brazilian in the Audi is finding time.
In fact, now it's 20 seconds only, and I think in the last lap we will start to see the 19-second gap In fact, you can see 19.5 on Veloce, but I'm speaking about the lead. 20 seconds still away. And the Williams car is very much on point to make a surprise appearance on the two Porsches. As with this rhythm, let's say 3-4 seconds will still be gained, maybe? No, 3, let's say 3. So it's possible that after some stints, but it's also, it has to be said that it's not just Rodriguez on the car. It's going to be also Wojna and Fiala and Crossland that have to share the car. Every team obviously has a pillar driver. It's obvious. And sometimes we prefer to have a team of more stable kind of speed, let's say, compared to having a single pillar that has to do the main job, and then having the other 2, 3, 4 drivers having to make the most to recover and maybe go over the limit, crash the car, make an incident, and etc. In these teams, obviously, it's not like this. They are all way too strong for my comprehension. There isn't such an issue with them. But even there, someone is going to be faster than anyone else, obviously, because it's obvious. Someone is going to be on top, and I think Rodriguez is for the number 5. They will have to rely on his pace a tiny bit more to get into the top end of the field. In fact, now that the gap to the leader is now into the 19 seconds, lap after lap is getting closer and closer, and there is also a high lap difference between the 81 again with a little bit of a cliff, and you can see flashing the lights behind. It is the number 54 for Senna Racing. So Creme de la Corsa right now having a little bit of a issue in the mirrors called the Mercedes AMG Evo in number 54 with Pavel Schäke for Creme de la Corsa and Bruden for Senna Racing in 13th place, as the gap in front has enlarged a tiny bit more. This gap is instead the other way around. It has shrinking with 7 laps passing. And now it is maybe the chance on the inside. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen for now, but there may be a clear chance on the end of the straight with Creme de la Corsa leading this little duo all alone in no man's land, because the closest cars are 13 seconds away both ways, and the leaders have lapped the 15 up until 15th place, so they are the next objectives. And in fact there is an overtake, so Bruden gets up ahead of the Creme de la Corsa into 13, and at the end of the technical zone into the carousel we go, and Bruden is now in 12th place. Next objective is the 1-1 Armamentario in 11th place with the 76 of ACCRL, lapping half a second quicker per lap compared to Schäke in the 81. It seems like the BMW is not really rare to see it happen, like a little bit of a cliff somewhere around 40 minutes. Is it? Yes, it is 40 minutes around there of the stint. Seems like what's common, and as I said earlier, it is common for every car to have a cliff now. The main issue is to counter effect it, and the BMW 81 seems to be not in a great position to be able to do so, in lapping very slowly lately in the 08.0 and 08.7 in the last lap, but obviously it was an overtake happening, and the time passes quickly enough. We may see even a 76 of SCCRL getting closer to to the Polish driver that has lost an entire second in not even alpha track length, so 3 kilometers. And 76 is the other way around, having gained massively on the last passage. Peter Bottas is still behind, well, now behind the number 100 that made the overtake on a 147 with, I think that's a 71, in fact it is a 71, Pishman going to unlap, well, to lap rather the Peter brothers. And unfortunately the 100 is the next objective. See, remember that they were way up ahead, and it doesn't seem the case as of now. There's also number 52 just a tiny bit behind, that goes for the overtake in 11. A quite clear one, outbreaks the Audi, at least tries to do so. And now it's a drag race that is already over, because the Audi is simply better on the subject. As the Pulse Team Sport is obliged to stay behind the Audi because the speed difference is way too big to be covered. And then the 98 is looking at this fight with a lot of curiosity. I had a heart attack by hearing it, but apparently there is under investigation between 777 and 121 for what we saw earlier on between the two cars. It was the incident in 20, so it has been seen even in the replay. And now the 98 is getting closer and closer to this little fight for 19th place that also may become 17th, because 4 seconds is not an extreme gap to be covered. Up in front, the gap between Gamble and Boothby is still 7 times, with Rodriguez now 19 seconds away from Boothby. And yeah, for now it seems quite calm now, like calm before the storm or something like that, because there aren't many overtakes nor battle ongoing.
I think the BMWs are hoping for an actual storm to come to maybe save their race. But yeah, we've hit that calm point. It always happens in endurance races, that just sort of quiet period. Everyone's settled in to their own little rhythm now. You've got obviously the battle that we saw there, 17th and 18th place and 19th, 20th, 21st looking pretty close together. But yeah, at the lead, things just seem kind of settled for now. Again, the Kramer car seems to be able to do better once the fuel starts to burn off. They've got another, trying to did the maths in my head while you were talking. They've got another, what we're talking about, 30 minutes or so left in this stint before they come into the pit. So they are about halfway through the stint, which tends to be the point where we see a change. And that is can't see it on your screen, but I can see it on my screen at home. This is going to have some big repercussions. Another drive-through penalty, and that is for the number 1 car. So, team second in the championship, West Competition Racing, currently 10th place in this race. They have got a drive-through penalty, which, as things stand, with the timing at the moment, that is going to drop them off the lead lap, I think. It's going to drop them in and around where 14th and 15th place are at the moment. So not ideal whatsoever. After, it's been a decent second and third stint for West Competition Racing. They've got themselves a long way up from where they qualified in 15th place. They're going to be heading straight back down there. Definitely less than ideal, and that is something that could end up spicing this race up a bit. If we see these faster cars start to get penalties and start to having to work their way up the field, things could have to get very interesting, as it looks like, go further down the order again, Pulse Sim Sport starting to put Verstappen Audi under all sorts of pressure once again. They've decided that the best form of defence is attack. They don't want F1 means anywhere near them in the Ferrari. They want to be going for a move here. Conrad Theater all over the back of Martin Grady on the way up the hill towards turn number 1. Just not close enough on this. Oh, I thought he was going to go for a move down the inside there. He almost spooked Grady into making a little bit of a mistake. Side by side they nearly go. Grady just holds off for now as Visceral Late Esports, they've also got a drive-through penalty as well, so they're going to be dropping in this behind this battle at some point. It would be interesting to know how many teams are, a couple of track limit warnings away from a penalty, because we're starting to see a few more pop up.
Effectively, the number 1, I think, drive-through is a big one. And I think also the Valser, in fact they are taking it now, I think the Valser of drive-thru is starting to sparkle. As you just said, with the number 1 having one, oh, there is a battle between the 100 and the 147, Leon Sealy for SOP Esport, Ian Yog for Predator Brothers. Now it's a drag race for turn number 12, for now being won by the BMW as much as possible on the outside, covers the inside. And as they go into turn 12, the BMW is still up ahead, but there is a tiny bit of margin that can be used by the number 147, and in fact it's a bit of a contact even, and the BMW is going to be overtaken, and they go into 18th place. And also the 44 goes for the drive-thru. Nikolai back on track, only 12th place. I thought we're going way behind. They lost 40 seconds. And they are now in 12th place. Well, actually they have been saved by a very tiny margin to the 81, because if they would have stayed behind 81, they would have needed to fight for position, and they would have been slowed down even massively more. And now they are in 12th, with the sister car still being in the number 33 in 8th place. And the number 52 is still battling with the Audi up in front for position, and effectively many teams are possibly going to have a drive-thru notice in the next hour, because unfortunately this track is not very forgiving on the track limits. It's very easy to take more than one even on the same off track. Seems like a bit of a Misano situation where the car simply... there is no further action between... that's another one, okay. Armamentario and the car number 15, no further action for engineering blue flags, but that's on turn 12. So it's not what happened in turn 20 between the 777 and the Armamentario car. I wouldn't be surprised to see any other team having some track limit. But for now, track limits have been awarded by mainly top-end teams. This is to let you understand how much they are pushing the limit, and some even a bit too much than others. And I wouldn't be surprised if many are slowing the pace a little bit to avoid having a track limit violation, or even a drive-thru at this point, because maybe they are on 3 track limits in 4 hours, and with 8 to go, you have to conserve the track limits to not have a drive-thru. It's not like you can just erase them, as we are now how many minutes from the pit? I think it's 20 minutes around there. Yeah, 20 more minutes. And we are now after 4 hours. The grid is definitely changed from the start of the race.
Yeah, we've still got, I mean, yeah, massive changes from the start of the race, but since the first half hour and the chaos of that has happened, it's remained fairly constant at the front of the field. You know, it's the 977 and the 75 keeping that gap. Del Fante obviously dropping behind the Williams Esports car. Rodriguez still doing a very good job. He's got the gap down to the leaders at the moment at about 18.2 seconds. So just keeps chipping away a few attempts every single lap. Doesn't seem like too much, but definitely putting in some really good performances. And like you said, with the track limits, it's that first sector, it's the SS section where it seems to be really strict compared to other circuits about just how much of the corner you can cut, and whether the cut game will give you a little bit of a warning for going over the track limits, or whether it gives you a proper slap on the wrist. And I think that's where we're seeing a few of the drivers maybe just start to struggle a bit more, and maybe just starting to get caught out that little tiny bit. It's an interesting scenario as well. If you're one warning away from getting that drive-through penalty, do you Do you back off for the remaining 8 hours, knowing that you might still get it? Or do you just take the penalty early on, accept that, and then know you've got a few track limit warnings in hand for the rest of the race? It's an interesting balance. It's later on, obviously, you try and drive more careful and not get the penalty. But with 8 hours to go, you just think, well, we're going to get a penalty at some point. We might as well try and take it sooner rather than later. It's a balancing act that all the teams, I think, are going to have to end up playing at some point. If you're in the number 52 Paul Sims book car, you're not really thinking about that at the moment. All you're trying to think about is how you can get past the Verstappen car. Cota has been all over the back of Verstappen quite a while now. You've still got the F1 Memes Racing team trying to close in as well. And I imagine after their penalty, you might see the VSR squad down in 21st start to work their way up through the field as well. So this could be one to watch between Grady, Cota and Dolgopiatov over the next 20 minutes before the pit stop period.
Yeah, even because the SCI have gained 10 places since the start of the race, so effectively they are on it for the 100 grand bonus for being the biggest gainer of the afternoon. It is also Yone is showing here with, no, it's 9, showing is 26, but anyway, the two software seems to be fighting each other between who is right and who is wrong on the position of the cars, but I will just go with the tower at this point, because the 52 is trying to steal, effectively, away the 799 bonus, because possibly that's why they are fighting so much, knowing they are 10 places up ahead compared to where they started on. Possibly they are defending as much as possible because, well, it's something that they can bring home at the end of these 12 hours. At least it's not the best of positioning. The number 799 on now go into the championship to have a look at them, while the 52. Oh, something happened. 26. Why are some teams red? I have no idea. Okay, I will not ask too much. For some reasons, SACRL is in 26th on the tower, but I assure you they are in 15th place, going for the pits. So I will not ask too much. Things that are outside my control completely. So we'll possibly see them jump back, back ahead of anyone else on. Oh, there is SOP Sport. Where they are going? Where are they going? Did they miss the pit lane or what? I want to see back what happened. So they are going on the right. Oh, they missed the pit box. They missed the pit box, or the pit lane rather, and they went straight. So that's why it was a bit odd to be seen. And the 52 made a double overtake. No, it has been a double overtake from the 799. They lost 2 places, while we were seeing what happened earlier on. And looking at the stint timer, the number 100 has the chance to go another lap, so nothing too much to worry about. But as we go into the pits, I think it's also time. It is also time to give the change to John Dalton and Team Loon for the reminder. So, Luke, I think we've done a good job to entertain the viewership. Don't you think?
I hope so. I certainly hope so. Yeah, there's been obviously not as much action as the start of the race, but we're starting to get a bit more of an idea of how things are looking, and barring any sort of chaos, it looks like the winner is going to come from either of those two who've been leading for a long time, the Kramer car or the Veloci car, or maybe just Williams Esports starting to come into things. That's a bold prediction. 7 hours, 58 minutes to go. I'm aware of that, but we'll wait and see what happens. Track cooling down again, possibility. You never know, things still looking very overcast. The rain that many thought was going to come is staying away. Who's to know what's going to happen over the remainder of this race for the rest of the day and into tomorrow, of course.
True. It's all to be declared with 8 hours to go. But this was it from, well, from me for now, because I will be here back for the final 2 hours. Luke, thank you for helping me go through the hours of our commentary together. And I will give the hand as we go with SOP Sport into the pits. to also have a change of drivers, or rather the commentary, with John Dalton and Tim Loon. And mistake, my mistake, because there are two teams. that's on me. As we are with Tim Peck, not Tim Loon, and John Dalton. See you all later during the night, and thank you, Luke, again for your help.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the Virtual Endurance Masters, brought to you by Low Fuel Motorsport. And today, as many of you know, it's round 4, where we're at the Circuit of Americas, also known as Cota. Located in Austin, Texas, 5.5 kilometers long with 20 corners. I'm John Dalton, your lead commentator for the next couple of hours. Alongside me is Tim Peck, and still behind the cameras putting in a mega stint is Christian Romano, and of course all the live stewards as well. Welcome back, everyone.
Thank you very much, John. It's a pleasure to be back in the booth. We, of course, joined you for the start of this race and then had a nice 3-hour break where Luke Etheridge took over with Christian Romano for a little bit. But now we're back, John, and I can see things towards the front have changed a little bit, but not too much. The Kramer Racing Esports team still in the lead of this race. George Boothby behind the wheel of the Veloce team is just behind a fight going on up at the top there. And then the Williams Esports team have made it to the top of this field. F1 Memes getting into a bit of a battle. Symphony of Pistons overtaking them on track now, and F1 Memes do recover nicely back going in the right direction. A glorious replay will show us what has happened here, and it looks like it's actually just catching the tail end of things. The F1 Memes car going very slowly to the left-hand side of the track there, and Symphony of Pistons comes right on through. Not quite sure, John, what just happened there, but yeah, the only real difference at the front of the field since we've been gone, that Williams Esports team up into that 3rd place. The Italian job, though, still running in 4th. A great job from them.
Yeah, teams at the front still looking fairly similar to how we left it. Obviously, you've got the K. Kramer Racing Porsche at the head of the field, battling with Veloce. George Boothby currently in the car, and Gamble in the K. Kramer car. Both cars there having only a 2-driver lineup split between them. So it's going to come to the test of time of who's more awake when the final checkered flag drops. But both Porsches seem to be working together. Nobody's really making moves or dives on each other. They are just kind of progressing through the race to sneak their way into the bottom step of the podium. The Italian job car that we saw going backwards at the start of the race is kind of settled in 4th place, as well as Yassit, Renvelt and Unicorns of Love. West Competition Racing are all kind of up there as well. So all big names that we kind of expected to see. You know, a few penalties have been handed out along the way, so we've been hearing and monitoring as well. So it's all to play for at the moment. Of course, under 8 hours to go. Pit stops are kind of impending. We saw just a few laps ago the Symphony of Pistons car completely missing the pit entrance. It just proves how hard these guys are pushing. But just under 8 hours to go. Still quite a wide open race when you bear in mind, obviously, like we say, the Williams car still looking very racy indeed. Looking at the last lap times between them, they are running quicker than the duo of the lead Porsches, but still a big window. 13 seconds to make up, but I think if anybody can do it, it's going to be Williams, Tim.
Oh, absolutely, and we know how good that Williams team is. We saw them at the beginning of this season performing really well. Had a bit of misfortune, which is why they're not quite as close to the top of this championship as they want to be, but also the Williams, just notorious, a team across several other championships as well, expected to be at the top of the field. We talked at the beginning, John, that we didn't expect to see them in their qualifying position, qualifying down in 12th, which is not really where you think you'd see a Williams car, but you can see now the position changes for a lot of these teams in this race. Williams gaining 9 positions as the race has gone on. The Italian job, of course, started on that final podium position, has only dropped 1 place since. There was an initial part at the beginning where they dropped down in 6th place, but gained those 2 positions back just before we left off. John, I mean, you put it better than I could. We're not even halfway through the race now. Of course, we've just passed the 8 hours left to go mark, so it's 2 hours until we get to the halfway point in this race. Realistically, the door's still wide open for a lot of these teams. The RCI Motorsport car we saw at the beginning gained a bunch of positions, got up into that top 20. A collision with them and the F1 memes team saw them fall back in the order, but now if you cast your eyes down to that P17 mark, the RCI Motorsports car is there yet again. So, same with the Pulse Simsport car, which had a similar incident with the F1 memes team as well. So, John, I mean, there's teams that have definitely been climbing up the order, going the right way, have shown a lot of pace here today. And with 8 hours left in this race, I mean, there's so much potential for these teams to continue fighting. It would not surprise me if the top 10 got a bit of a shake-up in the order across the next couple of hours.
Yeah, I mean, Christian and Luke were talking about it briefly before we came on air about the track limits here at Cota, and obviously how strict they are. They can really kind of impede your race, and a few drivers already picking up drive-throughs for said track limits. So, you know, all you've got to do is be teetering on the edge of that final track limit warning, run a little bit wide, and that's your drive-through penalty, which again, like you say, could shake up the top 10 completely. And when these guys are pushing as hard as they are for the win and for the race, mistakes do happen, unfortunately. You know, everybody is human. We all do make mistakes along the way, but it is the top level of ACC racing here on your screens at the moment, and it's great to be here. And of course, if you guys are still watching along at home, send us some messages in the chat. Any burning questions you have about the game, about the race, what's going on here right now, we'll be more than happy to answer it as well on that one. And obviously a calendar breakdown quickly. This championship will take us all the way till the end of November. So again, they're just about over the halfway mark through the championship when we hit the end of this race. Next round, we'll find ourselves July 29th in Japan for 8 hours of Suzuka. August 26th takes us to Imola for 12 hours there. September 30th, Silverstone plays host to another 8-hour race. And then the final round in November, in the 25th of November. So no race in October, a little bit of an off-month break to get everything shipped over to Australia, where we head to round 8 at Mount Panorama for 24 hours, Tim. And I know me and you are very much looking forward to seeing this all come to a head in November.
Oh, absolutely. The 24 hours of Bathurst over in Australia is probably the race I have been most excited for since the beginning. Not because I've wanted this season to be over by any means, just because 24 hours around the mountain, I think anyone would be excited to see that. Of course, we had 24 hours of Paul Ricard over in France earlier on in the season, and you've got now the polar opposite left to look forward to. 2 very different tracks for the 2 24-hour races in this season. And Well, if you're as excited as we are to catch the rest of the season as well, make sure you follow us over on Twitch. We're running both an English broadcast and a German broadcast as well at the moment. I believe on occasion there's a Spanish broadcast as well, though I don't think they are streaming yet today. But going back to this race, I mean, Kramer Racing Esports, they're holding that pole position. Soon these cars will be going into the pits, John, as I believe a lot of them have yet to go through their pit cycle of the race. But with that looming on the horizon, could see a bit of a shake-up at the front of the grid. Is sometimes you see cars going to the pits one way round and come out the other. Veloce, though, have been trailing this Kramer Racing Esports team for the entire 4 hours that we've been in this race so far. And usually, more often than not, John, you see two teams battling out, especially in endurance races. You see one team will come up to the back of another and then overtake them, and then maybe the order will switch again that later on in the race as drivers have, you know, different speed potentials. For now, though, the Kramer Racing team and the Veloce, both very evenly matched cars, clearly have an evenly matched range of drivers as well, because they've been the story so far in this race. There's not been too much of a change in the order. There's also not been too much of a change in pace either. So I expect that we could see these two teams battling out even for the next 8 hours.
Yeah, so K Kramer absolutely kind of flawless with their performance so far, and of course the anybody that knows them and follows them, you know, both drivers do run successful Twitch and YouTube channels. It's a car they love. They've driven, you know, with their hearts out, and probably anybody knows the Porsche platform more than them, I would say, is Porsche themselves. You know, K Kramer, every single event you see them in the Porsche, whether it be the new 992 or the earlier iteration version that we had in 1.9. And Veloce, you know, like to jump between cars, so to speak. So, you know, we've seen George Booth be in a Ferrari 296, we've seen him in the 992, and of course previously the 488 and the old version of the Porsche as well. So it's one of those things where I think K Kramer will come out on top in this event if they can keep running as they do, as Williams dive into the pit lane just beneath us to take their mandatory stop. Keep an eye on that to see who takes over the car. Rodriguez currently in the car. Three other drivers sharing the Williams car today: Fiala, Wojner and Crossland. So they're going to have kind of fresh faces throughout the race. Of course, they can regularly switch each other out for fatigue and, you know, any kind of physical drainage on the body. And when you come to the end of the race, it's still going to be two drivers in the K Kramer and the Veloce car. Of course, Gamble and Bischoff in the K Kramer car, and Boothby and Caracas in the Veloce car. So, you know, very capable drivers in both teams. But you know, fatigue is one of those things, Tim, that, you know, one momentary lapse of concentration, you could pick up that final drive-through, you could pick up the final penalty to net yourself a nice drive-through for track limits.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, like us, they will get breaks across this race when they'll probably make it so that they do 2 hours at a time, then switch in the next driver, or a similar strategy. I mean, sometimes you see it every hour, sometimes it's 3 hours at a time. But like you said, fatigue plays a huge part in these races. Of course, if you've been driving for 6 hours of the day, once you get into that 6th hour, you're probably feeling a little bit tired. You're more likely to make a mistake which could open the door for a penalty, like a drive-through. It's just that sort of thing that teams have to be on the lookout for. So far, the Kramer Racing team and the Veloce not yet pitted in this stint, so we'll be looking to do it soon. Of course, Williams Esports has come into the pits and has now exited as well. They're in 6th place after pit stops Max Wojner behind the wheel of the Williams, taking over from Igor Rodriguez, who was in it just now as well. But yeah, like you said, John, fatigue plays a huge part in these races, and with a 12-hour race being the total, both drivers on the team will have to do 6 hours each. That's assuming they split it 50-50. There's no saying that they have to, and let me tell you, I've seen George Boothby do his fair share of hours in an endurance race, so we'll see whether they do split it 50-50 or not. Maybe, though, the call to let each driver take 6 hours and, you know, preserve their mental state as well as their physical well-being on the track.
Yeah, I'd like to be kind of preserving the mental state if it was me. You know, splitting it 6 hours between two of you definitely seems fair, but we know, me and myself and you, Tim, real life schedules can be a thing that do get in the way sometimes. So, Might see some giga stints coming from Boothby to make it an 8-4 split possibly in the race, or the other way around maybe, with Grantas Caracas doing the majority of the share. But top 4 all into the pits at the moment. Kate Kramer, Yassi, Italian Job and Ren Velton, after Williams had pitted, of course, with Kate Kramer and Veloce, sorry, on that one as well. And a little bit of ghosting going on here, and I know this has been frowned upon in the rule set from LFM as well, so both drivers not wanting to give an inch, and then Boothby finally backs out of it, although that is now Caracas at the wheel if the Lumi rank display is correct, which I mean it more than likely is, because it's tied into the car, whereas we'll only get an update on our HCC overlays when, of course, the cars will cross the first sector line. So that is coming up through the middle of these S-bends, and let's just see, does Henrik Gamble stay in the car? I believe possibly so. It's not. It's Marco Bischoff flicking over. So a change of drivers for both cars. So Bischoff in the Kramer car and Caracas now in the Veloce car as well. So 2 fresh faces, hopefully going to get drilling into each other soon. But we've not really seen them fighting too much, Tim. They've kind of played it very safe indeed. You know, they've just kind of been towing each other around. As we see a move there nearly for the F1 Memes Racing team up the inside of the Symphony of Pistons.
No.
And Samir Foch. Foch is on the grass, Tim. What's happened here? Turn 1. I think that car's only just left the pit lane, and it has indeed. Coming up to turn 1, brakes, tucks it for the apex, and Team Shazoo clatters around the outside.
Oh, that is not ideal at all. I mean, Team Shazoo catching the side of the car there. I know Samir Foch not going to be happy with how that has turned out. She may have been Angel and Stroza in the Yas Heat at the time of that spin out, but either way, they've lost the position now to the Ren Welton eSports car. Definitely not going to be very happy with being caught by the Team Shazoo there either. Of course, we've talked about the Veloce coming out of the pits, almost ghosting into the back of the Kramer car, and you do have to wonder, John, is what was going through their heads there as well, because like I said, ghosting's a little bit frowned upon. Teams are advised not to do it. Once they cross that pit line, teams stop being able to ghost and the cars will become whole again. So Veloce did have to back out, being the car behind there. They both crossed the line, was inside Kramer car. That would have seen them probably end up in a similar accident to what we've just seen there, with the Shazoo catching the outside of the Yas Heat. But either way, that's definitely not going to be what the Yas Heat needs in this race, and stewards will be now looking at that to see, did Shazoo there do something they possibly shouldn't have around the outside of the corner.
Yeah, it's a very tricky kind of pit exit. You know, you're on the inside line of a turn 1 hairpin that kind of pinches very severely on the apex. So it's very tricky to kind of judge where the pit lane car, of course, on cold tires is going to come out and position themselves. You might turn into the corner, obviously not have the grip you expect, slightly understeer. If you've got a car coming around you outside, of course, on red hot Pirellis, it's not going to be a good thing. You're going to understeer into the side of them. Then exactly what we saw there with the Team Shazoo car and the Yas Heat car. So stewards will probably be looking a little bit into that one. So we'll keep an eye on the stewards chat to see if anything does arise from that. But no change at the front still. Still, Grantas Caracas is your man in second place, and I think if they were very sensible. They know the Williams behind, of course, has now a new driver in, so they're going to have to gauge their lap times against them once again. 12.5 seconds to the good last time over a timing line, and you know, if you guys start fighting, you're gonna hemorrhage time before you know it. Within 4 to 5 laps, you could have Williams then joining your fight and being the real kind of, you know, the spanner in the works, so to speak. And that's not what anybody wants. I mean, Veloce and Kramer have been very smart so far, and I'm wondering, have they made some kind of pact to work together behind the scenes that we're not aware of, because they are quite literally driving in formation right now, Tim.
It's possible that there is some sort of pact to work together. I mean, the other thing is that you've got a 12-hour race. You're 2 very similarly paced teams, 2 very similarly paced cars, because they're both driving the Porsche. Why not just work together? And with that, I believe we've just seen overtake the Visceral Esports team, able to get past Neverlift Extreme E Racing. Going back to the fight at the front, or the not fight, as you may call it, the incident of a 296 Yassi and Team Shazoo is under investigation. That's the one we just saw, with Team Shazoo catching the outside of Yas Heat coming out of the pits. But Yeah, going back to the conversation about the cars at the front, John, I'm not sure if there's necessarily an agreement there. It's a 12-hour race. It may be in both of their interests to work together. If they're both same pace, why not just continue with each other up the field? There's no like ultimate eager need to pass them anytime soon. Veloce might just be thinking, well, we don't need to overtake just yet. We'll wait it out. And like you said, with the Williams esports team having the pace that they have, it'd just be worth waiting and working together, because if they keep fighting throughout this entire 12 hours, that Williams team will catch up. Whereas if they do what they're doing now, which is just following as so, they can reduce the amount of time lost going through these corners. That being said, Grantis Caracas there is basically nose to tail with the Kramer Racing team. Maybe you're right. Maybe there is an agreement of working together, because there's no look for an overtake here. Although, as I say that, maybe towards the outside goes Grantis Caracas there. Now ducks towards the inside, but not like, I mean, they could have really gone for something if they wanted to. John, maybe you're onto something here.
Yeah, I could imagine, you know, if the move did suffice itself, they could certainly find a way through, and it definitely looks a little bit spicier than it did in the opening hours when we were in the booth at the start of the race. You know, it's they're looking a lot closer. You know, Caracas is kind of sticking the nose of the Porsche in places where maybe Bischoff doesn't want him to do so, and it's looking very close indeed. And like you say, both drivers still quite a way to go to the end, so there's no real hurry on a move to make it, you know, through and stick. Neither of them are really losing any time. Williams seems to gain half a second, then lose half a second across a lap, so no real kind of urgency. There's no car pressuring them. They got nice clean air ahead of them. The next car in line is a 54 we saw go through at the front of the shot. They're just rounding through turn 1 now, so even still away, but a move on the lead here. Caracas to the inside, very late on the brakes, completely outbrakes himself. Tim loses a load of time on corner exit, but very heads-up driving there from Marco Bischoff to almost lose the apex to Caracas. He saw the car go sailing up the inside, but Grantis Caracas could just not get it pulled up in time and lost a lot of time on that one. But a move nonetheless, so maybe there isn't a pact. Maybe we're just getting to the later stages where Veloce now want to get a move on, and they want to get past, and they want to take the race lead and have the honours of winning round 4 and bag some more all-important championship points.
I don't know, John. Now you've convinced me that they may be working together there, because even with that move down to the inside, I mean, like you said, it looks like Caracas just a bit too late on the brakes, outbraking themselves a little bit there. Maybe they just went down the inside because they knew that they'd be safe if they did do a lunge down there. And then again, you saw them rejoining the track, still a second behind. Who knows? We're just going to have to keep watching the fight at the front and seeing there if that was a move from Caracas and not just missing their braking marker further down the field, where you got the F1 Memes Racing team coming to the rear of the Symphony of Pistons esports racing team. Petrol Brothers also lurking just behind in this fight as well, so expect to see something unfold here. Of course, the F1 Memes team has had a lot of pace today, John. Did pick up a couple of penalties for themselves earlier on as well for collisions caused with the RCI team as well as the Pulse SimSport team as well. So F1 Memes now regaining position that they originally had on track after serving what was at least a 45-second penalty. Now goes to the inside of the Symphony of Pistons car, which went very wide on the corner there. That opened the door for the Petrol Brothers as well to perhaps look for an overtake on the straight. You can see F1 Memes, they're pulling along the Petrol Brothers car. Now they've ducked to the outside, which is going to help the Symphony of Pistons team in the slipstream as well. So maybe playing a little bit of God here goes F1 Memes as they give slipstream to different teams. But with it, Petrol Brothers just enough to get through, although it goes very wide on the outside there. Another car coming through on the blue flag, wanting to just gain some position as well, causing a bit of an interest in this fight. Petrol Brothers, though, hold on to P19. Simply Pistons not able to answer back despite the Petrol Brothers team going wide there. And they'll have to settle for P20, down 19 positions in this race, John.
Yeah, it's not been a good day for the Symphony of Pistons, certainly. Of course, after taking the pole position yesterday in Super Pole, they have just gone absolutely backwards since the green flags dropped. Some of them through no fault of their own, of course, just drivers with more pace in the dry weather. I think yesterday's qualifying was a bit of a mixed bag, which kind of always throws the the curveball into the mix, where certain cars seem to run a little bit superior than others. And of course, with the temperatures here getting ever so cooler, 29 degrees in the air at the moment translates to 32 degrees on the track. Even for the cloudy weather here in Texas, it's still very cloudy and overcast, so still very warm indeed. Otherwise, near move there into turn 12 for Caracas. Nothing to be had though. Again, well covered off by Bischoff, just managing to claw on. But it seems like Caracas is wanting to get a move on now, and he's really wanting to find a way past his car. He's maybe a little bit fed up of looking at the back of the K. Kramer car with the Bavaria Simtech Racing sponsor under the rear wing. Maybe he wants a change of scenery, and just having a look at the stewards chat, it seems an answer has been made on the Team Shazoo incident we saw just now. We're probably going to get a pop-up very soon on our screens, but it's between the 296 and the 211, so the Yas Heat and the Team Shazoo GT Omega car. It's a 10-second time penalty for GT Omega for causing a collision. Of course, it's very frowned upon to collide into your opponent, especially when I'd say they've only just left the pits and their stint's already a little bit ruined before it's even began.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Yas Heat lost a position in that as well. They were running 5th place, just behind the Italian Job team, and now are running 6th behind the Ren Velten esports team as well. So that really did affect the Yas Heat car, even though it wasn't a fight for position with the collision between them and Team Shazoo. And yeah, like you said, Grant Caracas now looking for a way through the Kramer Racing esports team. Hasn't been successful yet, but clearly thinks they've got more pace behind that Veloce Porsche at the moment. It's a similar matchup, which is what we were talking about earlier, John, as to why maybe there's not been too much fighting between the two. Both teams driving the Porsche right now, which means there's only so much difference you can get from them. Of course, setups will be different between the teams. Drivers' potential as well will be slightly different too, but the car itself is exactly the same, so no benefits in terms of on a straight line or through a corner outside of the setup. But like I said, Caracas maybe feeling himself a bit, is now looking a lot more feisty behind the wheel of that number 75 there. Ducks towards the outside, duck towards the inside. Can't find anything just yet. We'll settle for following through for now. But yeah, I've got to say, I think you're right. At first it looked like teams working together. Now though, maybe Caracas getting a little tired of looking at the rear of the Kramer Racing team.
Yeah, there's only so many laps you can look at the back of the 977 ahead of you before you think, you know what, I think I'm going to have a move here and we're going to have a crack. And Caracas has tried that, but unfortunately no avail at the moment. Williams, all the meanwhile, continue to drop back now, 14 seconds to the good, so no real time gain, no real time loss. Still within kind of the rough window they were previously. Of course, Max Wojcicki now taking over that car out of the four drivers in the lineup. We then got the Italian Job still down 1 position, just 12 seconds to the good behind them. We then got 11 seconds to Ren Velten behind those guys, 12 seconds to the Yas Heat car, and then a big gap back to the Unicorns of Love at 21.7 seconds. West Competition Racing way out of contention as well in the number 33. That was another car that started on the front row of the grid. They're down 6 places now, 17.2 seconds to the good on the car ahead of them. So it's all kind of spaced itself out really since we've got in the box, Tim. There's nothing really kind of happening on the circuit other than this 2-car fight at the front that, again, I'm not really sure if it's a fight or whether it's just a really good display of some excellent racecraft from, two very, very capable drivers.
Well, with that, the Veloce team goes down towards the inside before the straight. A switchback move, though, from Marco Bischoff ensures that they stay at the front of the field. But again, it's hard to tell right now if these two are actually battling out or just doing some sort of display at points in time, as Veloce again there looks towards the inside. But the switchback, just so easy to do on a track like Cota. There's 2 points at the beginning of straights where you can do it. There's 2 points at the end of the long straights as well, where a switchback is possible. So again, it's just trading between these two cars, almost flirting with the idea of getting into first goes the Veloce team. But it looks like Caracas now, I am still set on that they want to get through. They want to try and put out some pace of their own, see if they can pull a slight gap to the Kramer Racing Esports team. That being said, the Williams Esports team, we talked about Max Wodgener getting the car, potentially looking to close the gap to these two at the front of the field. That hasn't been happening so far. The gap now 14.2 seconds up from 13 to Williams Esports behind. But like you said, large gaps forming across the field is what you expect to see at a halfway point and in an endurance race. Of course, it was 12 hours, the length of this race in total. Now just 7.5 to go. It's a good opportunity, John, to talk about some of these teams. And do interrupt me if the fight at the front breaks out. But one team I've been itching to talk about today is the Italian Job team. Of course, they had a great start to the season in terms of qualifying. Started on pole in that first race and didn't unfortunately finish up there, but still doing a great job as well. An all-Italian team for the Italian Job car. Driver number 1, Eric Delfant, born in 2004, has logged 1,800 hours in ACC, and of course their biggest success is being in the Lamborghini Italian ACI Championship. They raced both the driver and the team considers that their greatest success in ACC so far. Also behind the wheel, you've got Carlo Deella, born in 2003, another young driver behind the wheel of this team. And they have also logged 1,500 hours in ACC as well. Their favorite track car combo is Suzuka in the BMW. So not liking anything in this championship so far, John. As again, Veloce goes for a move around the outside here at the end of the long straight. We'll have the inside advantage on the next corner as well. Is this the overtake we have been waiting for? Still neck and neck go the two Porsches of Veloce and Kramer, battling it out through the twisty-turvy section. And with it, Kramer, though, still holding on to that lead. Bischoff just able to pull it back on Grantis Caracas. Caracas not giving up, though, now again looking for a move down the inside of the corner. Can't find anything just yet, and it may be the end of this battle for now. But before I call it a possible move from Caracas, no, they're too far back to do anything. And with that, another fight for the lead from the Veloce team. But going back to the Italian Job, you've got driver 3, Matteo Vignoli, one of the veterans of the team, born in 1984 and has been with this team since it began. Their favourite track car combination is Spa in the Ferrari. You know what, John? That might just be my favourite track and car combination as well. I'm definitely a huge fan of the Ferrari and Spa, a brilliant track at that. Another driver in the team is Emmanuel Tagine. They were born in 1987. Their favourite track car combo, would you believe it, is the Honda at Cota. So they will enjoy their time out on track today. Of course, the Italian Job car is a Honda, and they're driving at the Circuit of the Americas now. And their fifth and final driver, Michel Romano, born in 1996, is the final driver on this team. Also loves driving behind the Honda as well. A brilliant team is the Italian Job, founded in 2021. And the esports team was founded just a few months after the foundation of the sim racing community. So go and check them out if you're an Italian driver. The Italian Job always looking to pick up more Italians for their sim racing community, as well as other drivers of all nationalities as well. But the esports team has been making a mark in this championship, John. Like we said, had some great times in qualifying in recent sessions, and okay, going all the way back to Watkins Glen at the beginning of the season, they did go in more of a backwards direction during the race. This time round, though, running in P4, looks like they're holding on to their qualifying position more or less. And with that, Grantis Caracas for Veloce Esports has found their way through Kramer.
Yeah, found their way past in turn 11. An excellent move. Late braking up to the inside. Managed to cover off the switchback this time, so no luck for Mabix on that one. But Veloce to the lead this time. K. Kramer now have to follow in the dirty air. And I'm wondering if roles are going to be reversed for the next 7 hours or so. Although Grantas going defensive into the last corner. Felt a threat there from the K. Kramer car and certainly did did cover it off very well indeed. Coming up the hill, long drag into turn one, a little bit of a slipstream. Of course, both cars very equal in their manners, as Tim was saying earlier, although setup slightly different. Mavix goes to look, forces Caracas on the defensive. Can he do the old switcheroo? He's done it once before. He might try and do it again, although the run to turn two just isn't long enough to get alongside the Veloce Porsche. And then single file, they will go through turns through turns 3, 4, 5, 6, and probably 7 before getting down towards the back end of the circuit, turn 11, where Grantas made the move stick just last time by. But looks like Grantas is ever so slightly quicker through this first sector. Pulled out a little bit of a gap already, and that's what he needs to do. He needs to get ahead of Marco Bischoff before he gets near any of the braking zones, and then of course take the ideal line through the corner and can really just kind of drive away if possible. But of course, with the roadblock of the K Kramer car now gone, can Grantas pull out a gap at all, or will Mavix come back at him in just a few laps time? But Williams still 14 seconds to the good, despite all the fighting that has been going on at the moment. Of course, Williams cannot capitalise on this, although Williams up a whopping 9 positions on where they started. And we said it in the pre-race show that it's a team you kind of don't expect to be so far down the order, but they have certainly flipped it on its head and made a comeback drive out of it so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you just said, you expect to see Williams at the top on that podium, and that's where they find themselves right now, in that final podium seat. Williams Esports running P3, the Italian job, losing that final podium position. That is the only position that they have lost in this race so far. Cast your eyes towards the lower end of the standings at the moment. You can see the Symphony of Pistons Esports racing team down 19 positions. Of course, started this race in a pole position, just ahead of West Competition Racing, the number 33 West Competition car that is, that has lost 6 positions as well. So the BMW, despite a great performance in qualifying yesterday, Symphony of Pistons, of course, locking out that front row alongside the West Competition Racing team. It's not performed quite as well in the race, John, and I think it's probably a bit of a concern for the BMW team right now that the Porsches just looked absolutely stunning across this race, to put it bluntly, and that's why you see Veloce and the Kramer team up the front now. But yeah, the BMW, although it looked great in qualifying, just isn't pulling its weight today in the race, it feels.
Yeah, I mean, it's that old saying, isn't it? You can be quick over a lap, but you would have to be quicker over, of course, the actual stint. And just caught it out of the corner of my eye in the timing board. Grantas Caracas with a drive-through penalty, Tim. It was a little bit too much curb in the S's that time by, and he is going to have to take a trip down pit lane, which will, of course, hand the lead back to K Kramer Racing. And we said it earlier, how many drivers are truly teetering on the edge of their limits, and it turns out the Veloce car was on that limit indeed, and they've just cracked it. So Caracas down the pit lane, he's going to lose a few positions, and it might even put him into the clutches of the Williams car, actually. I believe it's about 40 seconds down pit lane for the last drive-through that somebody looked at. So that's going to put him all the way down roughly in P5 or 6, I would say, when they eventually roll out of the pit lane.
Yeah, not ideal at all for Grantas Caracas and the Veloce team that we mentioned at the beginning of this stint, and we also talked about it in the pre-show, John, how easy it is to pick up a drive-through at Cota. Of course, you've got that second sector which begins with the S's, and it's really easy to go a bit wide on one of those. It's really easy to just cut one of the S's slightly as well when you're following through along the curbs. So we expected to see a couple of drive-throughs today. Unfortunately for Veloce, they've picked up one now, which is going to spell the end of that fight for P1 for now. That being said, I mean, we've seen them in worse situations. Take yourself back to Watkins Glen at the beginning of this season, where they picked the wrong tyre for the start, had to pit right at the beginning of the race, take them to the back of the field, and then ended up winning it at the end of the race as well. So the Veloce team definitely not out, but a drive-through will halt their progress for now. That being said, I mean, we're only, 5 hours into the race now, John? Potential for the other teams to pick up a drive-through penalty as well at some point. So keep your eyes peeled on the cars and how they are handling the track right now, because it may be that Kramer Racing also on the edge of their track limits right now. But I expect what they want, John, is they just want this, they want it to get over and done with. They want Veloce to go into the pit, serve that drive-through, so again, they can just be released out on track on their own pace. time round may be able to just give enough distance. I mean, if we're right in saying that these two teams are very similarly paced, which it looks like they are basically running the same track times, it'd be a very tall order for Veloce to close up that 40-second gap that's now going to open once they serve the drive-through.
Yeah, all K Chroma have got to do is just be consistent now for the next 7 hours or so, basically, to seal it in as theirs. I would say Williams, we know, no real threat with the pace that they've got with Wojcik at the moment. So Mabix can kind of almost switch off in his stint a little bit, as saying switch off. 977 nearly outbreaks himself into the back of the Veloce car, but managing to draw up just in time on that one and avoid the car ahead there, the number 75. As we come around another lap. Grantis Caracas is running out of time to take the drive-through penalty that he has got to his name, so I imagine he'll either dive in this lap or next, but whenever he does it, he is going to hemorrhage 40 seconds of time, so you're going to have to keep an eye out to see where he comes out in the order, and it's predicted around P5, P6, looking at the times on the timing tower to the left. And we go once again. Caracas is going to try and hang this out as long as he can. I don't know if he's going to plan on delaying Bischoff somehow, but, you know, the gap isn't that close to be able to delay him. You know, Bischoff has got plenty of clean air ahead of him. He's not, you know, having to ease off into corners. He's kind of within earshot of the slipstream for the longer straights, but probably not within earshot enough to receive the dirty air through the corners. So we're going to have to see where that fight continues on, as F1 Memes has finally found their way through on the Petrol Brothers. This is a very, very close fight that's been going on for quite a while. The F1 Memes team with some superb pace at the start, but unfortunately managed to run into the back of a few teams and royally upset them and the stewards to boot. But without that, they could have been, I would say, Tim, just itching outside the top 10 with the pace that they had earlier on today in that 296.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could say that about all the teams that were caught up in those incidents. F1 Memes definitely has pace to be in the top 10. Same with the RCI eSports car, to be perfectly honest with you, as they overtook F1 Memes early on in the race. Some brilliant pace coming out of Verstappen and the rest of the team there as well. And then Pulse Simsport, another team that you expect to see around that top 10 in a couple of these races, definitely had the potential to be up there as well. But 7 hours left, they may still close that gap and crawl up the order some more. Currently only running 16th, not 16th, 17th and 18th, so it's 17th and 18th, and then the RCI team down in 21st at the moment, has a bit more climbing left to do as well, but still on the cards for a top 10 finish for these teams. We've seen some stranger things happen in the sim racing community than a comeback like this, so definitely all of you at home, keep your eyes peeled on this battle as well. And looking at Grantis Caracas again at the front of the field, John, they need to serve that drive-through penalty soon, because, correct me if I'm wrong, but you only get 3 laps before you have to serve a drive-through penalty given to you by the game, before that turns into a 130-second penalty. So maybe they need to go into the pits, and they have just entered the pit lane. Grantis Caracas for the Veloce has peeled into the pits to serve that drive-through penalty. We'll see where they come out in relation to the rest of the field. Of course, they were fighting for that top spot in P1 before they had to pit, and expected, I think you said, to come out just behind the Italian job in P5. So we'll see where they come out. They're still in that pit lane, a very long pit lane here at Cota.
Yeah, it's a bit of a drag of a pit lane. I mean, it's probably not the longest on the calendar. Of course, if we were heading to Spa, that would be a very detrimental pit lane to get a drive-through in, of course, with the F1 and the GT-style pits. Caracas finally out and back into the flow of things. I think he's just come out behind the 179, so that's the Italian job car, of course, on the Honda NSX in P4 at the moment, but of course when the timing crosses, that should update to P3, and it has done. So Caracas down into P4. I believe the Ren Velten car wasn't close enough to capitalise on that. They were just too far down the road. So, I mean, it's going to go one of two ways now. You know, the Italian job car, we saw them earlier. They weren't they weren't, letting people go through. Essentially, they were fighting to hold on to their position. So, I mean, anything can happen. You just see them there at the bottom of the shot, trying to get through the creme de la course BMW, and that does give them the inside line into turn 11. So that's them through into some more clear air. Jordan Daly here for the RCI Esports pink car. Slight mislabel there with the ACC TV. Finds the Acetec car, firing up his inside, trying to make up positions, and contact there. They've already had a drive through once today. Let's hope they don't get another one for a bad overtake here. And Jordan Daly's going to have to mount the defense now, because that Ferrari for the Acetec Visceral Esports car does look very, very quick indeed. Wants to get a move on. Does have the low fuel motorsports car behind them as well. They're up 8 positions on where they have started, and the sister car down 13. So almost roles reversed for the LFM cars on their qualifying results. And the Acetec Ferrari certainly looks a lot quicker through all the twisties, but we know the Audi R8 is quite sleek in a straight line, although Daly gives the inside line to the Acetec car. I think that's probably a very smart move. It's, again, we said it earlier, Tim, you've really got to choose when you take your fights and who you take your fights to, and I think Daly's played that one very sensible, although it looks like that the Audi is coming back.
You just said the Audi very good in a straight line there, so John Daly going to take the benefits from that, going down the nice long straight, but going out into the left-hander, and it looks like the Aztec Visceral car outbroke itself slightly, went off the side of the track there, opening the door for the RCI team to come back through, but again, Daly finding himself on the wrong side of this fight. Has the low fuel motorsport team round down the inside of the car. Hopefully for them, we'll shake it off coming back around the left-hander here, and they have done. But again, it's several times we've seen that today, John, where one team has gone for an overtake, and because it's been a freeway fight and the team at the back has sort of stuck themselves and their car down the inside, completely ruined the chances of that for now. So again, it's going to be a similar situation here with the RCI Motorsport team. If they want to get that position back off Asset Visceral, they need to do it without low fuel motorsports also trying to go for a move too, because it means that all three cars get slightly stunted in their momentum here, and that's how you see the end of that battle going out of the final sector.
Yeah, so the awkward place of being the middle car in the fight, always never a good place to be. You've got to watch the mirrors to make sure you don't get dived by the guy behind. You've got to watch the guy ahead to see what he's going to do, and almost predict what 2 cars around you are doing. It's an even bigger nightmare when you're in a 3 or 4 or 5-way fight. Of course, adding even more cars into that mix. The sun is breaking out here at Cota, just peeking out from behind the clouds. So it's great to see, although still looking very overcast on our TV pictures. Although no rain on the horizon yet. Qualifying yesterday, of course, being a wet one. We were expecting a few mixed conditions here today, but it has remained dry since the beginning of the race. So 29 degrees in the air, 31 degrees on the track, and a small 4-kilometer-hour wind. Nothing too major, so weather shouldn't be moving too fast here in Texas today. Jordan Daly lost a bucket load of time to the Aztec Visceral car. They were locked very closely just last time by, although couldn't remain onto that, making it a 3-way fight with the LFM car, although the LFM car has now lost a lot of ground as well. So fingers crossed, a little bit of traffic ahead could play into Jordan Daly's favour. Of course, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, Tim. It's a relatively small grid to what we saw at the beginning of the season, with 40+ cars taking to the circuit. Today, of course, only 32 cars, I believe, began the race, and currently only 30 remain. So relatively light on blue flags and traffic. No real major kind of hindrance that we've seen from guys with the blue flags. Most people tending to respect them, as we now see that sun coming out in the final sector. Certainly looks a lot brighter than it did last time by, and temperatures may change, although getting towards 6 p.m. I'm not sure if it will warrant any major pressure changes in the next pit stop.
Well, I may as well put my snorkel and flippers away then. After watching qualifying yesterday, thought maybe we were in for a little bit of rain across this track at some point, but of course 12 hours left, not left to go, so but a 12-hour race, you do expect to see some weather conditions change, and of course the wind speed blowing at 4 kilometers an hour does leave the door open for the potential of some weather changes as well. We'll see whether that affects the race in the next 7 hours, but like I just said, for now, put the snorkel and flippers away. We won't be going into any wet weather racing any time soon. The sun's starting to peek out from behind the clouds, and yeah, a fairly quiet moment, like you just said, John. A bit of time for teams to get a bit of a breather, which is something that's, I think, needed in an endurance race like this. You almost like those periods where you found your pace, you've got into a bit of a stride for a little bit. You don't have to worry too much about either looking for an overtake or having to defend either. You can just, get some good lap times in, have that car in a nice spot, and then work out what you want to do with the team for the rest of the race. Fuel Motorsports, they're catching the rear of the RCI Motorsport car. And with that, John Daly looked a bit squirrely coming out of the corner onto the straight. Is able to hold onto the car though. That I feel, John, I feel like that's the third time today we've seen that RCI car get into contact with someone and been able to hold it together. Of course, I'm not talking about the one with Formula 1 memes where they ended up spinning the car. But that RCI car, I feel, has had its fair share of bumps today and just managed to keep it going in the straight direction.
Yeah, I think the guys at the Audi factory are going to be worth their money in bodywork this week for the panels that we're going to have to replace on that car. Certainly, it's not going to be a good one. But the Audi seems quite stable, like you say. We saw, I think, Williams and Yas Heat taking lumps out of each other earlier on as well, to no avail of the Audi. The Audi managed to hold it together in that scenario once again. So the German factory are going to be putting out quite a few panels this week for various cars, Williams and RCI, to boot on that one. But Andre Pengill still can't find a way past Jordan Daly coming through the last turn. Daly clipping the anti-cuts on the exit. Hopefully that's not disturbed the momentum too much. We know the Audi very good in a straight line. Even with the toe, the Ferrari still can't get near. Does jink out to see if it can make its way up the inside. Although turn one, of course, the almost diagonal trail brake you've got to do is you come over the ride, you look for the 100-meter board, you slam on as hard as you can, and obviously you use the momentum of the hill to scrub off a lot more speed than what you would typically do, of course, when you are braking in a regular flat entry corner, so to speak. It's very similar to turn 2 at Bathurst. You can brake a lot later than you realise, of course, with the mountain going up. It's it scrubs off a lot more speed than the gear changing and brake pedal will ever do. Gravity, a very powerful thing, and this fight's still going on, and Petrol Brothers looking like they're being shown a white flag, possibly there. Not sure what's happened to those guys just ahead, but everybody kind of spread out, as you said, Tim. Everybody's kind of in their own little region, their kind of little bit of pace, and the Ferrari definitely looks like a lot better in the corners, although not so good when it comes to the straight lines. And I believe we've got a highlight reel queued up here from the beginning of the race. This is a thing that LFM are doing for us here in the broadcast. This is great to see, of course, what we can get. Highlight 4 is indeed up, so this will be the highlight from the past hour or so, although I believe we have a few technical difficulties in the studio at the moment. Hopefully, if we can bring you that one, we shall do indeed. But back to the action at the moment, and as we were just saying, sorry, it's a little bit stale, but although saying that, the Italian job car here, Matteo Vignoli, aboard the wheel at the moment, coming under immense pressure from Grantas Caracas in the first sector of the circuit. Of course, race like a gentleman being their kind of motto. I believe it's on the rear bumper and the rear wing for all their opponents to see on that one. But Grantas Caracas definitely looking a lot faster than the NSX at the moment, although he's got to find a way past him. He's got to find a way past safely. So we've seen some very harsh penalties handed out by the stewards already for messy moves today.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen 20 seconds has been sort of the standing point for penalties. Some have been a little less, some have been a little more than that. But Caracas going to want to avoid them nonetheless. Goes towards the outside on the straight line. The Porsche not notoriously known for its straight line speed, but I'm not too sure the Italian job here, John, are going to want to put up too much of a fight. Of course, the only reason that Veloce car is behind the Italian job is because they've just picked up a drive-through penalty, which saw them lose 4 positions as they were leading this race. And again, I think Matteo Vignoli has made a correct choice there, not putting up too much of a fight against Grantas Caracas. They don't want to stunt their own progress in the race. Better just to let through the Veloce driver and see if you can follow them as tightly as you can now for the next couple of laps. Not too much of a fight put up there by the Italian job team. Symphony of Pistons, though, there's a different story for them. They are going to want to put up a bit of a fight to the Aztec Visceral car that has just appeared behind them. Danny Baisden behind the wheel of the BMW for now. Their team started in pole position after qualifying yesterday. They find themselves now in P19, and it seems that the team has definitely felt it a lot worse than West Competition Racing. I mean, West Competition Racing, Mark Toll still behind the wheel of that car running in P8, and they only started in second, whereas the Symphony of Pistons team, John, they've started in pole, and it just really has not been their race day to day. Down in 19th right now, contact with the Aztec Visceral car. There's going to be a couple more positions lost for them as well. Almost commentators cursed that one, didn't I?
Absolutely, commentators cursed him. You really couldn't have timed that better. As soon as you said their day, it's just got worse. It's certainly got a lot worse. Danny Baisden coming into contact there with the Aztec Visceral Esports car just ahead of them. Let's have a not so glorious replay, should we say, on this one. Coming into the final sector, I believe this is turn 15 from the top of my head. It's Aztec fires it up the inside there. There was a gap there. Not sure it was a 296 size gap. And the Symphony of Pistons car being fired off to stage right, losing 3 more positions in total as well. So taking their total loss down to 21 positions overall. So I imagine in the garage at the moment, the Symphony of Pistons team are going to be doing a little bit of a rain dance, praying that, you know, it's going to get a little bit wetter. I'm wondering if the setup on that car has been geared more for the wetness, as we see now the highlight reel from the 4th hour here. F1 Memes making up a position with the Petrol brothers as well. Great view from the diffuser cam on board here, and John Alesi looking even more racy in their carbon fiber Lamborghini. On board here, this looks like the Aztec Visceral car in the mirrors all over the show. Little hip and shoulder check, forcing the Ferrari out wide, and this is it from the driver's cam behind. This is on board the Aztec car up the inside of the LFM car, and both drivers somehow keeping it together there. Not sure on that one. Grantas Caracas, of course, trying to pass the Mavix car, the Marco Bischoff car. This is probably going to be George Boothby at the wheel and Henrik Gamble in the last hour or so, and just still couldn't make that move stick. Every time the Veloce car got through, the K. Kramer car managed to find a way back through once again. And seems like turn 17 is turn 19 this would be, actually, off the top of my head. This is the place of all the action at the moment, and turn 20 there, contact with the TSR car on the Armamentario 121. RCI, of course, with their entry, a big spin nearly into the pit lane. That would be Martin Grady probably aboard that car when that happened there. Symphony of Pistons coming under fire once again, although John Alesi Lamborghini completing a unique stunt jump through turn 11. Not what you want to be doing, of course, for pace and momentum coming onto the straight, detriment your corner exit. And Pulse Simsport getting very close to the back here. This is the true Pulse Simsport car, of course, not the Unicorns of Love split livery. By the way, guys, if you're watching, I'm still waiting to see the half and half car. Audi R8, the TSR, outbreaking itself here, allowing the leaders through. Of course, K. Kramer went through and Veloce fired themselves through soon after. Symphony of Pistons cosplaying John Alesi there over the inside curb, hindered their run, allowed the F1 Memes car through, the Petrol Brothers car, and allowed John Alesi to get even closer into the fight down into turn 12. They went nearly making it 3 wide with the car ahead, and John Alesi nearly having a look and contact, of course, with the Petrol Brothers Mercedes on that one, although both drivers managed to survive. And that was, of course, your 1 hour highlight from the past hour or so. Still looking very grey on the highlights, although it looks nice and sunny now. The sun is beginning to peek through the clouds at prime time. Tim Peck, of course, sunset is forever looming. Temperatures will be slowing down ever so slightly, with the race finishing, of course, at 1 a.m. even in-game time. So drivers are going to have to think ahead a little bit, try and plan their tyre pressures and their strategies to see when it will be best to, of course, pick up a new set of Pirellis with some fresh pressures in, because the last thing you want to do is, of course, pressure your tyres for the current weather. By the time an hour and 5 minutes has passed, of course, the temperatures change so much that your tyres are no longer in the window, and then back to the drawing board you have to go once again. So, of course, 1.9 bought a slightly wider pressure window. 26 to 27 is now the optimum way. So, I mean, you could always overpressure them slightly towards the 26.8, 26.9 region, and of course, when you do get towards the end of the stint, they're definitely not going to crash by 0.9 psi. So some drivers are probably going to be electing the slightly higher end of the pressures today, I'd say, Tim.
Yeah, it really is a juggling act that you have to do with the tyre pressures. The good news for some of these teams is with the track starting to see some sun again, it will drop in temperature significantly slower than it was likely to if it was still sheltered in that shade for the time being. But yeah, it's definitely a juggling act when it comes to calculating tyre pressures. you have a lot of these teams will have engineers that are sitting there, you know, with them in a call saying that here's all the tire pressures that you need to put on for these cars, maybe adjust it here, here, and here. And there's we constantly someone working out where these little adjustments need to be made. That being said, even when you've got that time to sit there and work out nothing but the tire pressures, it can be a very difficult job and a tall order at that as well. You almost got to have that part of future sight where you're able to look into the future and see exactly what the track's going to be doing over the next hour, like you said. So a great job from all the teams that will be working out that across the next couple of hours as well. And yeah, for now we've just passed the 7-hour mark. We've got an hour left to go until we're at the halfway point of this race. And again, things calming down. You're starting to get an idea of what sort of pace each of these different teams is showing, where they're going to be running for the next couple of parts of this race. And for now though, watching from the rear view of the number 81, look back at the Burst E sports car, which tries to find their way through. This is of course the fight for P14, not a position we've seen a fight for too much across the last couple of hours. So right now top 20 starting to shake things up a little bit. And both me and you earlier, John, were alluding to the fact that a lot of these cars right now that are in that top 20 have that top 10 potential. So we'll see how that changes as the race goes on.
Yeah, of course, everybody's just, kind of loitering around in the regions of the top 10. Anything can happen, as we keep saying. It's, something that can turn on its head almost instantly in endurance racing. 1 minute you're having a whale of a race, the next minute you've either got somebody stoven in your door, or you've picked up another track limits, which encounters a drive-through. You could always miss your pit box. You can miss the pit entry. Symphony of Pistons, pulled that one earlier on themselves. So it's a very strange one indeed. Of course, you can almost throw yourself off your own game by overthinking what is going on. You just kind of have to think about what is happening on here and now. Don't think too far ahead, of course. Just under 7 hours to go. Sorry, it's a long way to go yet. And of course, it's absolutely anything can happen. And speaking of which, the LFM team, the 256 Ferrari, managed to pick up a drive-through in their last lap for track limits. I can only assume there's no note from any of the stewards on that one, so there must be another track limit penalty being handed out. Very unfortunate indeed, but it is what it is, as we sometimes say in the real world, and it's happened. You just got to kind of live with it, take it on the chin, and keep on going. And of course, if you are just joining us at home and you're wondering what is going on here, this is of course the Virtual Endurance Masters, where teams are competing for a cash prize pool. And just to remind you guys of what the split is, of course, first place at the end of the championship will take home a whopping €5,000. Second place will net themselves a tidy €2,500. And third place will, of course, take home €1,000 to their team as well as money on the line for, of course, the championship standings. There's also money on the line for the fastest qualifying lap. That's a bonus €100 per race. And of course, the Italian job took it at round 1. West Competition Racing earned it in round 2. Veloce took the honours for round 3. And Symphony of Pistons, of course, picking up a bonus €100. So maybe that'll soften the blow of the 19 positions lost today at the moment. Hopefully they can turn the second half of the race on its head. And of course, you do pick up a bonus €100 for a team that makes up the most positions in the race. And BF Racing have earned it at both rounds 1 and 2, making up a whopping 20 and 23 positions. And I don't think nobody is even in the 20s at the moment as it stands. Of course, on the live timing tower to the left-hand side, the gain and losses is noted by green or red. So try and work out who's got the most gain, but I'm not sure it's a clear leader at the moment. And alongside the cash prizes, we are, of course, awarding non-cash prizes as well, all in partnership with CaseKing.de. So first place will net themselves €1,400 for Moser products via CaseKing.de. Second place will net themselves a €1,200 voucher for Noble chairs via CaseKing.de. Third place will pick up €1,000 for Next Level Racing products via CaseKing.de. Fourth place will, of course, net themselves €800 for Glorious products via CaseKing.de. And finally, fifth place will take home €600 for Ducky products via CaseKing.de. And of course, none of it would be possible without the partners of the event Of course, Low Fuel Motorsport hosting the event. Need no introduction to who they are if you're in the sim racing world. You fully understand their platform by now. Lian Li Industrial Co. Design Limited, founded in 1983. One of the largest and most respected family-owned and ran design businesses in manufacturing of high-quality PC cases and accessories, as we see Burst Esports turning themselves around on Creme de la Course. And we were talking about it just before we started doing the sponsor segment and the prize split. Anything can happen in a short period of time, and some big time loss there for both teams. The Burst Esports car looking to try and make a move. It just wasn't on. There wasn't really a gap there, such as we saw just a few laps ago with the Symphony of Pistons and Aztec Physical Esports, almost a 1-to-1. And it looks like the Porsche lost it on the brakes, actually, locked up the rears and just couldn't control it. Slid into Creme de la Course, unfortunately, turning them both around, but did give the position back. So stewards are probably going to be looking at that a little bit more favourably when they do. CaseKing.de, another one of the partners for today, formed in 2003 as an online shop and has since become one of Europe's most successful online providers of computing hardware, employing more than 550 people worldwide. Head on over, of course, to caseking.de, or alternatively their British partner, overclockers.co.uk. Noble Chairs, again, one of the many passion projects born out of seasoned industry veterans who were unhappy with the gaming chair market at the time and have since become a leading brand in that. Moser Racing, of course, we keep showing a flashy little advert now and again when we head to a break. Founded in 2012 as a camera stabilizer and a gimbal manufacturer, and is now branching out into sim racing, revolutionizing the sim racing industry with their leading products. Be sure to check them out if you're in the market for any new gear. Next Level Racing, established in 2009 and now available in over 40 countries globally, making them one of the most accessible sim racing brands for any sim rig related solutions. Glorious Gaming, again, another passion-built project, as we see a little contact between the Italian job and the 88 Tim. Let's have a look at the glorious replay. What's happened here? Down into turn 12 goes the Italian job, turns into the corner, and the 88 just doesn't accelerate out the corner by the looks of it. And a bump from the Italian job car, and it's going to be a trip to the stewards for that one as well. So their day could be getting a little bit worse, more than the one position lost at the moment for Matteo Vignoli. So we'll keep our eye in the stewards chat for that one. Also, Ducky, again, another kind of passion-built project, trying to seek the highest standards in mechanical keyboards and a leading market industry in an already saturated market. And finally, HC Dizzy, a passionate German Twitch streamer who has recently turned to YouTube as well, so be sure to check him out if you are a German speaker. I have watched some of his videos. I don't speak German, Timpek. I don't know if you do, but seems like a nice guy. Seems quite prominent in the LFM community and various endurance races. So good to see his Burst Esports tucked under the wing now of Creme de la Course, heading up to turn 1. Porsche looking to try and make a move again, although he's going to be very, very cautious on this one after the contact last time by. Burst Esports through into P12, although Frank Burkamp doesn't look like he's done with it. Looks to try and come back. Unfortunately, cannot get the drive off the corner. And we know Sector 1, Tim, is single file through the S's.
For anyone that wants more information on any of those sponsors, you can find a link to their website underneath the Twitch stream. Now each one has its own little partner tab that you can click on and find out more about them. John, answering a question on do I know any German? Well, the extent of it is Ich bin ein Brot, which I believe means I am a bread. So to answer your question, no, I don't know enough German to really know what they're saying, but I am learning. It's actually a language I'm very passionate about as well, so I will continue to try and extend my knowledge beyond calling myself a bread. I think is definitely needed as well. But 10 minutes past the hour, some of these teams now looking to go into the pit lane for their scheduled pit stop. F1 Memes Racing Team, one of those teams that has ducked into the pits for now, probably waiting a good 10 minutes, John, before we see the majority of cars file their way into the pits. But keep your eyes peeled at them when they do. The Veloce Esports team, we saw them pick up a drive-through penalty earlier, which took them away from the lead of this race. Well, they have closed the gap now to just 7 seconds between them and the Williams Esports team, currently running in that second place position. Marco Bischoff behind the wheel of the Kramer Racing team. is still out front. A nice big gap between them and the Williams as well. I believe the last time we saw it was hovering in that 19-second range. So we'll see whether they've managed to extend that as well shortly. Currently watching from the rear of the front left tyre scrubber esports team, which is of course the creme de la course car. As they look back at the home of sim racing car, again looking for a way through, coming down the start finish straight. Too far back to make a move on anything, John, but they are still sizing it up. Of course, there's not much overtaking potential for the next couple of corners, more or less a single file part of the track. And something I did want to mention, John, is we did call it that quiet period in the race. Of course, that quiet period when cars are in their nice own space, they're looking to try and push their lap times up a bit and see if they can get any quicker times out on the track. It's a period where we often see some more drive-through penalties come through as well. So do keep your eyes peeled. Make sure that we spot any of those that may come through. As teams try and improve their lap times, they may also find themselves unwillingly cutting the track as well. So that could shake things up in the next hour or so. That as well as a couple of penalties. I mean, we've seen a few incidences. The Italian job car making contact with the 88. I mean, we were looking at that incident, John, and at the end of the day, it is down to the live stewards to see what they want to do. But I don't know. It's always hard navigating traffic. You have to do it in a safe way for both you and the traffic that you are lapping. The same way, if you're being lapped, you need to make sure that you're not in the way of a car that is trying to come through you. That being said, like you said, it just seemed the 88 a lot slower out of the corner than the Italian job was expecting. So we'll see whether the stewards want to hand out a penalty for that. May just be a case of a racing incident. At the end of the day, we'll see what the stewards think after they spectate that particular moment in time.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's very detrimental if the stewards get involved. Sometimes you can really lose out some positions in general, and it's very tricky one indeed.
Absolutely, the Italian job team now coming into the pit lane. We'll see where they managed to exit. They were in that 4th place position when they went into the pits. They, of course, have been running around that podium a couple of times in this race. Started in 3rd place, did the Italian job after a brilliant qualifying session for them yesterday evening, and again fell back a couple of places down in P7 at one point, able to crawl their way back up though into P4 respectively. Flirted again with the podium a couple of times, especially after the Veloce team picked up a drive-through penalty. They've been very consistent out on track today, have the Italian job, and again, as long as they can keep those penalties to a minimum, they'd be looking at a top 10 finish. We're definitely looking at a top 10 finish, maybe looking at podium finish as well. We have the Kramer Racing esports team currently heading the field at the moment. For those of you that want to know more about the team, it was founded in February of 2022, so only a year and a half ago. The driver one for the team, Marco Bischoff, currently behind the wheel of the 977, aged 33. Their favorite track car combo is the Porsche at Kyalami. So behind the wheel of the Porsche goes the Kramer. I imagine most of them will say they favor that Porsche car, as the team is in partnership with Porsche at the moment. You can always see the Kramer team picking up the Porsche for any Pro Series that they are involved in. You've also got Henrik Gamble behind the wheel today. Driver number 2, aged just 22. Not the youngest driver in the team, though, is Noah Eder, their 3rd driver, just 19 years of age, also in this championship as well. And again, both drivers favouring the Porsche as their favourite car. However, Henrik Gamble's favourite track is the Nürburgring, and Noah Eder's favourite track is Barcelona. Not one that you usually expect to see from the drivers, as Barcelona is a love-hate track, I feel, as well. Of course, their team management, the team is managed by Titus Conrad, who used to be a pro driver in the esports scene. They've since stepped down from their driving duties, though, and are aiming to elevate the other drivers around them. They are also a spare driver if they are needed as well. Another man behind the team management is Tom Scharf, who ends up designing the beautiful liveries that you see on the Kramer Racing esports cars. You may also see them on the real life cars as well, as Tom Scharf is one livery designer who has designed in both the esports and the real life setting. And then you also have Jan Bitskomski, behind the team management as well. They manage the social media accounts, and they also do a bit of driving in some other leagues too. So a very packed team that has 3 drivers that also happen to manage the team as well. And then they've also got their 3 drivers behind the wheel that all have showcased what they can do. Today they're running in that P1 spot. 977 has basically had this race done and dusted, John. And with the penalty for Veloce, as long as the 977 can avoid a drive-through penalty of their own, looking like a win is definitely on the cards for today.
Yeah, they've just really got to manage their track limits and penalties. And of course, like Stuart's reports, you've got to make sure that you're passing blue flagged cars safely, not getting involved too much with anyone and not really causing too many problems for you or the team. But of course, the Kid Kramer racing team do also compete in the real life NLS series, field a few Carrera Cup cars, I believe, and were in attendance at the ADAC N24 just a few weeks ago. As we see a big slide there from the Creme de la Course car, of course the Yas Heat car becoming the kind of spanner in the works for the Home of Sim Racing. Although if the Home of Sim Racing car can stay close enough to Yas Heat, they could shoehorn open the door when they do put a lap on the Creme de la Course BMW just ahead. So it's going to be a very tricky one indeed on this one. But it looks like the Creme de la Course car will more than likely give the inside line to turn 1. Sometimes you've almost got to think very smart and detriment yourself coming out of the last corner. And then, of course, once you do that, it allows your opponent a little bit alongside you, but it doesn't mean you have to lift or ease off anywhere as much. And something Frank Burkamp's not going to want to do is lift off at all, because if he does, the Homer Sim Racing car may find their way through, and up the inside goes the Yas Heat car. Around the outside goes Creme de la Course. And now look at the gap that the Homer Sim Racing car has closed up already, back under the wing of the Creme de la Course car. And luckily for them, they're in sector 1 with the switchback nature of the S-bends, meaning there is only one line really through all of these corners. So Frank Burkamp is safe for at least another half a lap, but that could have gone very wrong had the Yas Heat car shoehorned open the door that little bit too much and allowed Frank Burkamp all the way around the outside. Of course, the Home of Sim Racing car would have been straight up the inside and through on that one. It's good to see the Aston still being competitive, even in the 1.9 realm, should we say, that we're in, with the likes of the Porsche, the new car, and the new 296 as well, being very dominant and very prominent in all LFM events. It seems every event I sign up to seems to have at least 1 or 2 of those cars, if not more, at the head of the grid, and a lot of them lurking down the back as well. But good to see the old machinery still kicking it, of course, with the Aston. We've got a few Mercedes in here. We've of course got the Italian John Honda, a couple of Audi R8s in the field, but predominantly it seems to be a mixture of Ferraris and Porsches. Are looking to the inside. They're trying it. Home Sim Racing Esports wants to get a move on now. The 222 has been looking at the back of the Creme de la Course car for far too long, and nearly a gap opens up there, but nothing to be had. They did back out and lift a bit. Frank Burkamp now on the defensive into the tight hairpin. Can they go the long way around? They can't. Unfortunately, they are going to have to settle back in P13. The BMW always looks very strong through these corners. The dirty air, of course, that it gives off makes it a nightmare to follow anyone through these high-speed turns. All the aero wash you get isn't very pretty at all, and it does affect those Pirelli tyres quite a bit. But the Homer Sim Racing car looks to take a much tighter line into turn 19. Does that allow them alongside into turn 20? It does. Up the inside, stops near enough on the apex there. Frank Burkamp definitely having to check up in the Creme de la Course car, but position change. Creme de la Course down to P13. Home of Sim Racing up into P12 now.
Yeah, beautiful overtake there. Creme de la Course not wanting to give up. Look towards the inside. Not able to answer back just yet. The Home Sim Racing team did a brilliant overtake there. I've got to say, you know what, John? I'm a big fan of how Frank Burkamp there let through the Yas Heat team initially. I mean, they did it right on the first corner. It's a very easy place to let through a car. They did it with enough pace that they were just able to close back the door before Home of Sim Racing was able to get through. Like you said, there's no way really to put off an overtake going through that first sector into sector 2. When you go through the S's section, there is only one racing line. So a smart choice there from the Creme de la Course car of when to let through Yas Heat as a blue flag. But now we're going up to a fight. This is for the 16th position. ACCRL there losing out to the RCI Motorsport team. who again are heading once up in the right direction. 12 places gained in the race so far. Of course, with some teams having pitted, that statistic is slightly skewed, but nonetheless, RCI Motorsport doing a phenomenal job in this race. The ACCRL don't really have an answer to that overtake just yet. Potentially they'd look for an overtake, but again, we're in that section where... No, hang on. They've just got back through. What happened there? The RCI car must have had some sort of venture off the track. John, did you catch what happened there? I'm 90% sure the RCI car was ahead going through Sector 1 into Sector 2 there.
Yeah, I think I did see the RCI rule for Strapping Motorsport as it's identified on ACC TV. I think it was red, like it did lose a position, so not sure what happened there, although I know what is happening. Time seems to fly very quickly indeed, Timpec, because it's time for the next round of pit stops. P1, 2, and 3 have just trundled below our feet down the lane as well. And unfortunately, at the last minute, Angel in Astrosia in the Yas Heat car has picked up a drive-through as well. So they are now serving a penalty for that one. Whether or not they'll serve the penalty and then do the pit stop, time is to be told. Of course, you can only do one or the other. In ACC, you cannot do both, unfortunately, as Charlie Crossland is now in the Williams car. They've obviously come into the pits very early indeed, because we didn't even notice that one. Max Wojner now handing back to the Brit of Charlie Crossland. Grantas Caracas in the Veloce Porsche. Not sure if he's going to stay in. More than likely, I would say he will, as we'll have to wait for the timing line to cross and update on that one. Just looked and done a bit of digging on the K Kramer car. I was curious to know how many track cuts they have, and when Mavics gave the car over, they were only on 2, so they've still got a little bit of leeway to go, and they are playing it very safe, I would imagine, at the moment, to not pick up any more than they have to as they go down the road. But Grantas Caracas, as he crosses the timing line, appears to... No, he doesn't. Just crosses to George Boothby. So a quick switch out for Boothby, and back in he goes again for another stint on that one. Henrik Gamble in the K Kramer car, and Charlie Crossland in the Williams number 5. And look at where the Williams number 5 is now, Tim. P2.
Yeah, of course, the Williams number 5 able to pick up that P2 after the drive-through penalty, which the Veloce team had to serve. That being said, though, I mean, George Boothby back behind the wheel has a lot of pace in the Veloce. Charlie Crossland will be the one to pull off the defence here, should Boothby close that gap up to the number 5 Williams team. Tazvina Hacker back in the car for the Pulse Sim Sport guys. They've got Low Fuel Motorsport on their tail already, although another car splitting up the gap between them at this point in time. You can see there the ACCRL way up the field, as well as the Low Fuel Motorsport car, which is 24 seconds between them and Pulse Sim Sport. So for now, Tazvina's Hacker's job is just close that 20-second gap up a little bit and try and extend the gap to Low Fuel Motorsport behind. Of course, they do have to let through another car on the track, but that's done and dusted now, and Low Fuel Motorsport remains behind the Pulse Sim Sport team there as well. Pit lanes pretty full at the moment. A lot of cars have peeled into it for their pit stop. 25 minutes past the hour is when you can expect to see the majority of cars coming in now. So next time pit stops roll around, John, me and you will not be here. However, you can expect to see it at the half-an-hour mark. A lot of teams have been really extending their stints. Did the absolute max here today, which is a strategy we've seen favoured in ACC for a couple of patches now. Push that stint to the max, and then your final stint will be as short as it possibly can be. In some races, the 24-hour ones most noticeably, it's even been possible to miss out a stint entirely by pushing out the driver time to 1 hour and 5 minutes, but probably not possible for a lot of these cars today. Of course, getting to the halfway point of the race now, and it seems that most drivers will be just 5 minutes short of able to pull off the strategy of missing out a stint. And Low Fuel Motorsports now into the pits. That frees up the Pulse Sim Sport car as well to not worry too much about the defense from behind it. Going back to the top of the field, George Boothby not quite closing that gap straight away to the Williams Esports team. It's now 3 seconds, splitting up the Veloce team from Charlie Crossland behind the wheel of the number 5. That being said, though, Charlie's got very tall order if they want to close the gap and get up into P1, John, because Kramer Racing, 29 seconds they have to play with.
Yeah, it's a very big buffer, isn't it? 29 seconds, of course, with just over 6.5 hours to go. You know, we keep saying it, anything can happen, and sure, it more than likely will, and it keeps happening as Yas Heat have served their drive-through just as they finished serving theirs. Wong in the number 33 West Competition racing car then picks up a drive-through as well. So it seems like we're at the stage where everybody wants to pick up drive-throughs and have a trundle down pit lane and have a little mention on the broadcast, and it's that time again. And just looking to the stewards reports to see if we've got anything. We do. We have some news for the number 100 and the number 44, the Asetek Visceral car. If you remember turning it around the Symphony of Pistons car on that one. Penalty for the Visceral Esports car. The number 44 will get a 15-second time penalty. That'll be to be served, of course, in the next pit stop. And nextly, we've got the number 81 and the 49. That was the Burst Esports car that we saw earlier on the I believe it was the Creme de la Course car, and they will get a 10-second time penalty, so a little less harsher. I would say the 5 seconds saved is more than likely going to be for allowing the car to go back through and retake the position before taking it legitimately on the track. So you have to keep an eye on lap times at the front of the grid sim. Of course, you say the big buffer of Williams Esports to K Kramer Racing, and Veloce going to be on a charge to try and make up any time from the drive-through lost. Just looking to the previous lap times, K Kramer Racing 206.6, Charlie Crossland netted a 206.1, and George Boothby hit a 206.2. So all fairly kind of regular in the pacing, I would say. I'd say nobody's really dominating all too much at the front. They're all fairly equal. So this could be a very big ask for anybody in the top three wanting to change positions. And K Kramer Esports definitely with the strong hand at the moment.
Absolutely. They've got that 29-second buffer, as we've said multiple times. West Competition Racing, one of the final cars to enter the pit lane. Marco Wong pulling the 33 into the pits now. But yeah, the fight at the front, very similarly timed drivers. I mean, George Boothby, Charlie Crossland and Henrik Gamble. John, if you say any of those names to me, I expect to see all of them fighting at the front on the same sort of pace, because I mean, George Boothby, a driver that I think you say to anyone the name George Boothby, you say UCOG, and they will understand exactly who you mean. A very, very fast driver behind the wheel of the Veloce car. Charlie Crossland as well has shown up a lot recently for the Williams Esports team. The number 5, Charlie Crossland, is one of those drivers that has become such a big name in sim racing now that you see them out on track and you think, okay, I've got to pay attention, because they absolutely will be putting out some very fast-paced laps. And then Henrik Gamble as well, someone who we've seen in ACC sim racing for a while, notorious, and definitely has what it takes to head this team at the front of the circuit. Marco Bischoff as well behind the Kramer Racing team will also be pulling their weight today. We've seen them absolutely dominate the field so far, has led this race for the majority of the time. Of course, did not start at the front of the field, but has since made their way up into it in the Porsche, and only lost the lead briefly to the Veloce team before the Veloce picked up the drive-through penalty as well. And with 29 seconds to play with, John, they can actually, I know this isn't what they're going to do, because when you have a driver in a car, all they want to do is drive as fast as they possibly can. With 29 seconds, they can actually reel in the laps a little bit, play it safe, and make sure they do not pick up a drive-through penalty for themselves as well. They've got that time to play with too. But that being said, I mean, if you say to an esports driver, you can slow down, they're going to laugh in your face and say, honey, I am not slowing down anytime soon. They're going to go for the best lap times possible.
Yeah, it's why they have the kind of, alien tag associated to their name, because they do things that me or you or anybody else on this earth just simply couldn't do. And it's great to see the high level of drivers we do have in ACC, especially competing against each other. It does make for some very interesting fights indeed. And just looking last time by on the lap timers to give you a little bit of an update. Henrik Gamble hit a 206.3. Charlie Crossland, just waiting for him to cross the line, I believe, on that one. But last time by he was a 205.8 previously before that. George Boothby with a much slower lap, a 206.6. So Veloce looking like they're struggling a little bit with the pace, and Williams is just coming up to the line at the moment. Does a 206.1, and George Boothby crosses the line with a 206 flat. So everybody's still fairly equal at the start. It could be something like traffic just catching them out. It could be running it a little bit too wide and maybe wanting to back out completely so the game doesn't detect any cut at all. And just want to turn your attention to the weather at the top. It is getting ever so cooler, so lap time should start tumbling down naturally anyway. We might see a few fastest lap exchanges between the drivers. 28 degrees in air, 29 degrees on the track, so we're nearly at 1-to-1 at this stage in Texas. But Visceral Esports now coming up to the back of the F1 Memes team just ahead. Both drivers, of course, with some good gains so far in the race. F1 Memes up 6 places, Visceral up 4 places. And speaking to Pran earlier in Charlie Crossland's chat, he says that most of the Aztec Visceral guys are off preparing for other things such as SRO and other commitments they do have within the team. So they've scraped together a lineup for today, and just seeing what they can do between them as they go. And it's weird, I think, for me and you, Tim, to not see 3 of these cars on the circuit and just see the one, as we have seen in the RCI Esports 6 Hour Series. Aztec with a prominent presence there with fielding 3 cars. And just imagine if they fielded 3 cars here, how many of them would truly be in the top 10? They've got some very big names on their roster at the moment. They're always very dominant in everything they perform in. So best of luck to them in their ventures this season, as Estefano Barrera still trying to hunt down the F1 Memes car, although through Sector 1, the dirty wash of the air isn't going to be too good. They've got the number 88 just ahead, and fingers crossed they can stay out of the way of this fight. But traffic could be the turning point, as we've seen it a few times already in this race. Traffic just getting in the way, or, you know, just slowing the car up enough to allow their opponent close enough. But the F1 Memes team certainly looks a lot better on corner exit, although the Visceral car looks much better on corner entry. So a bit of a tit for tat, I would say, on this fight, Tim. This could rage on for the next hour or so.
Absolutely, and I think the thing is with these teams, John, is that every time we're talking about a team in this race, we always say the same thing, which is you expect to see them at the top of the field. The problem is if we say that about every single team, they can't all be at the top of the field at the same time. So in this championship, the VEM series, you've got so many big hitters on the field that they can't all fit into that top 10 at the same time, which is why you see teams like the Pulse Sim Sport, West Competition Racing, Symphony of Pistons, even the Aztec Visceral team, you see them fighting in the top 20 rather than the top 10, just because at this point in time, anyone could take home those high-ranking positions. And even the teams that we've not seen too much of out on track, even those that we've seen just enter at the beginning of this championship and we thought, oh, who are these guys? They look like a fairly strong team, but we've not necessarily heard of them so much. Well, any of them can appear at the top as well. I mean, look at the Italian job, for example, a team which, yes, is now established in ACC, but not necessarily one where you expect to see them at the top of the field. We've got West Competition Racing as well, which both me and you, John, have talked to a couple of times in the past. They don't expect to see themselves up at the top with these pro teams that, like Williams, like the Veloce, you expect to see them, but not necessarily West Competition Racing. That being said, I'm going to be honest, John, this year I've seen so much of West Competition Racing that I actually consider them to be one of the teams to beat now as well. So with such a competitive field like this, not everyone can be in that top 10, which is why you see it being as competitive as it has been across the season as a whole, just because at the end of the day, it could be anyone's game. You can't predict who's going to be in the top 10 at any given moment.
No, there is so many variables in sim racing these days. You know, some drivers have their off days, some drivers have better days than others, and you know, it all comes down to what happens over the course of the race. Some drivers are more geared towards the sprint end of the spectrum. Some drivers much prefer the endurance section, where you have to be more consistent over a longer period of time, and it just proves why these guys are in the top of their game, essentially. You know, the like you say, the West Competition car, or the team, sorry. We spoke to them just the other week, and they were very humbled by what they've done. They're, you know, quite down to earth, and quite lax, saying, you know, we weren't expecting to do this good, so how we've done this good is beyond us. We just look for strong finishes, and we just look to kind of get to the end of the race and finish it out, really. And if it, you know, comes with some kind of championship title or points, then so be it. But it's definitely good to see, you know, a team so down to earth in the competitive world, saying, you know, we're fast, we know that, but we're not as fast as everybody else. So we'll see what happens, basically. And like you say, Tim, I now consider them to be, you know, one of the topper teams in the spectrum compared to, you know, just last year, when I didn't really know all too much about the esports world and the big teams and the big hitters and the big names. But, you know, since finding yourselves in the casting box, it really opens your eyes to how much does go on behind the scenes and how many people are truly involved in some of these teams. You know, you spoke earlier about the K Kramer roster and how many, again, delivery designer being mentioned on the roster. It's crazy to think that, you know, every team has managers, livery designers, social media people, setup engineers, you know, numerous people doing the same role. You know, Williams Esports is a classic example. They are a very big organization, not only in ACC, they also branch out into iRacing, of course, the Formula One games as well. So esports is a very, you know, up and coming thing, and it's getting bigger every year, and it's great to see. And, you know, with the acquisition of Rensport into ESL, you know, could it finally be taken to the main stage and to a much larger audience that finally get involved in everything we've been doing for so many years now. You know, I myself started sim racing probably the best part of 15 years ago now, and I no way ever thought we would get to this stage in sim racing. I still thought it would be a very niche, a very small community thing, but, you know, certain things in the world have helped it get so much bigger, and it's great to see. You know, we're here competing for real life money. If you told me 15 years ago you're going to have 17-year-old kids competing for 5,000 euros at the end of a season, I'd say no way, it's not happening. But, you know, here we are in the present day, and it's great to see. It's great to see companies such, you know, organizations such as LFM and, you know, Rensport and even Kunos, you know, getting behind with the SRO, and the SRO hosting esports championships on the main stage as well. It's great to see, I would say, Tim. It's very good indeed.
Absolutely, and to address the elephant in the room, that was, of course, COVID-19. That definitely helped with a lot of the esports scenery as well, with people not being able to get out and attend the big motorsport events. Sim racing was one of the games and communities that just so happened to boom and acquire such a big fan base. And of course, people then being inside their homes, they picked up sim racing as a hobby. I know that's how I joined in with the commentary, was just having nothing to do in the day, so I decided to try it as a sim racing commentator. So I think, like you said, world events like that have definitely helped the sim racing community to grow. Motorsports as well in general has grown so much over the last couple of years, and you see a lot of these teams that are in real life racing as well, funding a lot of the esports teams too. I mean, Williams is a perfect example of that. It's a team that's been notorious in motorsports for a while, as RCI makes up another position, overtaking the Symphony of Pistons car. Martin Grady behind the wheel of the RCI team there. But I think sim racing is in such a good place right now. So many organizations working together as well to build each other up and continue to establish this market where so many people are turning to watching sim racing as well as an accessible option. So, like, I agree with you. If you'd have said to me 15 years ago that you'd have people competing online for these big cash prizes, I'd have probably just laughed and gone, "Yeah, all right, sure they will." There's no way a 17-year-old would have a shot like that online. But it's true, it's a big thing, and I'm honestly proud to be a big part of the community too, because it's been beautiful to see it grow over the last couple of years. Going back though, John, to the RCI Motorsport car, Martin Grady, someone who me and you both know quite well, quite an interesting backstory that I know that you like to share.
Yeah, Martin Grady, definitely. Anybody that doesn't know who he is of course, Tidgeny on YouTube, famous, of course, for the name he made in Gran Turismo, where he, of course, competed on the big stage in front of thousands. Very funny guy. Occasionally, when the time is right and there's a big milestone for his channel, he dresses up. He dresses up and renames himself Tidgeny Spears. He puts on a blonde wig and some makeup and begins to stream. Normally, some alcohol is involved in it, but yeah, great character. Really a good guy you want to have on your brand if you're, you know, you need someone funny. He's definitely the man to do so, and it's great to see him on the ACC stage as well as the Gran Turismo stage. It's everybody's kind of cross-platform these days. What works typically in one game typically almost works in another, and it's great to see again the flexibility of some of these characters in the realm of the esports and sim racing world. How some of them specialize predominantly in GT racing, some others, such as Tijni, may go onto the Gran Turismo stage, where of course they do compete in all kinds of wacky cars like the Red Bull X1 fan car. You've got open wheelers in Gran Turismo as well, so it's a very varied game compared to obviously the SRO ACC title that you see before your eyes now, and a few penalties finally being handed out to the number 49 Burst Esports car, and of course the number 44 Aztec Esports Visceral car. 10 seconds and 15 seconds to each of those to be served, of course, at the next pit stop. So we'll expect to see those guys tumbling down the order. Other than that, no stewards reports to take on at the moment. Relatively quiet. Last update from them was 17:32, which was over 20 minutes ago in UK time, and it's been fairly quiet on the track since, so I can't imagine there are anything more pending, so everything should be, in theory, I would say, Tim Peck, wrapped up for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Been a nice quiet race for the last part of the hour. Teams just working to improve those deltas around the track. Some teams looking to close those gaps, other teams just looking to extend them a little bit more as well. So, albeit quiet on the racing front, John, there's still been a lot of work for these teams behind the scenes as well. A big thank you as well to all of you at home for joining us in the chat as well. Warheart just mentioned that Armentario is the team they are supporting at the moment. Armentario, John, up in that P8 slot, another team that has great midfield potential. They've been doing great in this race as well. 9 positions up on where they started. Same can be said for both the Unicorns of Love team and the Home of Sim Racing team that finds himself in the surrounding positions next to them too. So a lot of teams have been improving their position today. With that, though, means a lot of teams have also lost a couple of places as well. Symphony of Pistons down 21 positions. Started on pole, but from a mixture of events today has just not been their day. And unfortunately for them, we'll most likely be looking at damage control, John, at this point to work out, okay, what can we do to maybe try and lift some of the damage that we've suffered in this race? Not necessarily physical damage, that is, just in terms of positions lost as well. However, P22 is still a good finish. It will gain them some points. And like we said, John, you always get 100 points as long as you finish the race. They'll go towards your championship standings, meaning that you'll still stay competitive, even though you've suffered an accident out on track as well. So there's still that on the horizon for the Symphony of Pistons team. They'll absolutely be finishing that race to secure what points they can and keep themselves competitive in this championship too. Low Fuel Motorsports on your screen right now. They've been looking for a way through the ACC RL car, which finds themselves up in P13 at the moment. A great race from them so far as well. And Low Fuel Motorsports only losing out 4 positions, making sure they stay within range of that top 10 should the positions reopen up from a drive-through as well. So, John, up and down the field, like I said, not necessarily a lot of fights happening at the moment, but it's all a game of just making sure you keep those deltas up and keep yourself on the track, not picking up any more penalties and just making sure you climb in the right direction at this quiet period in the race.
Yeah, you've almost got to take the quiet period kind of as it comes and just try and progress your way through and find out what happens. And just want to touch on the Symphony of Pistons. Just noticed a drive-through penalty for Seeley in the number 100. So currently down in P22. They are going to be even further down the order probably once that has been served. I'd expect them to lose at least 2 positions from a trundle down pit lane, so their day is getting ever worse. And I'm wondering if it's something to do with the setup, possibly. The weather was wet yesterday in qualifying. Probably the BMW a little bit more akin to the wet conditions than the dry. Maybe they went for a pure wet setup for various reasons. Maybe they thought the weather would be on the turn in the race. Of course, you only have a 30-minute window essentially in ACC into which to view the weather forecast. Let's just say if you look to the top right hand side of the screen, you'll see that there. It's the current weather now, the current weather in 10 minutes, and the weather in the next 30 minutes. So throughout the race, that will constantly update and refresh itself, and you do really have to keep watching it just in case it does change, as Seeley does trundle down pit lane for the Symphony of Pistons esports car, and set to lose out a couple more positions as you see him work down the ticker there. It's very unfortunate indeed. Just want to touch on the Armamentario. We have a message of support in the chat, of course. If you don't know who or what Armamentario are, they are quite a big kind of organization, much bigger than I thought as a commentator on that one. They do have a great piece of software. It's a dashboard system for ACC essentially, so it's very kind of in-depth, let's just say. It's very clean looking. It's quite good to use if you're looking for an alternative to the standard in-game dashes or SimHub or Race Elements or any other software that you can get your hands on. So check it out if you're looking for something a little bit different. But Armamentario, founded in 2020 with a whopping 40, that's 40 drivers in the team. Consists of several divisions: esports, they've got a racing team, they have an academy team, and of course the Armamentario software, which they do mention on their quiz sheet. Of course, they do prepare for these events. They normally divide it into 2 weeks. So 1 week they'll choose a baseline setup. Week 2 they'll do extensive stint and qualifying training and tuning the setup, and that's again split off into the different divisions as well. And training is typically 10 to 14 days before the event. So you can imagine with a packed calendar such as ACC tends to get around the summer, it's certainly a big ask for some of the drivers to find enough time. But kudos to those guys for putting in the effort. So do check it out, Armamentario, if you are looking for some software. It's definitely a good piece indeed, as the ACC RL car still leading the low fuel motorsports car. This is the kind of biggest gap, I would say, on the field, nearly 42 seconds to the next car ahead, that being the West Competition racing car ahead of them as well. And still at the front of the field, it's Henrik Gamble for the K Kramer Racing esports car, Charlie Crossland in the Williams car, and George Boothby still sits behind those guys in P3, with Italian job still remaining in P4, Ren Velton in P5, Yas Heat in P6, Unicorns of Love of course in P7. Then got Armamentario in 8th, the Homer Sim Racing in 9th, and then the West Competition number 33 still just inside that top 10 as well.
Absolutely, the top 10 teams still finding their footing at the moment, just trying to pick up those deltas as well. A couple of gaps have formed across the way. Ren Velton Esports, not one of those teams. They're closing in on the Italian job, looking to find their way up into that P4 position. Notice that George Boothby behind the wheel of the Veloce as well has picked up pace too. The gap just 2.5 seconds to the Williams Esports ahead as well. It was between 3 and 4 earlier, so not huge gains on the podium at the front of the field. However, it does look like George Boothby now finding that pace a little bit better across the race as a whole. Charlie Crossland, though, still putting out some fast laps and has also been fighting with George Boothby for those fast lap times as well. So keep your eyes peeled on that fight for P2 as it goes on. Of course, the Italian job has done a brilliant job on the defense so far against Ren Velton, but nonetheless, West Competition Racing now. This is the number 1 team looking for a way through. Xenon Racing there had a move set up, but Xenon Racing just keeping the momentum through the corners, able to hold on to that P11 position. So right now, they're the only team that stands between the 2 West Competition Racing cars. Of course, the number 1 car started down in P15. They're currently running P2 overall in the championship, just behind the Veloce guys. So they're going to want to close the gap to Veloce before this race is over in order to keep that points gap as small as possible. For now though, John, the West Competition Racing number 1 team gaining 3 positions. They're heading in the right direction. Unfortunately for them, the West Competition 33 has lost 8 positions, so not quite the same race on both those parts. Again though, West Competition Racing team look for a move into turn 1, doesn't quite get it done though before going into the S's. Now there's no way around this. You really can't run too wide through this sector of the track, so again, Xenon Racing will hold on to that P11, but John, West Competition Racing getting very feisty at this halfway point in the race.
Yeah, it's absolutely what you need, and it seems like they've been almost asleep for the first 6 hours of this race, and they've finally woken up and gone, oh, hold on a minute, we need to make up some positions here, so let's get a move on. And at the moment, of course, Gert Fischer in the number 1, Bastian Offerman just ahead for Xenon Racing, and we see a lot of moves being made into this corner so far in the race, although the door is open, but doesn't look like Gert Fischer is close enough. I'm wondering if he's going to try and use the slipstream of the Mercedes down the back straightaway, essentially down into turn 12, to see if he can get a move on. And fantastic camera angles here as the drivers thunder towards them all over the exit, all over the entry curb, should we say. They do want to widen out the corner as much as possible, and Gert Fischer looks to the inside, although not close enough to pull alongside the Xenon Racing car. Bastian Offerman will stay ahead just for now, and it looks like the BMW is it's a good car here, but it just doesn't look like it's got that extra bit of power just to get past or through on a corner, and it's really hampering Gert Fischer at the moment on this fight. And like I say, West Competition Racing, one of those teams that we weren't really expecting to be all too high up, but here they find themselves in P12 and P10. Normally see them a little bit higher than that, although BMW's not really the platform for choice here today. And just want to touch back on your point scoring. Of course, the bonus points for finishing the race equate to 100, and if you finish the race in P49, let's say, you'll still net yourself 101 points. And of course, with just 30 drivers on the track at the moment, the least amount of points you can take away from today for finishing is 136, so still a considerable chunk of points. And of course, the winners will take home 200 points on that one. So a very good point split across the board. It's, you know, very small margins, and you do want to stay to the end, because it could be those last few points that kind of affect you whether or not you get yourselves into the cash or the non-cash prize positions of P1 to 5.
Yeah, absolutely. We've said time and time again that teams are going to want to stay until the end of this race, score that extra 100 points, as well as many points as they possibly can as well, because no matter where you find yourself at this halfway mark in the race, it may be a completely different story come 6 hours time. We've seen teams like the Veloce team, Williams Esports as well, gain a bunch of positions despite starting further back than they'd have wanted to. In West Competition Racing, they're taking a very odd detour off the side of the track, not quite able to hook the corner together the way they wanted to by Xenon Racing. A little bit of breathing space for the time being. Ren Velton Esports still looking for a way through the Italian Job car. The Italian Job has done a great job at defending as the last 10 minutes have gone on. Ren Velton, though, very strong team behind the wheel, still looking for a way through here too. And Veloce Esports continuing just to reel that gap in a little bit smaller to the Williams team ahead. Now just 2 seconds, splitting up the fight for P2 on the podium as well. But when Ren Velton, John, they've been looking at this Italian Job team for a while, they have made a couple of moves on the Italian Job car ahead, the number 179, but I'm wondering if it's going to be a similar situation to what we saw earlier, with the two cars being fairly similar in pace. May just be a good idea for Ren Velton to wait for the next set of pit stops to roll around rather than going for anything too daring at this point in time in the race. It all really depends, doesn't it, on how much they're being held up by this Italian Job car.
Yeah, if they think they can, you know, make a lot more progress than the Italian Job car can, then they're going to want to try and find a way past them. Although Samir Ibrahimi, no stranger to ACC, been here since the very early days, I believe, in the esports scene, certainly finding their way through various teams and guises along the way, now finds themselves at the Brent Velton number 71 Ferrari 296. And it looks like the NSX just that little bit stronger through the faster corners. Of course, the dirty air wash we spoke about earlier probably forcing Samir Ibrahimi slightly offline a little bit as they come across the line. Lap times looking fairly similar, 207.052 for the Italian Job and a 207.172 for Ren Velton. So wondering if they are going to, you know, use their racecraft like we saw earlier with K Kramer and Veloce, just kind of, you know, helping each other around. They've got 20 seconds to the good to try and catch the Veloce car ahead. Last time by, George Boothby set a 206.7, so slightly faster. And of course, if you're spending most of your time driving in the mirrors, it's going to be very hard to focus on apexes and exits and try and make your way towards the front of the field. So time will tell. Will they use their head, or will they start squabbling amongst each other? Of course, they've got a nice big gap behind to the Yas Heat car, 36.7 seconds to the good. But again, that can come down very, very quickly if you start putting your nose in places that they aren't welcome. But like you say, might as well wait to the next pit stops, see if the Ren Velten team are a little bit quicker down the lane than the Italian job boys, and see if you can come out ahead. But if not, then you know you're on fresh tyres, you know you might have a slightly faster car, and then you can really attack each other from the get-go. Track conditions here, ever so slightly cooling, 28 degrees in air, 28 degrees now on the track. Dropped yet another degree since we last time looked, and the sun is definitely in the sky, and it's 7 o'clock, so we've still got a few more hours of sunlight yet before we will see sunset, and it's going to be some very pretty scenes here, I think, at Cota tonight, as everybody does find their way through the half-hour mark. We've only lost a handful of cars so far. 33 cars, I believe, started. 30 cars still remain, so only 3 retirees on the grid, Timpack.
Yeah, retirees being kept to a minimum today. Like we said, the 100-point incentive to stay in this race is definitely keeping a lot of these teams in today. It's only really if you have major mechanical issues, maybe a driver having problems with some of their hardware, or maybe even a connection problem, is when you'd probably see the car likely to retire. Other than that, though, most of these teams, no matter what happens to them, will continue on with this race to score that extra 100 points alongside it as well. Getting close to the 6-hour mark, which means we'll be halfway through the race, John. And it's a very quiet period of time in the race at the moment. However, a couple of battles happening up and down the field, and again, just on the lookout for those drive-through penalties that teams are working to avoid right now. Williams Esports there, little yellow flag appearing next to their name as the Veloce team then takes that second place position. What has happened there? Charlie Crossland off the track for Williams Esports. Maybe I just commentators curse them as well, John, but possibly connection problem for the Williams Esports team. Veloce, yeah, they've just taken that, and Williams Esports falling down the order incredibly quickly. John, I hate to say it, I think, again, just before we leave, I have caused yet another commentator's curse for the Williams team.
I think you have. Just before, of course, we sign off, you seem to have cursed the Williams car. Just headed on over to Charlie Crossland's stream, and it is, in fact, offline, dead. No picture done for, so can only assume internet troubles have once again plagued the Williams team, and it's such a shame after a good run indeed. And yeah, Charlie Crossland now officially offline on Twitch, so Twitch has stopped trying to receive the signal and killed the stream. So very unfortunate there. Hopefully we will see them come back, although I'm not too sure if they will for the last 6 hours. Although bonus points on the table, of course. Do they really want to spice up the championship and try and claw back something? But of course, the Italian job now promoted back into P3. Ren Velten now up into P4 as well, so they've gained a chunk of points, and Veloce, of course, into P2. So the order is the same as it once was. Kay Kramer at the head of the field, and Gert Fischer looks like he got into some trouble, I would say, with the Xenon racing car, because Fischer was behind, and then we briefly saw him ahead coming out of turn 1 and waiting for the number the Xenon racing car, the number 54 of Bastian Offerman. So wondering what happened there. Possibly a little bit of contact into turn 1. Maybe Fischer went for a move and the door was shut, and he thought, you know what, instead of a steward's penalty, I'm going to play this one safe. I'm going to back out, return the position, and we'll go from there once again. But West Competition Racing, just outside the top 10, of course, want to secure as many points as they can for their current championship contention. Currently P2 in the championship. It's going to be a tricky ask, I think, to make up any more positions over the next 6 hours. But like we keep saying, Tim, anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything could happen. I mean, just look at Williams there having that disconnection problem. We joke about it being a commentator's curse, and I do apologise that it may have had some sort of fate in the role, but that being said, it's Williams, that team has had a couple of connection problems recently in this championship, John, as well as in other championships too. I know over in the RCI championships, the number 5 Williams team there, Charlie Crossland again having connection issues, caused them to retire from a race in that champ as well. Earlier on this season too, over at VEM, Williams had some connection racing problems with Charlie Crossland as well. So unfortunate for them to face internet issues yet again. But that will probably be the end of their race, honestly, unless Charlie Crossland can recover that internet and rejoin as well, because I believe they are driver 1 in that car too, which means they have to be the one to rejoin the server to recover that car as well. But for the Italian job, a potential podium for them if they can hold on to it. Ren Velton obviously wanting to push their way up onto the podium will now have that extra incentive to get up on there as well and through the Italian job car. And West Competition Racing, like you said, they find themselves in P11. They're almost up into that top 10. Honestly, with 6 hours left to go, John, I don't see any reason why they can't improve that number of positions. I mean, they've definitely got the pace to find something else here at Cota today. Would not surprise me if they ended up higher up towards the end of this race.
Absolutely agree with you there, Tim. They are certainly going to be on the path of progress, let's say, towards the front of the grid. And fingers crossed they can dispatch the Xenon Racing car fairly shortly, whether or not the West Competition Racing boys in about about 30 minutes time can be more competitive down pit lane than Xenon Racing. Time will tell on that one. But speaking of time, it has flown past for myself and Tim Peck, and it is time to say our goodbyes, unfortunately, for the rest of the broadcast. That is us done with our 2 stints with a small break in the middle. Christian Romano, our man behind the cameras, is of course done as well, as we see the fight starting to hot up as well. I'm just gonna hold it here just to see if Gert Fischer can make the move down into turn 12 side by side. Almost a little bit of a rub. Can they both draw up the cars in time? They can. Xenon Racing on the inside, of course, the more favourable line through turn 12. Very fantastic stuff indeed. But as myself, Tim Peck and Christian Romano start to round up for the next few hours, you'll have Tim Lunn behind the cameras and as a commentator alongside him. He will have Jack Kinane as well. They'll be on for the predominant rest of the evening before Christian Romano will take you through to the early hours and towards the checkered flag. So bear with us here at the Virtual Masters Endurance Twitch channel. We'll have to switch our broadcasters over, so the stream may briefly die for a few seconds before coming back to life under the capable hands of Tim Lunn. It's been a fantastic time as we see West Competition Racing elbows out just before we go, trying to make a move stick. I think we're going to hang on just to see if we can indeed see the pass happen. It would be the worst time ever to cut the stream, and Gert Fischer on the inside there. I think the hip and shoulder check was finally enough just to make it survive, although Xenon Racing looking to try and do the switch back down into turn 2. He's going to be on the outside line, not the favourable line at all. Of course, Gert Fischer with a little hip and shoulder check as well, and they now will begin to run single file through the S-bend. So from myself, John Dalton, from Christian Romano behind the cameras, and from Tim Peck alongside me, it is a farewell, and hopefully Tim Lunn and Jack Kinane will be taking you through the next few hours. Take care.